I talked to Mayor.
Thank you, everybody. Let's call this meeting to order. And we'll start off with the Pledge of our Allegiance. Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And in fact, if we could get a roll call.
Karen Thurman. Clint Barris.
Here.
Ken Niedermeyer.
Here.
Tracy Allen. Chris Berg.
Here.
Carolyn McLaughlin. Mimi Stafford. Stephen Patton.
Here.
George Garrett.
Here.
David Makepeace. Susie Roebling.
David's here. David's here.
Yes. Joe Weatherby.
He's here too.
Yeah, I just saw him.
Don Kincaid. Elena Rodriguez. Danielle Dawson. Jessica Dockery. Christopher Benson. Michelle Coldiron.
Here.
Will Benson.
Here.
Dale Bishop.
Here.
Stephen Leopold.
Here.
Ben Daughtry.
Here.
Kara Ralph. Justin Brulin.
Here.
Ken Rita.
Here.
David Vaughn. Shelley Kruger.
Here.
Jerry Lorenz. Elizabeth Jolin. Corey Malcolm.
Here.
Diana Sylvia.
Here.
Andy Newman.
Here.
Lisa Mondelia.
Here.
Ed Barham. Penny Blackburn.
Here.
Phil Goodman.
Here.
Captain David Dupree. John Hunt. Daniel Clark. Joanna Walzak.
Here.
Heather Blau.
Here.
Christopher Kavanaugh. Megan Johnson.
Here.
Honorable John Danielle. Honorable John Bardis. Honorable Bruce Hale.
Here.
Honorable Deb Gillis. Honorable Terry Johnston.
Thank you. And if I could get a motion to approve the minutes from our April 16th meeting, please.
Move to approve.
Michelle? Thanks. Thank you. And then a motion to adopt the agenda for this meeting. Okay. Second. A second to
I'll
adopt.
second.
Thank you again, Michelle. Fantastic. And if I could, Beth, I'd like for you to read the mission statement.
The Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary Advisory Council is an interactive liaison between the residents and visitors of the Florida Keys and the staff and management of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuaries. In this role, and with the understanding that a healthy ecosystem is essential to the economy and quality of life in the Florida Keys, the Advisory Council will promote restoration and maintenance of biodiversity and ecological resiliency in the South Florida environment. We will strive to achieve a vibrant, ecologically sustainable ecosystem and marine and economy through application of the best available science and balanced, conservation-based management.
Thank you very much. So we have a very information-filled meeting today. I expect we will also have a lot of questions for our presenters, and I'm going to do my best to keep us on schedule while also allowing time for some thoughtful discussion from the SAC. We have one public comment period today at 3 o'clock. If anyone from the public is interested in public comment, there's a sign-up sheet right outside on the front table out there. A good part of this meeting is designed to help us better prepare for reviewing and making comment when the draft environmental impact statement or restoration blueprint is released later this year. Today's presentations are focused on information that is relevant and has been used in the restoration blueprint, including socio-economic data, human and ecological indicators, and information about Pulley Ridge and its connection to the Florida Keys. While the 2011 Florida Keys Condition Report triggered our review of the Sanctuary Management Plan, we all know a lot has happened in our community and environment since that time. These presentations will provide updated and current conditions of sanctuary resources and values. We will also hear about two other projects taking place today in the Florida Keys, a project to develop early warning tools for ecosystem change, and a project to understand predatory prey relationships between tarpon and sharks. But first, we're lucky to have John Armour here from the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. He's our director. And I'd like for you to make some welcoming remarks if you could.
Awesome, thanks, Glenn. Well, good morning, everybody. It's just awesome. I love coming to these meetings. This has been it's been about a year or so, I think we thought, since the last time I've had the opportunity to address you all. So really great to see some new faces around the table and some familiar, thank you, good catch, Sarah. Some familiar faces as well. So one of the main reasons for my trip down here, I want to give a shout out to the buoy team. So last week I spent, Sarah and I actually spent the entire day with the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary buoy team out in the Tortugas. And this has been something that's been a long time coming. And it's been something that the buoy team has been trying to get me to come out with them for quite some time, and finally we made it work in the schedule, and it was just phenomenal. I actually got my honorary hoody-do. So if anybody doesn't know what a hoody-do is, this is like basically duct tape for the buoy team. I mean, it basically fixes anything. So I got a hoody-do. But in all seriousness, I mean, what we do as a group with that buoy team for the ecosystem and for the economy is really, in my mind, emblematic of the purpose for why the sanctuary exists. And it really kind of epitomizes the value add that a national marine sanctuary can have to an economy and a local community. And it's not just the team. I recognize that it really starts with the advisory council, the shore base, the folks that fix the boats, that fix the buoys and everything. It's not just the folks that actually dive in the water and put these things in, which is a dangerous job, as we know. So I just want to give a shout out to the buoy team and just for a really great time spent with them. I learned a ton, and I really appreciate their time. So thanks to them. I also want to thank all of you. I think it should not go without saying the sacrifice and the diligence that this body has for a long time put into this DEIS that Clint mentioned a minute ago, and what we're going to spend a lot of time talking about. As Sarah and I have said, we don't have all the answers, right? The sanctuary can't have all the answers. So around this table, the effort and the time that you guys put in to providing the on-the-water sort of advice, the ground truthing, if you will, for what we're trying to accomplish, I just can't thank you enough. I also want to just point out that you're part of a larger community as well. Across the sanctuary system, there's over 440 of you that care deeply about their community and care deeply about their sanctuaries and provide the kind of advice that you provide to sanctuary managers like Sarah all across the country. So I hope today's discussion is informative, but I also hope it's a little provocative as well. Because I think, you don't need me to tell you that something provocative needs to be done. Something that shakes things up a little bit needs to be done. And so I think if you're not provoked into thinking deeply about what it is this group has come up with, then maybe we've fallen a little bit short. And so I hope in addition to being informative, I hope today is a little bit provocative. So I'll be, in terms of national updates, I'll be brief. I promised Ken I wouldn't put him to sleep. I see I haven't yet, so I'm happy. The biggest news nationally outside of the Florida Keys is we are on the cusp, just weeks away from designating our first national marine sanctuary in almost 20 years of this program, and so we're all just really super happy with that. For folks that don't know, that's Mallows Bay in the Potomac River. It's in the greater Washington, D.C. area, and it protects a significant collection of historic World War I shipwrecks. So we look for that in early July. So a new member of the family, so to speak, will be hopefully on the team, and we'll have more advisory council members as well, so that number, I'll have to revise that number upwards. But we're really happy about that. In addition to designating that sanctuary, we have a few other projects. If folks are interested afterwards, I can talk to you about, but what we have going on right here in the Florida Keys with this DIS really has a lot of our attention nationally as well. So this is getting a ton of attention, not just from me, but from the NOAA political leadership is really watching this very closely, and we care deeply about what we're doing down here, and we're super thankful for all the efforts. And then the last thing, I promised Ken as well that I would report on the budget, and for that I actually have good news. I think the last time I was here, my budget report was, not bad, but not good either. And this year actually I have good news to report. The president's budget, so just for folks, you know the way the federal budget process is, the president asks for money. He throws a proposal out to Congress. First the House gets the first bite at it. The House of Representatives says, all right, we hear what you're asking for, we give you X. And then the Senate gets their ask, and then they come together and agree what the final budget is, and they put it out. Okay, so the president's ask is always the first part of that process. The president actually added $1 million to the sanctuary budget, and this is the first time the president has actually asked for additional money for sanctuaries in, I think I calculated, maybe 12, 15 years. The president's request for the sanctuary program has been largely level for a long time, and so for the president to ask for an additional million, frankly, it speaks to what we're doing. It speaks to the relevance and the importance that the administration has in the concept of national marine sanctuaries and the new sanctuary that we're adding as well. So it's all part of the formula. And then we got even better news when the House came in. The House added, depending on how you calculate it, added about $4 million to our operating budget, and even more important, $3 million to our construction budget. And so the bottom line is, the budget outlook actually for sanctuaries is actually quite good, believe it or not, and that's in an environment where it's not always as good. The picture isn't as rosy. So I'm super happy, and again, I think both, and we'll wait to hear what the Senate says. The Senate mark should be due out, I'm hearing anywhere between next month and whatever, October or something. So anyway, so we'll see when we don't know when the Senate is going to come out, but typically the Senate's going to, we're predicting it to be a little bit lower than the House. So our actual number will come in somewhere in between. But but I think the take-home message is it's actually looking pretty good, better than last year. So I'm very happy about that. So with that, and with your permission, I don't know if there's any questions for me. Otherwise, I'll pass the microphone. Yeah, Carol.
What is the total budget annually for the university staff?
So right now, it's actually been creeping up a little bit just because the House has been adding money, earmarked money for telepresence. But our base number is about $54.5 million operating, and then $2 million for construction. Yeah. Any other questions? All right, Caroline, that was an easy one, thank you. I appreciate it. Any softballs? All right. Well, sir, I'm going to be around all day, so obviously if you guys have any other questions you want to ask, I'll be around. So, thank you.
Thank you, John. Really appreciate your presence today. Also, too, I'd like to take a moment. Hopefully, we all saw the email. Stephanie Patton is our Volunteer of the Year. I'd like for Sanctuary Superintendent Sarah Fagman to recognize you, Stephanie, for all of your efforts. Thank you.
So this is my pleasure to get to do this.
Get your camera.
The sanctuary system has volunteers all around the country, and nationally, they contribute 130,000 hours of time to support sanctuaries. So Sanctuary Advisory Council members like yourselves, volunteers that are out in our visitor centers, helping with cleanups, etc. 130,000 hours, that equals 64 individual hires. If we had 64 more people, that's twice the staff of one of our sanctuaries right there. So volunteers are a huge and very important part of the National Marine Sanctuary system. Here in the Florida Keys, we depend heavily on our volunteers. We have hundreds of them that help us with a variety of things. Stephen Patton rose to the top of that. He became a volunteer in 2017, and it is 2019, and he already is our Volunteer of the Year. So that speaks to how much he has jumped into pretty much everything a volunteer can do with us, he does with us. So he is a docent in the Eco Discovery Center. He comes out on the team ocean boats and helps interact with people on the water. He comes and helps with cleanups. He's out at events with us. He obviously sits here, and you all know that's a lot of work, so we thank him very, very much. Not only that, he's also a volunteer with the National Park Service, and I know now because I saw him out at the park. Thank you for the housing, by the way, last week in the Tortugas. We loved it. But he also makes a mean mango salsa. Chance to eat his mango salsa, I encourage you to do so. So Stefan, will you please join me up here because we want to recognize you. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Thank you, Randy.
For mangoes.
Many things, Stephen. So we all know how important a healthy environment is to the sustainability of our community and the environment and the economy. Andy Newman is our Upper Keys tourism representative, and he is with Stacey Mitchell, the Tourist Development Council Director, and John Underwood of Tinsley Advertising. And they will share with us efforts they have to promote sustainable tourism through a targeted integrated marketing campaign. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, and first of all, thanks so much to Sarah and Beth for giving us the opportunity to make this presentation. And with that, I'm going to introduce Stacey Mitchell. She's the Director of the Monroe County Tourist Development Council. Stacey.
Good morning, everyone. Some of you already know me, and some of you don't. So for those who don't know who I am, I have been a resident of the Florida Keys for about 35 years. And I took over the position of Director of the TDC pretty much the day after Hurricane Irma struck. And that was great fun. But I'll tell you what, it's been an interesting journey the past 18 or so months. And one of the challenges I faced, besides the hurricane, was I recognized that there was a disconnect between the efforts of the TDC and the TDC's embrace of the local environment with residents' knowledge of what we were doing and also other groups in the county's knowledge of what we were doing. And as my personal priorities were, and still are, I'm a mother first, I'm a resident second, and I'm a marketer third. So looking at the challenge that lied ahead of me, where I have my personal priorities, and I'm also recognizing a disconnect between residents' knowledge of what it is that we had been doing over the years, how do I marry these two together and bring forward with our agencies of record and all of the admin staff at the TDC, how do I marry these two and get the message out there of what we're doing? So we came together as a group and we moved forward with a concept called sustainability and under the moniker of connect and protect. So looking at, we can move Andy, looking at how we are funded, how are we going to move forward with this? So I'm just going to give a brief overview of TDC funding because that seems to be also a gray area for most residents. Most of you know that we're funded, there's a 12.5% lodging tax. So anyone who spends the night in a traditional lodging unit, hotel, motel, campground, etc., legally licensed vacation rental. They pay 12.5% lodging tax, of which 4 funds the TDC. That's the only part that comes to us. 2%, half of that goes to what we call a generic promotional, so that's where we promote the entire Florida Keys as one destination. And then the other 2% is generated in the 5 districts, so we have Key Largo, Islamorada, Marathon, Lower Keys, and then Key West. Each of those 5 districts generate their own money that is spent in the district for the district. And as it's applicable to this group, those funds that are generated in the district for the district, they fund advertising, they fund capital programs, and events. There is a 1% tax that does not fund the TDC, that goes to the county general fund, and there's also taxes that go towards schools and county infrastructure, etc. But this is what we're most interested in here. So when we talk about the 2% district funding that stays in the district for the district and capital projects, some of the not-for-profit organizations that have benefited from this tourist tax includes Reef, Moat Marine, Eco Discovery Center, the Florida Keys History of Diving Museum, and several coral restoration efforts. Nearly 4 million TDC dollars that have been generated by our visitors have been granted towards eco-minded not-for-profits and coral restoration. This included emergency funding post-Hurricane Irma. When the storm came through and disrupted some of the planting fields, an application was put forward regarding hurricane emergency funding. Monies were granted to help restore that which Hurricane Irma took away. When it comes to our sustainability efforts, it's across all segments of the TDC process. Advertising, which you're going to hear from John Underwood and Dorn Martell after I'm through up here. The sales focus, public relations, Mr. Newman. Social, digital, and web programs, which Clint, your chair, is Two Oceans Digital, which he is employed, is our agency of record for everything web related to the TDC. So it's nice to have a voice here sitting on board with the TDC, so it becomes this symbiotic environment. Meeting the needs of the environment, understanding the processes of the TDC, and how we get that message and integrated on our website. Which, Clinton, how many visitors do we get a month to that site?
It's cyclical. Right now we're getting about 600,000 this time of year.
A month.
Yeah.
So imagine the power of the messaging that's on the TDC's website and how much that is spread out globally. To give you an idea of some of the work that we've done, obviously we have a dive and snorkeling page where we promote protection tips, what to do and what not to do. We promote the Blue Star program for that was established here, Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. And it also, there's a link on there. Andy, can you go back, please?
I was anticipating.
I can't talk that fast. There's a link to the voter education course. So we are trying, in posting these things on our site, we are trying to educate our visitors to be part of the solution versus just be a problem. You know, our visitors get a bad rap for not behaving and not interacting with our environment in a respectful manner. There is a balance. We're doing everything we can with the Blue Star Diving, Blue Star Fishing program, with our guides. I have always felt that our fishing guides are the stewards of our environment. They're out there all day, every day. They see the changes. They see migrationary patterns, they see water quality changes, and they're out there policing those waters every day as part of their lifestyle. And promoting them through the Blue Star program, I think, is an important aspect of our Respect, Protect, and Connect program on our website. We are committed to continuing. This is something that we really focused on this current fiscal year, and next fiscal year, which begins October 1st, we are expanding the program and to dive deeper into all of the Connect and Protect programs that are available in Monroe County. Our visitors become more knowledgeable of the fragility of our environment, and they come down here wanting to feel good about where they travel, how they travel, with the hopes that when they go back home, they'll incorporate some of these conservation efforts and their lifestyle, and we grow this momentum organically. And it all started with their visit here to the Florida Keys and Key West. I'm going to introduce John Underwood. He's going to talk about the advertising efforts on behalf of this program. Here you go, sir. I'm going to go this way.
Thank you. As I get older, I become more and more, or less and less brief, so you're going to have to deal with me. There's a joke in there. With advertising, what I wanted to go over today is first a little bit about our agency responsibilities, who we are and what we do for the Florida Keys and Key West account team. Then go over an effort that Stacey talked about, which is our sustainability effort that we introduced 2 years ago. We're in our second year this year. And then I'm going to turn it over to Dorn Martell, my partner, our Chief Creative Officer, who's going to go over a special effort that we're doing right now for the Coral Restoration Foundation. So Tinsley Advertising, in brief, a lot of you know who we are, a lot of you don't. We're located in Miami, Florida. We were established in 1974, and we've been the agency of record for the Florida Keys and Key West since 1986. I've worked on the account since 2001, right after 9/11. So the challenges that Stacey had, I had similar ones right after that catastrophe. With the Florida Keys and Key West, we basically see it as 9 separate accounts. Stacey mentioned there's a generic overall campaign. They get the 2% of the 4%. That has its own campaign, its own committee. We also have 5 districts from Key Largo to Key West. Again, they all have their own committee and their own campaign. The 3 umbrellas, fishing, diving, and culture. And we also help out with various events throughout the county. So specific to diving, that's what I wanted to talk a little bit about today, is some of our efforts that we do in television for diving. With television, we have a national campaign. 40% of our budget, or really close to 45%, is spent on television. And we don't just buy any television, we buy national cable television, we buy network news and different cable programming, and networks like HGTV, news networks like CNN, Travel Channel, Weather Channel, etc. But we also buy spot market television. So what we find with spot market is we go into our key markets like New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, Boston in the winter season to get those winter folks down here during season. It's kind of cool. We hit them when it's snowing or really miserable, and we show our great weather-related images for down here. And we also buy a lot of news programming, early morning news and late night news. We buy that because we find that a lot of people do not DVR that programming. So the first spot I want to show you is our Learn to Dive spot. This is a spot that we do specifically for the dive umbrella. Again, they have their own budget, their own campaign. We rotate it into their buys as well as into our generic buy. And why we did this spot was to promote new dive starts. As we're seeing a lot of attrition with the scuba divers these days, we want to promote a lot of new dive starts in the Florida Keys and Key West.
When you learn to dive in the Florida Keys, you'll encounter a 2,900 square nautical mile national marine sanctuary filled with thousands of species of marine life. As you continue your education, you'll discover wrecks and environments beyond your imagination. Because here, You can get as deep into diving as your curiosity takes you. The Florida Keys and Key West.
We went back and forth on the exact miles for the National Marine Sanctuary, so we got it right. Didn't we get it right this time?
We got it.
A second spot I wanted to show you was our Rec Trek spot. This is a promotion that we started about 3 or 4 years ago with a dive umbrella, promoting folks, divers, to promote the various wrecks throughout the Keys and get rewarded at the end of their dives. That way they could do a dive in every district, in all 5 districts, again to promote not only diving down here, but staying longer.
Each one has a story, just waiting to be told. And thousands of species to add to the tale. The Florida Keys Wreck Trek, a series of fascinating wreck dives, welcoming divers of every skill level. Don't miss this opportunity to go down with the ships.
And then why we're here today is we wanted to show you briefly what we did, what we introduced last year. We're going on our 2nd year with our sustainability message campaign, So sustainability tourism defined is the concept of visiting a place as a tourist and trying to make a positive impact on the environment. Basically, what we want these people to do is leave the destination better than they found it. Again, we started this campaign as part of our marketing goals in 2018 and 19. As Stacey mentioned, with all of the disciplines from advertising, PR, sales, and through Clinton and his team. In fact, what was written in the marketing plan for this past year was sustainable tourism practices will be at the forefront of our marketing program. We must promote to responsible visitors who will assist in the protection of our surroundings. And we're talking about responsible visitors. It's important for you guys to know who we target. We target some affluent traveler, 35 to 64, with a household income of at least $150,000 plus. We don't promote to spring breakers. We don't promote to millennials that can't afford it. We promote to those that can afford it and will protect the destination. So what we produced back in 2017 was that 30-second sustainability spot as part of the efforts. We wanted to make sure that we protected current claims. One, that we have the only living coral barrier reef in the continental United States. We're surrounded by the National Marine Sanctuary. We have 2 national parks and 9 state parks, and we're one of the top diving and fishing destinations in the country. So basically what we're selling is our authentic attractions. And the key mammoths have all bullet there. What we had done years ago is we had produced these key mammoths. Back when it wasn't such a major issue, it was more flippant and funny and fun, but we decided to take a different approach because this is more serious today. So we revamped our key mammoths to really hit home how important it is to protect our destination. So with this television spot, what we did was we wanted to make it a PSA. So making it a PSA was basically adjusting some of the copy, but it's basically the same spot. And we partnered with our television partners down here within the county. It was important that we did something within the county, not only outside the county, not only because of the visitors down here, but it was important to let the residents know that the TDC is on board. We want to protect this destination. Again, it's not about promoting to spring breakers and visitors that we don't want down here. So the agency contacted Comcast in county, and we're running spots on such networks down here on CNN, Fox News, and Discovery. We also asked Channel 5 and Channel 24 if they'd run our spot. So when the tourists are down here trying to find out information on what to do with, within the destination, they're seeing our sustainability spot as well. And here's a Better Than You Found It sustainability spot that was produced.
Here in the Florida Keys, we've learned to preserve, conserve, and protect all of our most precious resources. Because we believe you should leave the world better than you found it. And if you're lucky, it'll do the same for you. The Florida Keys and Key West.
We also produced a 30-second radio spot, or a PSA. We contacted Florida Keys Media, who have 7 stations throughout the county, so visitors and residents can hear again the sustainability message.
Here in the Florida Keys, we believe you should leave the world better than you found it. You can start by following a few simple rules, like don't feed wild dolphins or key deer. Look for reef-safe sunscreens. Say no to plastic bottles and straws. And use alternative energy to get around, like pedals or paddles. Learn how to leave your legacy in the Florida Keys at flakeys.com.
We also contacted Outdoor Partners Clear Channel and Outfront Media, so when space is available, there's those 2 digital boards, one at Florida City right there at the dump into Florida City at the turn, and also right at the beginning of the 18-mile stretch, there's 2 digital boards there, as well as Outfront Media, one of our partners, our DAC4 members, is helping us out with getting, when there's remnant space available, we can have the messages that I'm about to show you promoting sustainability or protecting our destination. So we have messages like, don't mow our grass. Don't trash our place. Help restore our reefs. Don't feed wild dolphins. Don't feed the key deer. Catch and release. And don't be so plastic. We also partnered with Britt Myers with Keys Weekly, and he's already actually ran our print ad about 4 times since we started this program. And this is the headline I'll read to you. The best souvenirs are the ones you leave behind. We also partnered with digital partners down here, or not down here, but through our other efforts out of county, with Trimmer, Video, SpotX, Conversant. These are all digital ad networks that they're able to geo-target just down here to serve these pre-roll videos, as well as with keysweekly.com. A pre-roll video, for those of you that don't know, it's a video that you have to, that you're served before watching a video. Let's say you go to CNN.com and you want to see the latest thing that happened within the news today. You're served that 15-second pre-roll that you have to watch. We buy the non-skippable ones, so you're going to be served that 15 and have to see it. So all of those efforts drive these folks to our FloridaKeys.com page. This is an example of the home page. If you looked at all of our messaging, we produced that small leaf, the keys to sustainable travel. You can go directly there from the home page, but our efforts go directly to the sustainability page, where you see the first thing that they will see is, again, the sustainability spot and the different efforts that we're promoting, and I'll walk you through those. The first one is don't trash our place, basically talking about making sure that you can get involved. And it's all about also not only the rules to follow, but also how to help out and get involved while you're on vacation, because a lot of this is also about volunteerism, which is a big part of travel these days. Again, is going to a destination, doing something while you're there to make a difference. So it talks about cleaning up, opportunities on where you can help clean up, and also about things like the proper usage of disposable monofilament line, for example, that hold the line icon. Talking about helping restore our reefs, working closely with the Coral Restoration Foundation, and also with you guys, with MOAT, working with NOAA's Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary and the National Conservancy to advance culture methods for hard corals in the Florida Keys. Don't mow our grass, basically talking about staying in the channels and obeying no motor zones to protect all of our grasses here in the Keys underwater. Catch and release, about following the catch and release programs, as well as when to catch certain fish down here. And also promoting, because it's important that we also promote our local guides down here and fishing with them. Don't feed wild dolphins. People don't realize this is a huge issue down here. And we want to make sure that we're communicating to not encourage unhealthy feeding habits with these dolphins, so they can eventually or always survive on their own without always relying on us. Braking for manatees, again, slowing down in no wake zones, reporting manatees in distress or manatees that are injured, and also don't feed them in the wild. Don't be so plastic, not only about the plastic straw, but also about going to a grocery store and skipping the plastic and asking instead or bringing your own reusable bag. Again, just protecting the environment. Also, look at buying from local artisans the stuff that you want to buy instead of buying things that are plastic down here. I'm going to turn this over to Dorn Martel. We did a recent effort with the Coral Restoration Foundation. It was something we done pro bono that was actually Dorn's baby with a creative team.
Thanks. Yeah, we love promoting sustainability for the Florida Keys. This is a labor of love that we've done also. You know, our job is to promote visitation to the Florida Keys, right? But there's no point to come here if we lose our marine environment. That's everything. That's why we're here. So we've worked for the Keys, but we've also worked for individual not-for-profits like Coral Restoration Foundation. One of the most important things we've done is a robust social media campaign. John, next one. Yeah, so we really want to get people involved, as we said. We want them to feel ownership of this. And under this banner, create a climate of change. We've tried to get away from the debate out there and this anti-science attitude that's out there and talk to people directly in social media about how they can get involved. And we've done a series of these, each with different stats and facts about what's going on in the environment and what you can do to make it better. We want to get kids involved too. We had this idea, if we printed placemats of a coral reef, but it's all white and there's no color, and we have children actually create the color and restore the color to the reef, it would make a very poignant analogy for them to say, hey, there is something going on, that reefs are being bleached. How can we restore the color? How can we get involved? Again, a lot of philosophical debate. It really isn't a debate, it's the myth of false equivalence. There really is a true story about what's going on in the environment and a lot of subterfuge. We've tried to address that in a 30-second PSA called Tree Falls.
If a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? If an entire ecosystem begins to perish below the surface, is it cause for alarm? There's no room for philosophical debate. Oceans are warming and coral reefs are dying. The Coral Restoration Foundation has successfully planted 80,000 nursery-raised corals. Please help our growing cause.
We want to raise awareness about the problems, but we also want to say that there's hope. We always want to keep people in a positive mode. This is about the climate change that you can see above ground, but there's a lot that climate change is doing below the surface, and this is what this is about.
This is what climate change looks like to us. This is what it looks like below the surface. The fact is, we've lost half of the world's corals in the last 30 years. The Coral Restoration Foundation is committed to bringing them back. Every day we're restoring, regrowing, and replanting corals that were on the verge of extinction. Help us create a climate of change.
Okay. And finally, we wanted to make a very simple point with this. Because this is all happening below the surface, most people will never see it, will never be aware of it. But imagine if you got up one day and every single tree had turned white and was bleached. Everyone would freak out. Everyone would say this is an emergency, we have to do something about it. But this is below the surface, so many people ignore it. We wanted to drive that point home with this spot.
Imagine you got up one day and all the trees had turned white. No birds, just silence. That's what's happening to our coral reefs right now. But we're not giving up. The Coral Restoration Foundation is helping to ensure that there's a future for corals in an age of climate change. We're restoring reefs and teaching the next generation that there is hope. Help us.
So that's just a little of what we're doing for them. We'd love to work with everybody down here. We'd love for everybody to work together because we're all working to the same goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Doran. Thank you, John. So I want to talk a little bit about the public relations effort for the Tourist Development Council, and just a little explanation how advertising differs from public relations. Advertising, in the simplest form, is basically what you say about yourself. PR is what others say about you. I've been blessed. We've actually been doing the public relations either for the TDC or its predecessor. Any of you old timers might remember there was a board called the Monroe County Advertising Commission, and it actually used ad valorem taxes for promotion. Anyway, we started October 1st, 1980 with that account, and it's been quite a ride. So, talk a little bit about sustainability PR, we have the same charge, just like Tinsley did for this fiscal year. We came up with a program, and Stacey briefly mentioned it, called Connect and Protect. We want our visitors to connect with the Florida Keys, and especially its environment, and then we want them to protect it as well. We use this theme a lot for social media, and developed a whole program not only around the theme, but just based on sustainability. And we're going to give you a couple of highlights of the program within the next 12 minutes or so. First of all, every Sunday, starting fiscal year began October 1st and September 30th, we do a Sustainable Sunday social media post. And it's a wide gamut of monthly themes, and we're going to blast through in October, National Refuges and Parks. For November, wildlife attractions. For December, volunteerism activities. January was all about sustainable seafood. February, environmental organizations. And March, sustainable travel events. Earth Day activities in April. May, living reefs of Florida Keys. And this month, sustaining awareness. And this will continue. One of our best posts was a turtle release back in November. We're in 38,000 views. And the Sustainable Sunday campaign, the results impact from October 1st through the end of May. We've had a reach of 3.31 million people and impressions on 4.23 million. That's a lot of eyes there. One of the pieces that we've been doing for quite some time now, it's a glossy magazine called Keys Traveler, and our 2019 issue was dedicated 90% focused on sustainable tourism. Here are some of the stories. First of all, we did an overriding story on Connect and Protect the Florida Keys, and our little version of the 10 Commandments for the Florida Keys in the upper right-hand corner there of that two-page spread. Bird centers, rescue and sheltering wildlife, LGBTQ adventures, spotlight marine ecosystems on the Keys. Keys coral restoration helps world reefs, and both CRF and MOAT are covered in that particular story there. For fishing, Please Release Me. No, it's not an Engelbert Humperdinck song, but it's all about catch and release fishing in the Florida Keys, something that's been stressed for quite some time. Rachel Bowman is the lionfish queen, and she was and lionfish was a subject for our left-hand page on this spread. And then the Vandenberg, 10 years later, from shipwreck to artificial reef, how it has evolved. Blue Star diving fishing programs, their importance to the Keys coral ecosystem. Did a story on wildlife refuges. And then on the right page there, we wanted to talk about the resorts, the new resorts that have come online in the Florida Keys, especially since Irma. We continue this sustainable message with stone crab claws and their sustainable commercial fishery. making family memories in the Keys natural world. Family vacations are a big thing on the Florida Keys, and combining art and culture with the Keys environment. This is our standard traveling page, travel page. We do the English and German editions, and we also do something every month. We do a monthly Keys e-news that we developed a copy for, and the Two Oceans produces for us and distributes as well. I think our email list is in the neighborhood of just under 100,000 right now. And so we decided that for this year, and we're going to likely continue this, we do a separate Connect and Protect feature that we do each month or so. And then in May, we actually did a dedicated sustainable e-news issue. Our PR efforts are not just domestic, but they're also been expanded from an international standpoint. And whether it's mainstream or social media, these are just some of the examples. And I don't read the language, so but it is all about sustainability, and that you can read, of course. So I wanted to just I'll go back a little. Hold on, I'm going to stop for 1 second. We talked about the outdoor media about a month ago in this room. Okay, we had a large contingent of outdoor writers down, and about 27, boating magazines, saltwater sportsmen, sport fishing, so on and so on. And it's a project that we did in cooperation with Garmin, Navionics, other marine manufacturers. And as part of our investment, we had the opportunity to make a presentation to them. I chose to use my time by giving it to Sarah Feynman and the Sanctuary to talk about, these Blue Star programs, to talk about the boater education course, and also give a tiny bit of a preview in terms of what was coming up in terms of the new management plan, because these were the communicators for the industry. These are the people that we want to reach with our message, not only about the Florida Keys as a tourism destination, but also to reach with a message about making certain that when people come in, we want them to protect. And it's both residents and visitors alike. So they were very interested in listening to Sarah's presentation, and it was a very worthwhile effort that, by the way, didn't impact on the Sanctuary's budget whatsoever. So I want to talk about taking our messaging and just expanding it into different fields, and I'll show you a little social media video here on the Connections Project.
The Connections Project is an idea that we got together as many artists as we could, up to 400, to give their idea of the Keys on a 6x6 canvas, and that we would connect it and then move it throughout the Keys. So this year we decided not to put a concrete theme on it, but really a theme that we were already embracing and seeing in so much of the art, which is connect and protect. And so the sustainability and the love of our environment and how much we cherish our environment. So you'll see that many artists did birds and the ocean and our beautiful flora and fauna. And I think it just brings a lot of colorful happiness and joy, but also shows how much we appreciate where we live and how unique it is.
So that idea of doing the Connect and Protect theme is something that we brought to Elizabeth Young, and she embraced it. And we just thought that it was a really nice natural extension to what we were already doing, and also to get locals to buy into this, especially local artists. We do a lot throughout the year with spot news coverage. It can be very, very difficult to get television stations and other media down to the Florida Keys, with the exception of the hardest of hard news stories. So we produce a lot of video. We do it exactly in their format, and then distribute it to the network affiliate resources and Associated Press and other types of media transit firms, I guess you could say. So we would just want to let this play. We're going to show you a couple of examples of sustainability messaging in the spot news coverage that we developed.
Here she goes. She's got it, girl. She's got it.
You got it, girl. There she goes. A big day for Shelmore, the loggerhead turtle. She was released into the water off of the Florida Keys. Now, the young critically ill turtle was rescued there in September by the Coast Guard, and at that point, no one was sure that she would survive.
It's the monsters inside us come to life. So it's by far one of the most amazing things that I've ever seen. The amount of infection and damage that was in her body cavity was insurmountable, but she pulled through, and it's a testament to the strength that these creatures really have.
Yeah, vets were shocked when they found this eel inside the turtle.
Birthday, hey kids, you ready to see Santa Claus, right? But he took a little detour. That's right, Santa Claus scuba diving at the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. Earlier this week, Santa, played by Keys dive shop operator Spencer Slate, took some time off from getting ready for Christmas to dive amid the marine life at Pleasure Reef off Key Largo. And instead of reindeer pulling the sleigh, Santa was towed by a sea bob underwater sled sporting 2 fake antlers. The Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary protects the waters surrounding the entire Keys Island chain, including the continental United States' only living coral barrier reef. That was pretty cool.
So I just want to make a comment about that. Yeah, that's a little different. That's a little out there. It's fun. I always believe that in order to educate, you have to entertain. And yes, that was entertainment, but there was a good message in there, and that's what we really strive for. Last month was the 10th anniversary of the sinking of the Vandenberg. I see Joe in the room here. And Joe, an artist, came up with this idea with another underwater art gallery, and we're going to show you just one of the spots in that.
There's an art gallery in Florida where you'll need scuba gear. Divers put the finishing touches on the artwork on a sunken ship in the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. The project contains 24 large photo illustrations installed in the General Hoyt S. Vandenberg, a former Air Force ship intentionally sunk in 2009 off the coast of Key West to create an artificial reef. Dubbed the Plastic Ocean Project, the artist hopes to draw attention to the need to reduce plastic use worldwide.
Welcome back to Cron 4 News. At AID, Pride Month celebrations are taking place all across the Bay Area and the country. They mostly include parades, runs, picnics, all on land.
But in the Florida Keys, the celebrations are underwater. Check this out. Scuba divers unfurled a rainbow pride flag today on a ship turned into an artificial reef. This comes on the eve of Pride events in Key West. The flag incorporates both traditional rainbow stripes and the blue flag of the Florida Keys, alter ego, the Conch Republic.
It's hard for them to say that.
I like how we can actually hear the sound as well. We made that video there.
Yes, and
so it's just, I mean, it really, we do so much more. I also want to mention, whenever we do anything related to diving especially, it's not just about diving in the Florida Keys. It's diving in the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. That is every single bit of our communications. Last thing we're going to show you here, it actually hasn't even aired yet. It'll be airing in the early part of next month on a show called How to Do Florida. Chad Crawford, he's been down a number of times in a number of different pieces. This particular show is going to be syndicated within the state of Florida and then have another run on Fox Sun Sports coming up in the fall. So this is a 30-minute show. We're just going to show you about 7 or 8 minutes just to give you an idea of what we wanted Chad to do from a structure standpoint with a real keen focus on sustainability.
It's time to do Florida.
Today we're showing you how to go sailfish.
I'm on the hunt to catch and release my first Atlantic sailfish. with Florida Keys fishing legend Richard Stanzik and his crew aboard the Catch-22.
This is what we're going to catch that sailfish on, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Time to get the bait in the water with a technique called sight fishing, which is a lot like hunting. Stealthy stalking our prey, looking for any sign if they're nearby.
When we get a fish to the boat,
Richard, what's going to happen?
you know, actually, Chad, today's world, you know, pond fish is when you really grab a hold of the leader.
Okay.
And you know, with sailfish, we certainly, and that's a lot of fish, we don't want to pick them up and bring them on the water because we'll damage our organs and what have you. So we're going to hope that fish stays up next to the boat so we get a picture. Then we're going to release them on farm just like we found.
Well, this is a real sustainable fish for the Keys. I mean, people come down here, spend money down here, catch these fish, and ultimately release them, right?
Yeah, I like that word sustainable. What that means to me is, you know what, if we start this year, January 1st, the next number of fish, January 1st of next year, we got to have the same number. Yeah, sailfish, I think we got more because of, you know, of awareness, conservation, and the different methods to catch and release.
Sustainability. It's a theme you see repeated all over the Florida Keys. Today more than ever, visitors want to connect and protect the environments they live in and vacation in. One of the best examples of this is found at the Coral Restoration Foundation in Key Largo. They are dedicated to keeping the continental United States' only living reef alive and healthy.
The reef system here is immensely important for supporting life, biodiversity. Coral Restoration Foundation works to actively outplant corals onto degraded reef sites. We started in a nursery setting and we moved to a local reef. We place the corals through a process called outplanting.
One of the best things about the great work the foundation is doing is that anyone who wants to help can. It's called voluntourism.
Let's do this.
It's changing the way the Florida Keys looks at tourism.
Most people come on a dive trip and, you know, chase a few fish, blow some bubbles, float around underwater on the reef. But when they're joining us on a dive program, they're learning about the reef, they're learning about the importance of corals, and then they get to spend 2 dives actually having a hands-on experience.
Another sustainable resource the Keys can point to, the stone crab. These tasty little crustaceans are a delicacy revered throughout the region. Stone crabs are a $40 million industry and represent one of the more unique harvests these waters have to offer.
Stone crabs are the only sustainable seafood that we really have in this country.
What does that mean?
It means we take the claws off the crab, put the crab back in the water, and it grows new claws up to 4 or 5 times.
It's like a miracle. It's like a seafood miracle.
There's nothing else that does that. Nothing in the world.
Back aboard the Catch-22, as the hours drag on and the tension builds, our target is proving to be elusive until suddenly,
Here we go! Here we go! Get a bait! Get a bait! Get a bait!
fish on. And not just one sailfish, we hooked 2.
I just was gaining line on him now. He's on the boat and he's gone again. Look at this.
I'm immediately just blown away with the power and strength of this fish. I just hope I have enough line. Richard was able to bring his fish to the boat first.
Totally, yeah. I need oxygen.
And now it's my turn. My fish is still not ready to give up. Finally,
There we go. Come on, fish, come on.
after battling for over an hour,
He's coming up. He's coming up. He's coming up.
I've officially caught my first Atlantic sailfish. And it's huge. I'm spent. I'm exhilarated. Woo!
That's what I'm talking about.
But mostly, I'm in awe of this beautiful sailfish. That's just given me one of the most thrilling angling experiences I've ever had. I gotta tell you, it felt great catching that sailfish. And it felt great releasing him after our 1-hour bout.
Then let you go to find another deck. Here we go.
Sharing the ocean with these magnificent creatures means caring for them as well. Not just sailfish, but everything that lives in this amazing marine environment. Something I witnessed out here and back in the Keys in Marathon, where I got to take part in a very special ceremony.
We're in the heart of the Florida Keys with Chad Crawford. He's joining us for a very special turtle release.
I am really excited where I am right now. I'm actually in the Turtle Hospital ambulance, right?
Yes.
So I'm here with Betty Zerfelback, and we're going to release 3 turtles today at Sombrero Beach.
Being able to return them to their ocean home and have that educational opportunity for the community, visitors to the Florida Keys. It's a great time to teach them, educate them about sea turtles, how they can help, and who doesn't love a turtle release, right?
Straight back, you're doing great.
How awesome is this? 1, 2, 3, lift. Wait till the water's edge. There you go. We recognize the importance animals, not just our marine animals, but coral reef systems. It's a big deal, Florida Keys, and that's why I'm here.
The relationship with the Turtle Hospital and FWC is an important one because we're able to be on the water, bring those turtles into the Turtle Hospital who can actually make a difference in those turtles' lives.
There you go! Everybody go together!
Camera really has 20 pounds.
We did it!
What you have in your eyes there, by the way?
He wasn't even wearing my sunglasses. I'm like, yeah, it's a great idea, Chad. Thanks.
It's a great idea. Dave, thanks so much for participating in that. This is just the tip of the iceberg for the entire TDC program. I also wanted to add that we shouldn't forget about the TDC board and the district advisory committees. They're all volunteers. Every single person that serves on a DAC or on the TDC board, they don't get compensated. They're all volunteers, and they live here as well, just like the rest of us.
Andy,
With that,
we
yes.
have volunteers in the room here who sit on this council.
Yes, we do. Yeah. We all know that. So anyway, I know we got to move on. I appreciate your patience because we went quite a bit over, but I think it's really important that you guys know what the TDC does. Oh, and I forgot to introduce Julie Boteri. She's in the back of the room there, and she's our web editor and social media director, and works under our contract. Thank you.
Thank you. That's fantastic. Well, Stacey and the agencies, thank you very much. It's nice that we're all rowing in the same direction here with the same messaging, and it's very important. And it's nice that you're spending countless millions of dollars promoting this message, which is beneficial for us all. So thank you so much for that.
Clinton, you're part of the team too.
I am part of the team, thank you. Next up, we have Danielle Schwarzmann. She's with the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries economist, and she'll provide background on socio-economic research supported by the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and specific work conducted in the Florida Keys. Danielle, thank you.
All right, well, thank you for having me here to talk about socioeconomics. I love economics, so anytime I have a platform to talk about it, I get super excited. So hopefully you will be too. So this is the first of two presentations that I'll be giving to the Sanctuary Advisory Council here. This is kind of an introduction to our socioeconomic program. And then the second time I'll be down here is when the restoration blueprint is released, and we'll be talking about the socioeconomic work that went into that, the DEIS. So what we're going to talk about is the program as a whole for Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, the past work we've done here, the current work we have underway, and the planned or proposed work that we have for the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. And then hopefully we'll have some time for questions and discussion. So this is the socioeconomic, sorry, this is not the program. Should maybe change the title there. But this is the map of the sanctuary system, and this is where we do socioeconomics. So John Armour previously mentioned Mallows Bay, hopefully the start of July, that's right there. And then there's two other potential ones in the process maybe. So conservation science, in our view, I sit in the conservation science division up in Silver Spring, that's where I'm located. And I sit with lots of natural scientists and then the social science team. So I just want to give a quick nod. Many of you may know Bob Leworthy. He retired a couple months ago and is enjoying retirement slightly north of here in Florida. So it's been me for the past couple months, and we had a new economist join the team last week, and another one joining the team this week. And we'll be responsible for the social science and economics for our system. So together we work with the natural scientists to help inform management and to help provide information to the sites and the sanctuary advisory councils to make decisions about the sanctuaries. And all of this work affects the lives and livelihoods and resource use. So we like to make a distinction where lives are the ways that, that gets at how people use the resource for their enjoyment, right? How does it add to the quality of life? And then livelihoods is how do people use the resource for their livelihood, for their income, to support their family. So the types of work that we do, kind of from a kind of more national perspective, one is condition reports. So I'm going to talk about this a little bit more further along in the presentation, but condition reports traditionally have just looked at the pressures, state, and response. So the pressures on the system or on the sanctuary, the state of the natural resources, and then how do we respond to them. Our next generation of condition reports, we have one soon to be released for Channel Islands, and we're working on Stellwagen Bank National Marine Sanctuary, will now include what we call drivers and ecosystem services. So drivers are what leads to the pressures. So one of the pressures identified in the restoration blueprint, some of you may have had that nice infographic, might be something like marine debris. That may be a pressure. And the drivers, some of those drivers might, behind that pressure might be, say, population growth or increases in visitation. And then marine debris impacts the quality of those ecosystem services. So what are the services that are provided by the natural environment, like recreational fishing, commercial fishing, diving? And then responses, we saw a lot of different responses in the previous presentation by the TDC in terms of some of their marketing and advertising campaigns to address that. I think one was Be Less Plastic, right? And then we also support management plans. So a lot of our social science goes into the management plans and helping to determine different responses and kind of approaches to address concerns or natural resources. We also work to understand the local economies. So we might look at what we call study area profiles, which are what are the kind of demographics of the people who live in a region, what are the main industries supported in the area, what are the imports and exports. Expenditures, so what do people spend when they come to a region? How does that then translate into jobs, income, GDP supported by those activities in the area? And then other types of economic valuations. Maybe we might look at specific industries like just diving or strictly recreational fishing. Understanding human use is another one. So in the past, we've down here, Bob worked on this in the Florida Keys, the Vandenberg, and looking at the impact of that. Some other projects we have underway across the system is we're looking at whale watching specifically in Stellwagen Bank National Marine Sanctuary. And then visitation to the Great Lakes Maritime Heritage Center and their glass bottom boat. How does that contribute to the local economy in terms of jobs, income, GDP, tax revenue, and tax dollars? Attitudes and perceptions. So we look at things like importance and satisfaction of natural resources. So what do people think is important? What are they satisfied with? And the way we use this is it's kind of a relative scale, but we can bin those items that we evaluate then into these 4 different categories based on what the users think is important versus satisfaction. So if someone's highly satisfied with something and they also think it's important, keep up the good work, right? Yay, the sanctuary's doing a good job. Where if maybe people think it's important but they're not satisfied with it, that might be an indication that perhaps we need to concentrate here in terms of trying to improve the way people are satisfied. Or maybe it's more of an educational thing where perhaps from a scientific standpoint, maybe they should be satisfied with the resource, but they don't perhaps know that. And then the value of improvement to resources. So this might be how much are people willing to pay for improvements to different types of resources. And we've done studies like this, Channel Islands, looking at the value of improving or reducing whale strikes and improving different whale populations. Along the Olympic coast, looking at different attributes like tidal pools, crowdedness, water quality, water clarity, the viewscape. And then we also did a project in Puerto Rico, looking at the value of coral reef to users and improvements to corals, such as improvements to stony corals, hard corals, aquarium fish, sports fish, and water quality and water clarity. So how do we do our work? So I mentioned that we essentially have 3 economists now. We also work very closely with different partners. So these are partners we've worked across the system with, so not just here in Florida Keys, but a lot of you guys might know folks from or maybe there's some in the room, from University of Miami, Rasmuth, the Nature Conservancy. We work with the Park Service, and then the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation. And I just want to kind of mention briefly our work and how we do our work. We do have different kind of authorities in the National Marine Sanctuary Act, and we do have requirements under NEPA also. But second to that, then we work closely with the sites and the sanctuary advisory councils to determine our portfolio of socioeconomic work. So some sites or regions actually also have socioeconomic monitoring plans, where we come to the region and we work with the site or the staff to identify different priorities that they have in terms of what kind of socioeconomic work would they like to see, what kind of questions do they want answered, what would you want answered, and then we develop a plan, a research plan for how to accomplish that. So some of the past work in Florida Keys, the 10-year comprehensive study, so this is data was collected in 95, 96, and then 2007, 2008, where it was a very comprehensive look at users and visitors to the region. And it includes things like the important satisfaction, where do people get their information, right, which that could be helpful to the TDC in terms of, we saw all their different, perhaps not all, but a showing of their different types of advertisements. So when people come, where are they getting their information? People who come here and dive, did they see that dive spot? Is that what drove them to come here? So we might ask a question like that.
They did.
They did, yes. So we don't need to ask that question, right? We know. And we also look at expenditures and then jobs, income, GDP, and then the demographics of the users. And then the knowledge, attitudes, and perceptions. So this was done, I think the most recent one, maybe it was 5 or 6 years ago. But it focuses on the knowledge, attitude, perceptions of commercial fishermen, dive operations, and then environmental groups. And then different types of user studies. So when the artificial reef work, and then the spiny lobsters. We've done studies on those in the past. So now, the current work, I picked this picture because it kind of looks like they're chatting, right? And we're chatting. So, the restoration blueprint is the analysis for the DEIS. That includes also demographic profiles. I'm not going to talk too much about this. We're still in the process of finalizing kind of our socioeconomic report that will feed into the restoration blueprint. And I'll also be down here when it's released to give a presentation on that socioeconomic work, but we are working on that. We're also in the process of what we were calling a testing of methods. So we are looking to update that 10-year study that's been done in the past. And we're working with folks at the University of Miami, trying to identify if we can do a new sampling design. So not to get too much into the weeds, but it would essentially eliminate the surveying that we had done at 200 different locations throughout the Keys, if this methodology works, where we're moving to a more online-oriented surveying approach. There's still an aspect where we're here recruiting people into the survey, but it would require less kind of labor hours, which would hopefully help to reduce the cost. The other thing that we're interested in seeing if we can get expenditure estimates and then consequently the economic contributions by the 5 regions in the Keys. So we'll know more about that in the next couple months as we begin to analyze that data that we collected from the surveys that were done towards the end of last year and then in February, March of this year also. So the value of tourism, so how does tourism to the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary support the economy of both Monroe County and Florida? So we're working on this project in cooperation with the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation to try and update the numbers for how does tourism has to support jobs, GDP, and I think you're seeing some of the results if you have that infographic in there, but trying to take data from many different sources and kind of merge it together to be able to estimate the updated economic impact. And then visitation estimation. So this is obviously not Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, but this is a nice graphic because it shows some of the challenges we have in terms of county visitation. We're working with folks from West Virginia University, right? Maybe you're scratching your head, they're pretty landlocked, right? How are they relevant? But they have a lot of expertise when it comes to counting visitation to natural areas. So we're working with them to develop a methodology and a process that can be applied to multiple sanctuaries or spatial zones within sanctuaries to be able to count visitation. So Gray's Reef is one of those spots, and then Florida Keys is the other one. So we'll be down here later this year working to be able to do that in a portion of the Florida Keys. So some of the challenges we have, just to kind of highlight, is that there's not necessarily only gates or roads that lead to the sanctuary. People can essentially come from anywhere and access the sanctuary. There's a diversity of entrance mechanisms. There's temporal variability and seasonal, considerations. And then how do we develop a sampling design to be able to sample users in the future that's kind of cost efficient, right? We could do a census of visitation, right, every year, but, who has that much money, right? So our goal is to be able to count visitation with confidence in a cost-effective manner. And then potential future work. So one of the things we're talking about in terms of this visitation work, can we develop a sampling frame to be able to look at spatial use characterization? So these are some maps from work we had done in Olympic Coast. And I have them up here to kind of show what we're talking about, where we can develop heat maps of use. So can we spatially identify where people are engaged in different activities and then develop these heat maps? So this is for shore-based activities, person days, and then this is watching wildlife from the shoreline. And then what we can do with these kind of spatial maps is then overlay them with different geographical or habitat maps to look at where are the spatial uses happening, are they happening in sensitive habitat, things like that. And we can also look at we can also overlay them to look at how different activities co-occur from the human side of things. Willingness to pay is another one. So I briefly mentioned that we had done some work in Puerto Rico. These pictures here show what respondents were presented. So there were words and descriptions that went along with these examples. But we also developed illustrations to talk about how the improvements would look in terms of improving corals from low, medium to high condition, to estimate what people will be willing to pay for various improvements to different attributes of the reef. The condition reports, so again, this is the DIPSR. It used to be the pressure state response, but now we have those drivers and ecosystem services. These are the different ecosystem services that are relevant in terms of across the sanctuary system. So when we begin to work on the next condition report down here, we would work with the site to identify the relevant ecosystem services, and that's what we would work to evaluate in terms of identifying the status and trend of the services. And then also potentially evaluation and the impact of different programs down here in the Keys, such as Blue Star or potentially citizen science programs. So I wanted to leave plenty of time for discussion with the Sanctuary Advisory Council. Most of our socioeconomic work is driven by what the site and the Sanctuary Advisory Councils think are important. We like to work with the community, so wanted to leave time for that at the end. So I'll let Beth, I guess.
Thank you, Danielle. Absolutely. Does anybody have any questions? So I have a question.
Okay.
So when do you think this new report will be available?
Which report?
Well, I remember, I guess it was 10 years ago, and I think you worked in conjunction with the Tourist Development Council back then, and there was the Socio-Economic impact.
Yeah, so we're working on kind of the scoping for that updated 10-year study. We don't really have a time frame. It's going to depend on, we have to work with different partners. So the last study was, we worked with and had some funding from the TDC, the Nature Conservancy, University of Massachusetts, and some other universities. So it would take some time to pull that together, but we are looking at kind of updating that work. We recognize in talking with Sarah that it is a need.
Anybody else? Any questions? Well, Danielle, thank you very much. We're looking forward to your return. All right, guys, so we're a little bit behind on schedule. We're just going to take a 10-minute break instead of a 15. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I just wanted to quickly go over our report for this quarter. We just, FWC just finished a review with Florida Keys, the National Marine Sanctuary, National Marine Fisheries, Department of Law Enforcement, Division of Law Enforcement. We did well. There's some things we need to improve on, and they let us know about those, but fortunately those are outside of my perspective. Those are administrative things. We need to submit our bills a little more frequently. We need to make sure our policies and procedures on JEA are updated. Let me tell you what JEA is. JEA is Joint Enforcement Agreement. National Marine Fisheries, FWC, we work together to get the most effective enforcement we can while we're out on the water. We're deputized federally, FWC is, although we're a state agency, we're deputized federally. When we're patrolling federal waters or National Marine Sanctuary waters, we'll go out there, we'll make a case, and we turn that case packet over to Kenny, and Kenny will work through that and be issuing the proper citations based on the reports that we give them. Same thing happens in federal waters when we're out in the Tortugas or further out doing fisheries. That portion of JEA, the marine fisheries portion of JEA, we'll put our case packets together. Oftentimes we have to go back and forth and decide whether we're going to charge somebody via state or whether we're going to go civilly through the feds or criminally through the feds. So there's different things that we do. And that deputization that we have and that relationship we have is vital to our enforcement efforts. If we weren't deputized, stopping at that federal line is very ineffective for us, since many of our fishermen are way out in federal waters and those violations are committed we need to be able to address. So we're continuing to work on that relationship, making sure we keep pushing that further. And those reviews that they did, we sat and talked about operations. I'm going to talk about the good part now. I mentioned we're late on our bills. We don't have our SOPs updated on some things. Our part was hailed quite a bit. The National Marine Fisheries, the auditors, Lieutenant Joe Scarpa, went out with our officers, watched them on patrols, watched what we do. And the good thing that they found, and I was very pleased to see this, is we're not taking credit for everything we do. And I've told you that before in other meetings. There's a lot of enforcement that we do that we just can't quantify sometimes. It's very difficult. When we're heading up and down Hawks Channel, if we're not right in the sanctuary, we're not taking credit for it. But every time we see a boat coming in from federal waters into Hawks Channel, or we go by one of the spas, we're stopping, we're looking, we're watching what's going on, and if we see something, we handle it. So you're getting enforcement federally that we just don't take credit for. Each year we receive a sum of approximately $300,000, which covers a specific amount of hours. We achieved our hours federally, but I want to keep pushing the fact that when we are out there, we don't turn a blind eye to something federally and say, okay, I got my state hat on, I'm just going to work state enforcement right now. That's unwise, that's foolish, that doesn't happen. So we try to be well-rounded, and I think we got a great review operationally on how we did for that. So, now I want to talk about some other things that affect the sanctuary a bit. Very, very busy time of year, summertime, everybody's diving in the spas, and everything happening along the shoreline affects the National Marine Sanctuary. We have a meeting coming up on Friday. Sheriff Rick Ramsey and I, DOT, DEP, Environmental, DEP State Parks. I believe Michelle Colgarn, you're going to be there with the commission. So there's going to be a lot of representatives there. We're going to be talking about Indian Key fill. And as you've seen on Facebook, you've heard some issues going on there. We're going to try and resolve some of the problems. And some of those problems are going to be actually not too difficult, a bit expensive, because the problem is you can't pack so many people into such a small area, pushing them down in the mangroves, crowding the boat ramps, parking along the highway. So some of those things can be resolved. It will require ideas such as more signage, which many people don't want. We don't want more signage, but you have to have it if you want enforcement. You can't give people citations when they are unaware of what the rules and regulations are. That's unethical and it's illegal. So we need to make sure that we are putting proper signage, spacing things out. There's a number of different areas. And when you've got 3 different agencies working together, DEP, 2 divisions of DEP, DOT, FHP, MCSO, and FWC. Yeah, try and coordinate all that.
A lot of alphabet.
Yeah, there's too many alphabets in that soup, and it's difficult because each one says, I'm only doing this. So we're going to work together and try and help out the Indian Key Field problem. But the reason I bring that up is because that's not just Indian Key Field. We've all seen all the way down people packed into every gap and every mangrove. People packed into, and it really goes down as far as Marathon. It doesn't seem to get much below Marathon right now that we pick up that large group of users. But there's so much trash going in the water. It was so good to see the presentations here, and I love the idea that people are working on those problems. But it's always a matter of what Andy and I talk about, see something, say something. It was a very, very busy weekend, and we get a few phone calls. But I ask you to be patient with us and continue to call, continue to urge your friends to call. I like to monitor people once in a while, and I like to ask them, do you have the phone number for FWC? How many people have the phone number for FWC in their phone right now? Raise your hand. There's a lot of people who don't have the phone number for FWC right now. And it's so
I call you, Dave.
That you call. Andy called me. He called me in his sleep at night. I was like, Andy, you're sleepwalking again. Hang up. You don't want to talk to me right now. He always does it. 3 o'clock in the morning. Andy, are you ready? Wake up, wake up. Anyway, my point being, we have to get the message out to all of our user groups. I will call FWC. Here's the number for FWC. Here's the number for the Coast Guard. Here's the number for the Sheriff's Office. We need enforcement actions, and enforcement actions don't always mean making arrests. Most of the time, 95% of our job is education. And I am able to do a little better job on education sometimes than you are, because you guys try and be nice about it. Listen, those fish are undersized, and then they gesture toward you and say, thank you so much. Thank you so much for teaching me about undersized fish. I'm going to keep them anywhere, and I don't care what you say. But it doesn't happen that way when I come up. Or when Sheriff's Office show up, or when Coast Guard shows up. They don't get that same reaction. They're much more cooperative. And so a little education goes a long way, and that's what we need your help with. We need to know what's going on, when it's going on, so we can respond in a timely manner and deal with some of those things. So, the overall report was very positive. For the quarter, the guys have been out of the Tortugas. We've been hitting the sanctuary. We made our hours. July's coming up. We've got overtime back. Monroe County used more overtime than we've ever used before. I think we had 3,500, 4,000 hours of overtime that FWC used in Monroe County. We are putting as much time in the water and up and down the highways and everywhere else we can in order to protect the environment and protect the species and do the job we're supposed to do. We are putting in as much as we can. I continue this body to continue to urge and contact your representatives and let them know that we still seem to be a little short-handed. I need the help with that. I'm always going to ask that until I get 60 officers down here instead of 30 in operations. I'm going to ask you to continue to push for that if you feel it's necessary. And that's it for today. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Is there a question? Yes.
What time is it?
Okay. Yes.
When and where is that Friday meeting?
It's in my calendar. When Thursday gets here, I'll look at it and I'll find out and tell you, but I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm serious, I just don't remember because I don't think it was an open public meeting. It was just a matter of all of us getting together and brainstorming and trying to put the idea together. Now, tonight at the Village, if I'm not mistaken, that is an open meeting and they'll be there airing a lot of their grievances and problems and issues that they have and things they've seen, and they'll be bringing those to the council and to the Sheriff's Office. I didn't get invited, thank goodness. So they'll be there talking to that, and those representatives, Captain Corey, and the representatives from the city will bring that to the meeting on Friday. But it really is, it's how we can fix what we already know exists. I doubt that there's many issues that we'd be able to come forward and say, but did you know that, yes, they're destroying mangroves, and yes, there's trash in the water, and yes, there's illegal fishing, and a number of things like that. It would be surprising if you were able to tell us something we didn't already know. What we need to do as a body is figure out, all right guys, what can DOT do? What can FWC do? And what will we do to get this taken care of? And I think we've got so many answers and we've had a great deal of input. And now we're just coming together to make sure something happens instead of just saying, yeah, we'll get to it. So, thanks.
Any other questions?
Yeah, one.
One down here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I guess this is for John, and with regards to something that Captain Dupree mentioned. You had mentioned earlier today about that you got some extra money.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Yes. Remember that? Remember that?
He's like, I don't.
So my question is that extra money, is that possible that might help provide some additional law enforcement for the Florida Keys National Sanctuary?
I think my microphone's broken. Sorry, Eddie. Yeah.
Well, just had to ask the question, you know.
No, great question, Andy. You know, so the way the whole financing for law enforcement has really shifted, and I'm not looking to kick the the can over to Kenny or OLE, but Kenny's boss, Jim Landon, and I have been working together to make sure that sanctuaries enforcement across the system, particularly here in the Florida Keys, is handled appropriately and resourced appropriately. So we've been passing money from our budget to OLE's budget to cover that. So we used to, back in the day, we used to fund Captain Dupree and FWC directly. We no longer do that. We pass the money through Office of Law Enforcement. And so, I mean, that's something that certainly, Jim Landon is my counterpart with OLE. It's certainly something that he and I will talk about, and we talk about it every year. In fact, next week, he and I are going to be out in Santa Barbara having a sort of an annual discussion about what the resource requirements are. And by the way, on the funding thing, it's not money in the bank quite yet, unfortunately. Okay. I mean, that's where the budget is headed for FY20, but we won't know for sure what we get, for another few months, several months. I don't know if you want to add anything.
We just had some recent hires, but none over here. But I know that we're on the table. We're being looked at very closely to add FTEs and stuff like that because of the need. My ASAC has already told me he's got everything from North Carolina down, and he says that my caseload's 10 times greater than the next agent that he has. So, I mean, they're well aware that this is one of the greatest, challenges that OLE has to deal with. So.
Yeah, just one quick comment, and I understand what Kenny's saying, and there's no buts about that. As long as there's law enforcement here, I don't care. It doesn't have to be FWC. I mean, while I will always be a proponent for FWC, if Kenny and 6 others like him are down here, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. That means that they can help cover some of the sanctuary stuff, and FWC could do more whatever they're going to do elsewhere. I don't care how we divide the mission, so that's a good answer.
We might as well go ahead and, I mean, I was going to leave that or whatever, but we're actually looking at doing pulse operations here this summer. We're bringing in, you can talk about it a little bit later, but or now if you want, but we're doing a big pulse op with our EOs. We have our EO program has grown throughout the Southeast, and we've...
What does that mean?
Enforcement officers, sorry.
Oh, thank you.
Enforcement officers, that's what Mitchell is, and then the agents, I do the investigation. So,
and what is a pulse operation?
Pulse operation is where we're going to bring agents around from all the Southeast to hit a need that we think is something, and we're going to be doing lobster mini season when we have the most people and the most concentration of folks, and we're going to be assisting, FWC, Coast Guard, and we're going to be focusing mainly, not really on lobster, but on the sanctuary, all of the closed areas and the resources. So maybe some patrols in the backwater for casitas, and definitely going all the way to the Tortugas and the fishing incursions that are illegal. So, and out of that, how many people and boats do you think we have coming down for that?
We've got about 15 enforcement officers, a couple special agents. I know we're bringing down 2 40-foot metal sharks. One's going to be in Key Largo, one's going to be in Key West. We're going to work all the way from Key West to at least Tail and Bowie. If we can make it to Tortugas, we will. Being I'm the only uniformed officer for NOAA in the state of Florida, minus Panama City, this is what we have to deal with, is bringing extra help down to help us now until possibly funding for new positions to open up, and they're seeing how busy we are. We have a lot of water to cover. I'm not sure the estimated amount of people this year for boats and tourists, but what was the last couple of years ago, it was 80,000 people, 50,000 boats or something like that.
Yeah,
So,
70,000 to 80,000 people and another 30,000 boats, something like that. Yeah.
so doing this, it'll at least take a little bit of weight off of FWC shoulders, let kind of freeze people be able to focus on their fisheries. Obviously, they're responding to calls nonstop, and we will be able to focus specifically on the sanctuary and spas and closed areas.
Thank you very much. Captain, again, thank you. Absolutely. We're going to keep moving on. We've got a tight schedule here. Our next presentations provide updated information about human activities and environmental conditions. Chris Kelble? Kelble, thank you. Sorry about that. He's from NOAA's Atmospheric and Oceanographic Meteorological Laboratory in Miami. He's leading a project to develop an integrated ecosystem assessment of the Florida Keys, and will share a bit about that project with us. Chris, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you all very much. Is this working okay? Yep. Okay, so and I would say if you guys have any questions as we go along, or anybody in the SAC wants to speak up, we don't have to hold them to the end, because better if this is more kind of conversational. We're going to go through a bunch of stuff. Starting with, I want to introduce what an integrated ecosystem assessment is, and then kind of what we've done in the Florida Keys so far, which is focusing on indicators. And I'm going to talk a lot about the human use changes, because that'll lead right into Andy's presentation on the resource changes. So, what integrated ecosystem assessment is kind of NOAA's program to do the science and synthesize the science in a way that makes it useful for ecosystem-based management. Ecosystem-based management for the folks here is pretty much what the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary is. Instead of focusing on a single resource like a fishery population, you're looking at the system as a whole entity, how it functions together, how it works together, and how it produces the diversity of services that Danielle was talking about earlier. So a little bit of the details of it, it's about a 5 to 6 step process. You start out with defining your goals, which you guys kind of in the sanctuary are laid out in the sanctuary designation and some of the other plans that have come out since in the management plans. You're developing indicators and assessing the ecosystem using those indicators. Then you do an uncertainty and risk analysis, and you look at what's at high risk to go into an undesirable state, and then you kind of evaluate what strategies or scenarios you might use to lower the risk on the things that you want to lower, and then you kind of repeat the process all over again. So it's iterative. We have this program as a national program throughout all of NOAA. And we have a Gulf of Mexico integrated system assessment, which is what I've been leading with some other colleagues, and kind of what this effort is a natural extension of. And that is the Gulf of Mexico IA. So we're working throughout the Gulf of Mexico right now. We've developed ecosystem status reports, which are kind of akin to the condition reports that the sanctuary puts out. We've done these in 2013 and 2016 for the entire Gulf of Mexico. And we look at the ecosystem considering all these components from, this is kind of the social side of the system where you have social drivers of change like population, tourism, economic patterns. You even have social systems like local laws, policies, governance systems. Human well-being is something that we work on a little bit, that some of our colleagues in NOAA have focused on quite a bit, which is just looking at how kind of the well-being of the human population is. And then the activities which then are done by the humans that translate into changes in the ecological system here, and this feeds back as well. So we're looking at the system as a whole, not just the things in the water, but how it affects the humans, how it affects the economy, how it affects society, and the kind of trade-offs there. I put the website up here. I know you probably can't read it too much, but if you just go to integratedecosystemassessment.noaa.gov, that's the main landing page, and then you can look for the Gulf of Mexico one and find out more information. We kind of have 3 focal areas, one of which is the mid-Barataria sediment diversions, which is up here where they're trying to divert sediment from the Mississippi River to stem land loss. The other one is working with local fishing communities on the west coast of Florida to make them more resilient to red tides and other harmful algal bloom impacts. And then the Florida Keys effort that we're going to be talking about today is in third. So to make this a little bit more digestible, kind of what we're doing is we start out with these scoping efforts to frame what the issues are that you're facing in the ecosystem. You develop your indicators and you put out reports where you look at what are the status and trends, and that's what I'm going to be showing you guys today for the human activities in the Florida Keys. And then once you know the status and trends, you're saying how vulnerable is this ecosystem? How likely is it to go into, have high risk of going into a state that we do not want it to get into, whether that's a decreased economy, a decreased ecology, whatever it might be. And then what do you do about it? If it is at risk, how do you start to reduce those risks? And then you do it all over again after you've done that, either on a similar type of problem, a similar system, or just making sure that you evaluate whether the advice you gave was correct. So we kind of had the IEA program. It's been going on for a decade. We just had our 10th anniversary meeting. Started out mostly informing fisheries management councils, things like that. And we were getting a bit of traction with them, but we had a meeting where Mitchell Tard came and a few other folks from the sanctuaries, and we were talking about what we were doing. And they brought up that after their 2009 condition report, specifically in Channel Islands and Monterey Bay, they had some criticism about needing more transparency and needing to bring more quantitative indicators into the process rather than just being expert opinion driven. So we started working together and saying, okay, well, this is something that we do with our ecosystem status reports. We can help you guys to develop the indicators to start thinking about how to make these more quantitative. And we started to do that first in Monterey Bay and Channel Islands. As Danielle referred to, the Monterey Bay condition report's kind of getting finalized, and I believe the Channel Islands one's about in the same stage. They're almost done. And then we've expanded. We're working in Stellwagen, the Florida Keys, and just started our effort at Olympic Coast. We started in the Florida Keys a little bit less than a year ago, so this is just a very new effort on our part. But yeah, I wanted to show you guys that it's not just here. We're working throughout the sanctuary system in the U.S. What we're doing here is, I mentioned, we're really focusing on how to assess the status of the system. So what indicators would we use for the condition reports, obtaining those data sets and starting to analyze them, and then that's going to lead naturally into the risk assessment process. One of the big things we started out here, so I've been involved in Everglades restoration as well, and been through the indicator selection process there, and the fights and everything else, and John's smiling because he went through all of it with me. So one of the things I wanted to do was let's get a process down for selecting our indicators that's kind of agreed upon ahead of time, that's vetted, so it's not so kind of ad hoc. So what we've developed with this process is we start out with the group developing the indicator criteria and identifying experts. And then we had this expert opinion workshop back in September at the sanctuary offices in Key Largo, where we really got everybody to look at the indicator criteria we developed and agree upon them, identify what potential indicators there might be, along with what data sources we have for those indicators, and propose missing indicators. What this means is indicators that we think, things that we know that might be good indicators for the system, but that we don't currently have data. So kind of highlighting the gaps where we need to start collecting data for what we think are ideal indicators. I think for those down here, one of the biggest ones is with eutrophication, so adding extra nutrients. A lot of what we use there is chlorophyll A. I mean, we report on that in Everglades, but what's really better, and that's just bulk estimate of how much phytoplankton's in the water, what's really better is knowing what species that's composed of, because there are certain species that are good for the environment and certain species that are bad for the environment, but it's one we don't have a ton of data with yet. So after we had this expert opinion workshop, we have these decision criteria matrices where we basically have these criteria lined up, and I'll show you what those are next. And we asked the experts to score each indicator based on how well it fits those criteria. And what that lets you do is you take all the expert scores and you can come up with what are the top 3 to 5 indicators for each question. So underneath each category, what are kind of the top 3 to 5 indicators for that category. And that way, if you have like an overwhelming, I mean, we've all been in group settings where you have that overwhelming dominant voice, and that tends to drive the conversation. What this prevents is having that happen, because everybody scores those individually. You collate the scores and you average them out. So everybody's opinion is equal that you ask to score the indicators. And then we went back with the sanctuary staff, with Beth and Andy, and went over the indicators and made sure that they thought that they were meeting their needs. And I think Kathy Broughton was in that discussion as well. So I just wanted to show you the criteria that we used. The first being long-term data availability. This is kind of a screening criteria. If we don't have data on the indicator, it's really not that useful to us other than to highlight data gaps. So if it doesn't meet that, that's kind of a drop-off. And then importance to ecosystem and culture. So this means things like keystone species, species that play an important role in the ecosystem, but also things that are like iconic to the Florida Keys, like turtles, the corals, obviously. So even if it doesn't necessarily have that key ecosystem function, it's so key to the culture that you want to make sure it's captured. Responsiveness to environment. So you want your indicators, obviously, to change as the environment change. Measurableness. This is just making sure we have something that's quantitative, not just, sometimes you'll get to the data, especially when you get on the human activity side, and it's not all that useful. Actually, one of the ones I'm going to point out is recreational fishing, where we have data that's pretty much statewide, and we need stuff that's more located within the Keys, and what can we get at for that. And then relevance to sanctuary condition report questions. The idea is that these indicators would inform, not only tell you the status of the sanctuary now, but help to inform that next condition report process whenever it gets started. And then, of course, the last one is responsiveness to management. So ultimately, you're going to use these indicators to show how management's able to affect change in the system, so you need to make sure that you're actually going to be able to show that. I wanted to spend a second, and you know, I think these will all be available online, right, Beth? So when you go home, you can look through this. We scored all the potential indicators, so if you have something that's missing up here and you have a question why, you can email us and we will let you know where it's scored out and make sure. I can guarantee you, if you're thinking of it, we've probably considered it and it probably has a score associated with it, and we can tell you why it dropped off. But just wanted to go through. So sanctuary waters, I'll walk through these real quickly because I know the screen back there is real tiny. We have inorganic nitrogen and phosphorus, so your nutrients. Phytoplankton taxonomy, so your species composition, dissolved oxygen, the phytoplankton biomass, chlorophyll levels on the reef tract, spatial coverage of blooms, especially cyanobacteria blooms, and then fecal indicators in sanctuary beaches and waters. And that's what I'm actually going to show you today. And then for key species living resources, and Andy's going to be presenting on these quite a bit after me, we have coral colony counts, and then a few particular species, Orbicella, Matastria, Acropora palmata, and brain corals, and their presence and abundance. Change in abundance of yellowtail and hogfish. Lionfish change in relative abundance and biomass, and that's of course key invasive. Change in abundance of red and black grouper, and then biodiversity index for fish species presence and absence. On habitat, we then get to, so the keys are a little bit interesting because you have coral and living resources and also bit and habitat. So we have calcification rates for the coral, so how quickly are they growing? The living tissue index, so how much of the coral that we see out there is alive, as well as the diversity of the coral species. Mangrove spatial coverage, macroalgae and seagrass species composition and abundance, as well as extent and distribution of the seagrass beds. Changes in sponge and gorgonian abundance, and the macroalgae species composition and abundance. Now, ecosystem services, and Danielle mentioned these, this is something that we just kind of dove into on this process. I think we were actually the guinea pigs on how do we develop indicators for ecosystem services. So some of the things we looked at are recreational fishing licenses in state and out of state, commercial landings of fishery species, mangroves and reef structure. So that gets to one of the key roles many of you know who live in the Keys, storm mitigation due to the reefs being there, the mangroves being there, and what kind of role that provides. Housing disruption, and then the total tourism value for the ecosystem. Then the other two, and I'm going to be presenting on these today, the human activities, we have tourism population trends, resident population trends, number of wastewater management actions implemented. In this case, we used housing units connected to the sewer system. Number of recreational commercial vessels by registration, number of commercial fishing trip tickets, total landings of identified economically important species, recreational fishing effort, ideally gotten from creel surveys, number of recreational fishing licenses per year, and then changes in land use. Under the maritime archaeological resources, we have number of resources cataloged by NRHP standards. And
National Register of Historic Places.
Thank you, Kelly. And number of resources listed in that National Register, and how many of the marine archaeological sites have been interpreted for public education and outreach, so how many of them are actually more fully able to be investigated. Level of attendance and participation of stewardship outreach events, and number of potential resources identified from the historic record. So these are the kind of overall, all of the indicators we would use to inform the condition reports, broken down by the categories in the condition reports. So now, these are the human activity indicators, again, just to remind you, and we're going to go through these one by one. I'm going to show you what we have and the data there, and then summarize kind of what we're seeing as far as human activities in the Keys currently. What I'm highlighting here, this is the whole period of record. This is Monroe County resident population. What I show in the lighter blue box is the past 20 years, and in the darker blue box I tried to highlight the past 5 years. So you see overall, obviously a rapid increase in population, well not rapid, but since 1830 the population has increased pretty dramatically until you get into the 1980, and then it kind of has been leveled off since then. Tourist visitation slightly different. This goes back to 1984, and you see it kind of slowly climbing, and then a big increase here, and kind of leveling off in 2018. That might be due to Irma or something, but you can see this over the past 20 years, it's really increased pretty substantially. And this is, I should have showed, this is from the tourist tax revenue that we heard about in the first presentation. So this doesn't include things like the tourists from Miami. All the folks that come down here and drive back up all on the same day don't get counted in this. So there's probably actually a lot more tourists coming down here. And as you guys were just talking about how many tourists you have, I mean, this is by year, but you're talking about over 300 and
That's the revenue.
3.5 million in revenue. So we'd have to break it down how you can get the number of people. But it's substantial. There's a lot of people coming in. And this is the cruise ship passengers in Key West. This only goes back to 1997, but you can see it's been pretty steady, but pretty high, 800,000 or so per year. Went through like 3 of them. Land use, land change. So this is data that's collected every 10 years or so by NOAA. We just looked at the period of 1996 to 2010 because we don't have any more recent data. And what we saw is of the area, and this is the entire area that they count because they break it up into regions themselves. So most of the development that's going on obviously is going to be in the Keys because this is all Everglades National Park here. But there was a 5.7% increase in developed land and a 6.3% increase in impervious surface. So you do see increased developed land going on. Not a huge bit, but that's only over 14 years, a 5 to 6% increase. This is boaters in the Florida Keys, and this one's kind of interesting. This is just total registered vessels in Monroe County. So this does, again, people coming from Miami trailing their boats down, this isn't counted from in that. So we try to do the best we can, but there's always little caveats about how we know we can get better. We just need to be able to find the data to make it happen. But what's interesting here, I thought, is you can really see the impact of the 2008-9 economic recession. Really dropped it down, but we're back to the levels we were pre-recession for at least boat registration in the Keys. This is the sewer percentage of equivalent dwelling units connected to the wastewater system in the Florida Keys. So you can see this goes back to 2009. Obviously with what's gone on down here, it's rapidly increased to over 90% now being connected. So we now have pretty large percentage of the residents on sewer system. This is total commercial fishing trips for all the Keys from 1998 to 2019. Kind of depends where you start, because there's a big discrepancy here from 98 to 99 for some reason. But anyway, if you start at 99, you might have like a slow kind of general trend downward. And this is just the total trips, so any type of commercial fishing trip. But over the past 5 years, it's been relatively stable. Now, in addition to that, we broke this out because if you remember from the indicators, there was about a lot of mention of, for human activities, the economically important species, both how much effort's being put into catching them and how much of that revenue is being generated for human activities as well as ecosystem services. So we bogged this out for the grouper, snapper, stone crab, lobster, shrimp, dolphin, and mackerel. I'm just going to show the top 4 here. So what is interesting, we see number of commercial grouper trips since '98 have really declined significantly, from up around 7,000, 5,000, all the way down to less than 2 in recent years. And of course, correspondingly, the pounds of grouper landed in Monroe County has decreased substantially as well. Snapper, I'm sorry, this one got inversed, so I meant to switch it. The pounds of snapper landed has, if anything, maybe slightly increased over the past 20 years with variability, but not much significant change in the past 5. But the number of trips has dropped substantially. So there's less commercial trips, but the amount of snapper being landed is about the same. Lobster trips, it's maybe decreased slightly, but stayed more steady than either snapper or grouper did. And the landings have just been kind of variable about the steady constant mean there. Stone crabs, again, you might have a little decrease here and then a little bump back up. And the landings may follow that trend pretty closely. Nothing incredibly substantial there. So the last one I wanted to show was fecal indicators on beaches. So we chose to really focus on the advisories, but this is also showing the number of moderate and poor counts at the various beaches. This one's Upper Keys, so broken down to Upper, Middle, and Lower Keys. And you see in recent years, even with Irma, where you typically expect a spike in actually beach closures during hurricanes because it kind of stirs everything up, and a lot of times these fecal indicators will actually be on the sediment, so when you get a hurricane or something like that, it'll transport them up on the beaches. But over recent years, it's been pretty low in the Upper Keys. Similarly, in the Middle Keys over the past even 10 years or so, it's been pretty low. There was more kind of advisories issued in the mid-2000s. And Lower Keys, you see a similar type of trend with higher advisories being issued in the mid-2000s and kind of lower in recent years. So just in summary, I wanted to show you, so what we're seeing, and I kind of am highlighting whether the trend's going up or down on the 20-year time frame and the short-term trend. So, and then what I did was very, very roughly, this is very preliminary, just in red boxes put the things that would be putting kind of more pressure or stress on the ecology of the system. So what's important to see here is that resident population going up and tourist visitation going up, that might be stressing the ecology, especially the tourist visitation, but it might be good for the economy. So there's always these trade-offs that you have to think about when you're thinking about this. So don't really want to designate something as bad or poor. It's just what's happening, and it's up to others to determine whether that's what we want to have happening or not. So you see this kind of slow increase in population, increase in tourist visitation, increase in developed and impervious service in the Keys, an increase in boating in the past 5 years, but when you look at the longer record, you don't see it because of that recession effect. More wastewater connections, so obviously that's, I think, a good thing on all accounts. Commercial fishing trips overall have very little trend, but when you look at these trips in particular, and in some cases the landings of some of the 4 most important species, you do see general decreases on the long term. And the good news is fecal indicators, I marked it as no just because there's a lot of variability in there, but they seem to be doing pretty well. And one of the things we really need more help on is, anybody here knows good recreational fishing data specific to Monroe County or the Florida Keys? We are desperate to find that in any way or shape or form, because we were hoping that we could at least get to like recreational vessels versus commercial vessels, but the problem is the way the vessel registration works, it's by size. So we can't say that person's recreational fishing if it's a pleasure yacht, and there's no way to tell whether it's a pleasure yacht or a recreational fishing boat. So anybody has worked with that data, has any idea about that, please let us know. And this is just showing what's going on with the human activities. We're going to develop the same type of analysis for all the other categories that we showed. We just wanted to show you the human activities as a starter. And with that, I think any questions you may have. And I want to acknowledge lots of folks. Kelly's in the room. She collated a lot of the data. Beth has been integral in getting this project going, as has Andy Bruckner, and Charlene Quinay in the back has been critical to the success as well.
Thank you, Chris. Does anybody have any questions? Wait for it like this.
Getting back to your cruise ship tours that come through, especially in the Key West, every once in a while you see these videos on Facebook or that are circulating around with a cruise ship dumping garbage over the back. Do you monitor that, or do you know how they handle their waste management on board? Have you noticed any more repercussions in the local waters down there with the cruise ships coming in and out?
We have not looked at that. I certainly don't have anything to do with monitoring or managing how the cruise ships dispose of their waste. I know there's Coast Guard regulations that govern that I don't know what they are. But it is something that when we look at the sanctuary water data, we could look specifically for that. It's a tough thing of scale. I mean, if you have a particular concern like that, you want to design an observational program that would target that versus what we're looking at is kind of the broad scale. What do we have for the Keys overall? So it'd be a little bit tough to do that.
Chris?
Hey Chris, thanks. This is really interesting. I'd love to see, the throughput from past projects into this.
Yeah.
One indicator, the wastewater hookups, I just wondered how you, because we're kind of at the end of that process, so I wouldn't expect to see a lot of change between now and 10 years from now or 20 years from now. So how do you, it's a different kind of indicator. Just what are your thoughts about how that factors in?
Yeah, it is a different kind of indicator. I think one of the things I'd like to see, and I know there's been a little bit of analysis down here on it, is to me, well, we won't, ideally we'll see 100% hookup and then that'll level off, so it makes it not a good indicator. What we should see over time is that the response in the system, so decreasing nitrogen, phosphorus, less closure of advisories due to people indicators. I'm hoping we'll be able to see a signal on those things that shows a decline after we've got it. I mean, responding to getting all these people hooked up to sewer. Yeah, that's right. You guys did it, right? So, yeah.
As the population continues to change, and the number of, just adding a note that as the population continues to change, and obviously the number of EDUs changes, we can track the percent of connections that way, and make sure that it is as near 100% as possible, because obviously the population and the percentage is constantly changing. But being able to track the nutrients from there will be the next step.
Any other questions for Chris?
I do.
Oh, yeah, Joe.
Hi, great presentation. I think what I see, and that maybe bring your attention to, is that we get a lot of attention to the coral and the turtles, which is right. They're iconic species down here. But, and I'm not sure if it works the same way in Key Largo, but where the Gulf of Mexico meets the northern edge of the sanctuary, that habitat has disappeared since I've been here. And it's disappearing in the bottom out there when we go out and we dive those wrecks from World War II. The bottom composition is more like, it's hard to tell where the water stops and the bottom starts. Very, very fine sediment that if it's agitated, it goes up into the water column and doesn't come down. We see it coming out over the Keys, especially in the north wind with an outgoing tide. And I see what I think is, as it slowly settles out, it covers the corals and blocks the light. And I wonder, I don't know, that's traditional shrimping ground, I don't know it's from that, if it's from some kind of algal growth. You don't see algae on the bottom, you just see this white, it's more like smoke than it is sand. And I wonder if that's something, as we evaluate our system, should we be looking at that? Because I believe it's impacting the ability of the coral to grow from blocking the light.
And you're talking about that area was historically kind of hard bottom with gorgonians?
Well, there's areas left that are hard bottom, right?
Yeah.
Around Smith Shoals, around some of the historic shipwrecks, close up above the lakes. There's gorgonians. It's hard bottom, but there were hard corals, not a lot of it.
Okay.
But it wasn't primordial ooze, which is about what's left out there, right? And I have not seen any examination of that, and I believe it's impacting all the more famous and rock star stuff on the south of the Keep.
Thank you for bringing
for the last, I've been diving out there 30 years, it's getting worse.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to you some more about what exactly was there before to see if we have it captured. One of the things I have seen, and most of it was in relation to Hurricane Irma, was there was a lot of, you can see a lot of the sediment plumes via satellite.
Yeah, decades before Irma.
Yeah, so you can see those sediment plumes with after Irma going through 7 Mile Bridge and then out over the reef track. So it'd be good to, I can talk to some folks and see if they've looked at it, because remote sensing is probably the best way to do it, I would think, with satellites.
Yeah, I just think it should be included, or at least looked at.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. There are other factors too, that all this unprecedented amount of sargassum that we've seen, last year and a half or so. But the one focus that I would like for you to see if you can give some sort of shed some light on Read a story a couple days ago, I believe in the Miami Herald, about this dead zone coming out of the Mississippi and how it potentially might increase the frequency of red tide again in the Gulf of Mexico. And I'm just curious whether you have any comment on that, and also what kind of impact that may or may not have on the sanctuary.
Yeah, so my comment on that is I'm not aware of a mechanism that would connect the dead zone off of Louisiana to the west coast of Florida in particular. In fact, when we had the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, they referred to that area, kind of where the red tide is, as a shadow zone, because it's really not physically connected to that northern part of the Gulf very well at all. Now, on the other hand, the word of caution I would say is what we saw last year when we had the big red tide on the west coast of Florida. We ran a cruise out there, and there was a big hypoxic zone there as well, big dead zone out there. It did extend south beyond about Marco Island, but it is something to keep an eye on. And although it's geographically there, it does affect things like when we're talking about stone crabs being sustainable. Right. The stone crab catch last year was really quite low in those areas because of that. So, yeah.
Ben, you have a question?
Yeah, couple. I'll try and kind of compile them all together. Just looking at this summary that you have here, is the reason that you didn't have a down arrow and green trend on fecal indicators because of the Irma spike that you had? Because it really appeared that everything was going in that direction.
Yeah, it is. Actually, we were going to rerun the statistics a little bit just on the advisories, but it is, you can see it, and part of it is long term. If you go back to here, the peak tends to be
in the mid-2000s.
It's in the mid-2000s,
okay.
so kind of.
Can you go back to your summary page?
Yeah.
So do you look at the commercial grouper trips, snapper, lobster? Everything is in a downtrend. So the trips are in a downtrend and the landings are in a downtrend. Do you look at a couple of indicators that are in there as commercial grouper season's closed now for 4 months, whereas it wasn't 20 years ago? Is it proportional? You look into that kind of stuff, and then like commercial lobster landings, trips are down, landings are the same, but in the last 30 years they've reduced traps by 50%, so that would make sense to have less gear to haul, but they're catching the same amount of lobster.
Yeah, no, those are all things that kind of we want to look at the next step, and things that, while it's really good to talk to groups like this so we can get that local knowledge of what's changed, because a lot of that could be, I was actually talking to somebody smart, it could be regulation changes, it could be things like the fishing community in the Keys isn't as big as it used to be too, because they're getting squeezed a little bit. Yeah. So we want to take all those things into account, and we can kind of try to test them. Like you said, we can look and see when they change the close season, does it show us the same change in effort around that time?
Susie?
Yeah, to go along with your lack of recreational fishing data, I think also it's concerning to me that we really don't have information on the day tripper use, tourism use, especially seasonally, especially in the upper regions of the Keys. And I think, you know, when you get some way to tabulate that and that impact that you might have the recreational, a lot of the recreation, because they're coming down and they're going back. And that's a huge impact, and it's not adding too much to our economy. So do you have a strategy, or what's going to happen? How are we going to get that?
Mitchell. Is that one of the things that West Virginia is going to be tackling? Mitchell or Danielle? Yeah.
So for the northern portion of the Florida Keys, that's one of the things that the West Virginia University group will be working on. And as I mentioned, they plan to have that expert workshop, the first of many, probably mid-August. So some of you will be tapped to be participating in that so that we can better understand the different types of uses and where that use, the human use, is coming from. So where are they originating? So we should be doing that for the upcoming winter and then summer seasons through 2020. Oh, yes, and I didn't mention previously, but we are partnering with the Park Service. So the work with WVU is funded both by NMFS and the Park Service, and we'll be looking at a portion of Biscayne Bay also to try and monitor use. And the biggest challenge, which has been brought up here by multiple people so far this morning, is in terms of how do we count that recreational private boater use. And that's one of the things that we're going to try and to tackle, and then to also be able to develop a sampling frame from that to be able to then go back and sample those users to ask any type of additional questions we might have about their use, about their expenditures, their demographics, point of origin.
Thank you. Will?
Now that she answered my question, I was going to ask what they plan to do about getting the recreational data, because it's incredibly important. We're seeing a huge rise in that. I would just ask, in terms of breakdown, I see being out there all the time, an enormous, impact that's happening during the summertime, during mini lobster season and so on. And that's a lot of inexperienced boaters that are coming from out of town. So if there's a way to, pay careful and close attention and, attach that to our indicators, I think that'd be really helpful in guiding some of the decision making around here. And I'd like to add to what Joe was saying. In terms of your indicators, there was not a water clarity, and it's just in my lifetime I've seen the color of the water change. We're not getting in clear water during the rest of the year. It's mostly in the summer when the Gulf Stream comes in, and every time it blows over 15 miles an hour out of the north, the water quality's far worse than it used to be. So there's something going on there, and we've kind of seen it for a while. The flats are filling up with more sand and more sediment on it. And I'm noticing the composition, when I'm out there touching the bottom of my push pole. So there's something going on. I would encourage you guys to look at that as an important indicator.
Yes, thank you.
And then our last question, Seth.
So you have the number of trips and the number of takes. You have overall population of those species. So are the trips down and the takes down because there's nothing out there? Or are the trips down and the takes down, but the populations are increasing?
We have that data. We haven't put it together with this yet. So that's what we do. We wanted to focus on the human use just for this presentation. But when I come back, I'll be able to show you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate that. All right, Andy Bruckner, our Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary Research Coordinator, unfortunately could not be with us today in person, but he is going to present remotely. He'll provide an update on sanctuary resource, marine life, and habitat status and condition. Andy, thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction and the opportunity to present at the Sanctuary Advisory Council meeting. I'm really sorry that I'm not able to be there. Hopefully you can see my screen now. We're getting there. Not yet. Hang on.
Turn the microphone on.
Yeah.
Oh, is it turned on the way?
Thanks, Kenny.
This is dangerous right here.
Okay.
Black burn with all this electronic equipment. You're out of your element, Donnie.
Okay, great. So as you're all aware, the marine environment encompassed by the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary is an economically important ecosystem that's vital to the livelihood of all of us here in the Florida Keys. Sadly, this ecosystem really has undergone a stepwise decline in health that first began over 40 years ago. Many of the changes that occurred up to around 2009 are presented in the Sanctuary's first condition report. And what I want to do today is just present an update on the condition of the habitats and some of the changes that have occurred over the last decade. Chris just presented the initial analysis of the recent changes in human populations and the activities undertaken within the sanctuary. And as we all know, if these are not properly managed, our behaviors and actions can directly contribute to the decline of the marine environment. They also can reduce the resilience of the ecosystem and its ability to resist large-scale events, especially impacts that are associated with stressors from outside of the sanctuary, such as climate change and regional water quality issues. So this timeline illustrates 6 of these most damaging large-scale events that have affected sanctuary resources over the last decade. These include a cold water event in 2010, an El Nino event that persisted for drought and abnormally high seawater temperatures, a major hurricane in 2017, and two very unusual biological events. What I'm going to do is talk about each of these events in the context of their effect on the different habitat types found within the sanctuary. So the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary is a very large and complex marine ecosystem that's made up of 5 primary habitat types. There are sandy beaches, mangroves, shallow arch communities, seagrass beds, and coral reefs. What's important is that all of these habitats are integrally linked, and if the health of one of these declines, it can have a cascading impact on the condition of the other habitat. So what I want to do is just start by talking briefly about a current event that affects all 5 of these habitat types. Over the last 3 to 4 months, we've been seeing abnormally high amounts of sargassum that's been washing up on our beaches. It's been choking canals and boat ramps, it's been causing fish kills, smothering mangrove communities, killing nesting turtles and their hatchlings, and creating a terrible stench as the algae decay. What's important is that to note is that the stranding of the seaweed is not new. These occur typically every spring and early summer, and they're a very important component of the ecology of the marine environment. Yet what is different is that the volume of sargassum that's washed up on our shoreline this year has exceeded anything that's ever been seen in the Florida Keys in the past. So this figure shows the small orange arrows in this figure depict what the normal patterns of movement of sargassum. When we experience prevailing winds from the south and southeast, there are floating masses of seaweed from the Sargasso Sea that will typically break free, and they can be washed up onto our shore. But this generally represents a fairly small amount of seaweed. During 2018 and 2019, there were much higher than normal amounts of sargassum that originated off the east coast of South America. And this was pushed into the Caribbean, carried along the coast of the Yucatan into the Gulf of Mexico, and then it was transported along the Florida Keys via the loop current and the Florida current. So I wanted to just give you a sense of the recent changes in the amount of sargassum. This is a series of monthly satellite images for the period of February to May that were taken from the Sargassum Watch System over the last 6 years. They've been studying sargassum abundances throughout the Western Atlantic since about 2001. And what they began to notice was there were larger amounts of sargassum accumulating in the Caribbean and Gulf of Mexico beginning in about 2011, with a large spike in 2015, and then the highest levels ever documented occurred in 2018. So when we look at the overall spatial extent in 2019, what we see is that it's comparable to what we've seen in 2018. But one of the differences that they reported was that the amount observed in the Caribbean is higher than ever before. They don't completely understand why this has occurred, but it's believed to be due to a combination of factors. There's high levels of phosphorus and African dust and nutrient runoff from South America may be increasing the bloom off the coast of South America. Altered water currents that are a result of climate change are pushing more of the seaweed into the Caribbean. And increased nitrogen inputs on the Mississippi River is thought to be fueling additional growth of this sargassum in the Gulf. So I'm going to now jump to the second event, and I'm going to focus on issues pertaining to degraded water masses that originate in the Florida Bay and the effect that they've had on shallow, hard-bottom communities. The Florida Bay is a shallow, semi-enclosed subtropical estuary that's been negatively affected by terrestrial runoff, and also problems that are associated with the diversion of fresh water from central Florida. In 2015, there was a severe drought accompanied by high temperatures and rapid evaporation of the seawater. And what this did was it increased salinity quite dramatically. This increase in salinity triggered a die-off of seagrass that ultimately affected about 40,000 acres off of the Everglades. And all of the nutrients produced by this decaying seagrass fueled the growth of cyanobacteria. The cyanobacteria was then transported by water currents both to the south and the west, and it reached the Middle Keys in 2016. So there have been similar harmful algal blooms that have affected the backcountry of the Florida Keys at least 3 times since 1991. But the event in 2016 was one of the most severe, and it caused a severe die-off of sponges within the shallow hard bottom communities that extended over an area of about 500 square kilometers. These shallow hard bottom habitats were also then affected by Hurricane Irma in 2017. The waves generated by the hurricanes ripped sponges off the bottom, they buried some sponge habitats under sediment, and they caused aerial exposure of other areas. There was one benefit of the hurricane, however, in that there was quite a bit of rainfall associated with this event, and what this did was it helped reduce the salinity within the bay and helped eliminate the ongoing harmful algal bloom. So I'm going to now move to seagrass communities. More than half of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary consists of seagrass beds. These communities provide critical nursery habitat and feeding areas for many reef-dwelling species. Yet they're really sensitive to poor water quality, and they're being negatively affected by nutrients from Florida Bay, as well as canal water discharge, and runoff from densely populated coastal areas. So if you look at the top figure, in clean oligotrophic waters, they're represented as the blue areas in this map. Seagrass beds tend to have very low levels of nitrogen, and the seagrass communities tend to be the healthiest. While the areas that are shown in red are affected by elevated levels of nitrogen, and in some cases, these are showing a shift, both a reduction in the density of seagrass, and they're also showing a shift from turtlegrass dominated system to one that's dominated by macroalgae. FIU has been monitoring seagrass beds since 1995 throughout a network of 30 stations that are spread throughout the Florida Keys. And what they've reported is that within 11 of these stations, there have been declines in the cover of seagrass and this species shift from turtlegrass to fleshy seaweed. In addition to these effects of nutrient loading, there's been quite a bit of damage caused by boat impacts, in particular crop scarring. And there's a recent report that came out that indicates that there's been a 285% increase in the amount of crop scarring since 1995. There's also been some impacted localized areas as a result of Hurricane Irma, including areas that were buried by sediment. There were places where there was considerable erosion of the seagrass bed, and in many places there was quite a bit of canopy thinning. So I'm going to continue moving at a rapid speed here, talking briefly about mangroves. Mangrove habitats, as you're all aware, are key nursery areas that fringe over 1,800 miles of the coastline within the Florida Keys. They provide a critical barrier that protects the shoreline from storm waves. There are really quite extensive protective measures in place which prevent the cutting of mangroves. These have been in effect for several decades throughout the Florida Keys, and they've really been quite effective. In many locations, what we've seen is an actual increase in the aerial extent or coverage of mangroves. And this is just one example from Whale Harbor in Isla Morado. The left image was taken in 1955. And the image on the right shows how much the mangroves have increased by 2013. While these mangroves are really critical in lessening impacts from storms, such as the impact of Hurricane Irma, this hurricane also caused significant losses to these mangroves, especially in the Middle Keys, due to 3 primary factors: the wind damage to the canopy, storm surge and erosion, and in some cases, the movement of some of these sediments really altered the water flow within these mangrove areas. What I want to do is show you 3 examples of the changes in mangrove cover that has occurred with images that were taken just before the hurricane and a few months after the hurricane. This first one shows you sugarloaf kitties. And so basically, if you look at all the areas that are now brown, those are places where the trees were defoliated, and then some of the whiter areas are where the mangroves have been completely removed. Here's another that were taken off of Long Key. And so you can see that along the coastline, much of the mangroves were entirely killed, while the trees that were located a little bit further inland are still in place, but many of them were defoliated. And some of those did recover, but there were quite a number of them that ultimately died. And then this is the third example. This is from Grassy Key. It also shows the losses following Hurricane Irma. The best estimates are that full recovery of the mangroves that were lost due to Hurricane Irma could take up to 2 decades, but it is very, very feasible to restore these areas, basically by going through and replanting the mangrove sequence. So I'm going to now shift focus and spend the rest of the time talking specifically about the coral reef community. Florida and the wider Caribbean exhibited a precipitous decline in coral abundance and cover that first began in the late 1970s, which was largely due to an outbreak of white band disease that virtually eliminated elkhorn coral and staghorn coral from many reefs. It was followed by a die-off of a really important herbivorous sea urchin, and then there were 3 region-wide bleaching events that also affected living coral. What's really important to note from this figure is that, as I mentioned in the beginning, this is not just the Florida Keys. This is a summary of all of the monitoring information that was available from throughout the Caribbean and went into producing this graph. And also, all of these changes occurred before the first zoning strategy and the regulations were implemented by the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. So this figure shows the mean live cover within the Coral Reef Ecosystem Monitoring Program stations, so just for the Florida Keys, between 1996 and 2017. The data are separated into 3 main reef environments. The deep offshore coral reef communities are the red triangles, the shallow outer reef communities are the green squares, and the mid-channel and inner patch reefs are the yellow diamonds. When the sanctuary was first established, the mean living coral cover ranged anywhere from about 5% within some of the deeper coral reef communities, up to about 20 to 25% on the inner and mid-shelf reefs. In all 3 areas, we saw a decline following the 1997-1998 global bleaching event. But then the conditions remained fairly stable for about a decade until 2010, with losses during both 2010 and 2014 and 15, primarily due to abnormal seawater temperatures. This is a long-term temperature profile that extends from January of 1988 to 2016. The black lines represent the mean annual seasonal variation in temperature, while the green and red lines illustrate the deviations from this annual mean that was recorded at Molasses Reef. Water temperatures are relatively stable in the Florida Keys, declining in the winter to about 75 degrees Fahrenheit and climbing up to about 86 degrees Fahrenheit during the summer. If the temperature deviates from the mean by as little as 2 to 3 degrees Fahrenheit, corals within the reef can begin to bleach. And if the temperature extreme is prolonged, if the temperature variation is prolonged or it's more extreme, the corals can ultimately die. In January of 2010, the Florida Keys experienced the first severe cold water event since 1977. The mean temperatures that were observed in some nearshore areas dropped to about 50 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 25 degrees Fahrenheit less than the normal winter temperature. This caused mass bleaching and rapid mortality of corals, primarily those in those reefs that were located either close to shore or the mid-shelf patch reefs. As I mentioned earlier, these were the reefs that had historically retained the highest coral cover in the Florida Keys. And in some cases, they contained the only remaining thickets of staghorn coral, as well as dense populations of unusually large star corals and brain corals, many of these which were several centuries old. 4 years later, the entire region was affected by an unusually severe El Nino that caused seawater temperatures to increase much higher than the normal summer maximum. And it again triggered bleaching throughout Florida as well as all around the world. This was actually the first time that reefs worldwide bleached 2 years in a row. In Florida, it affected many of the remaining L4 coral populations on the outer reef, as well as other sensitive species. And then 2 years later, as the corals had begun to rebound, the Florida Keys was hit by Hurricane Irma. Hurricane Irma was the first Category 4 hurricane to make direct landfall in the Keys since Hurricane Donna in 1960. Wave action that was associated with this hurricane dislodged and broke corals. It fractured the substrate. It buried some reefs under sediment, and in other cases, it excavated sand around the reef system. And it also caused increased turbidity that, in some cases, it lasted for a month or more. So the last disturbance that I want to mention is probably likely the most devastating event to hit Florida's reef. This is the outbreak of stony coral tissue loss disease. This disease has continued to spread throughout the Florida reef tract for nearly 5 years, reaching reefs off of Key West for the first time in January of 2019. This disease is unlike any other coral disease that has been observed anywhere in the world for multiple reasons. First of all, it's the only disease ever reported to advance to an entire reef system in such a linear manner, and the only disease outbreak that's remained active for multiple years on individual reefs. The second factor is that it impacts a really high number of species. More than half the corals that are found on the reef in Florida are susceptible to this disease. And this includes many of the really important brain-building corals, as well as species that are listed on the endangered species tab. Basically, this disease affects all of the common corals that you will see on the reef, except for elkhorn coral, staghorn coral, and the corals in the genus Porites, mustard tail coral, and finger coral. The third reason why it's really unusual is the very predictable way that it progresses from one species to the next. When it first invades a reef, it hits maid coral, followed by the elliptical star coral. Once most of those colonies have been killed by this disease, it then spreads to the brain coral. And several months later, or in some cases the following year, it begins to hit the star coral colonies. And the fourth reason that makes this disease very, very unique is that it affects a higher percentage of susceptible species than any other coral disease. Typically, when you have a coral disease outbreak, outbreaks will affect between 5 to 20% of all colonies of susceptible species within one area. This figure illustrates the percent of corals that were observed with stony coral tissue loss disease within hotspots throughout the upper and middle Keys during a single survey that was undertaken either in 2016 or 2017. On average, between 20 to 80% of the susceptible species typically show signs of disease at any one time. And as it continues to spread throughout the reef, additional corals will become affected by this disease. So the fifth reason why it's really, really unusual is that it causes more rapid tissue loss than most other diseases, and it kills a very, very high percent of the affected coral colony. Because corals are colonies, with most other diseases, typically what will happen is they will lose part of their tissue, and then the coral will go into remission, and that coral can continue to grow. Whereas with this disease, in most cases, the corals are rapidly killed. This figure shows the percent decline in the abundance of coral within the Coral Reef Ecosystem Monitoring Program stations between 2015 and 2018 for the 9 most common corals found on these reefs. It's broken down into the 3 regions. The lower Keys are the green bars, the middle Keys are the blue bars, and the upper Keys are the red bars. What you see is that a very high percentage of the most susceptible species, the maid coral, elliptical star coral, flower coral, and the brain coral, permanent monitoring stations during this time period within the upper Keys. And the numbers decline slightly as you get into the middle Keys and the lower Keys. And the main reason for this difference is that during the last surveys that were undertaken in 2018, this disease had only first appeared within the lower Keys. It wasn't throughout the entire lower Keys. It basically had reached New Key, but had not spread further to the west, to reach off Key West. So, what happens when all the coral dies? This is the photo on the left is something that I took at Molasses Reef in 1997, and then there's two shots taken in the same area in 2019. So there's many places within the Florida Keys that were formerly dominated by elkhorn coral mixed with a little bit of fire coral and a few other species. And what we've seen is when we've lost that coral, we've seen a phase shift. These communities have either shifted to areas that are occupied by a high amount of special seaweed, or in many cases, what you see now on a lot of the very shallow fern tops are large aggregations of colonial sea anemones and sea fans. This actually presents quite a large problem because they are occupying all the space, all the hard bottom on this reef, and they make it very difficult for new corals to settle and survive. And also, without having stony corals on these reefs, the growth of these reefs will halt, and actually the rate of bioerosion will exceed the rate of accretion, and this reef will, in the longer term, fail to keep up the rising sea level. The loss of these corals also means loss of habitat for the reef-associated fish and invertebrates. Basically, this is similar to going through a redwood forest and clear-cutting all of the redwood trees. So, the changes that I just really briefly touched on within the Florida Keys are of main concern, but I want to emphasize that there are a number of hope spots. And by working together, I believe that we can halt these changes and we can reverse this decline. You can still find mid-channel and nearshore reefs that have a high amount of living coral cover, and a number of the species that are listed on as threatened, I mean, endangered species that are still common on these reefs. This is one example of a wild population of staghorn coral that was taken on Turtle Reef a few weeks back by Brenda Altmeyer. On this reef, there are large areas with thriving staghorn thickets. There are a number of reefs, especially in the upper Keys, that still have remnant thickets of elkhorn coral, and in many cases, these are showing promising signs of recovery since Hurricane Irma. There's many of the corals that were broken up by the storm and those landed onto the bottom. They have reattached to the substrate and are growing into new coral. And then there are also a number of other locations, such as Chica Rock, that contain very, very dense and very healthy stands of these large boulder coral colonies. So for my last slide, what I just want to briefly talk about is the future. I believe that we still have a chance to revive the reefs of Florida Keys, and enhance the protection and recovery of other habitats by ensuring that human use throughout these habitats is sustainable. We also can protect the livelihoods of the Florida Keys residents and can continue to support environmentally friendly tourism, fishing, and other activities. We have made major advances in recent years in our ability to grow coral, and as well as other species such as sponges, and we're making significant progress towards the restoration of reef and shallow hard bottom areas. Restoration practitioners throughout the Keys have also developed a number of novel technologies, such as re-skinning of boulder corals, shown on the right. And these efforts are really increasing both scale of restoration as well as the success of outplanting of these corals throughout the reef system. And with that really brief summary, I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Andy. Anybody have any questions for Andy? Well, that was very sobering. No questions? Susie has a question for you, Andy.
So I'm trying to picture the initial condition report we've all been doing our regulatory review based on, and I'm trying to put that in my head side by side with your update. Everything's redder than the red stuff already, pretty much.
No. Can you repeat what the question was?
I'm trying to visualize the condition report, I guess, what, 2009? 2011 when it came out, to your update. And I remember, you know, the charts with the red things that were in really bad shape and all that. And it sounds like everything is even more red at this point. Is there anything that's improved?
So in terms of some of the species and habitats, there has been continued decline in a number of these areas, but I think there also have been a number of improvements. For the first, basically for the first 10 years since the management plan was put in place, it's really stabilized. And in the last decade, it's really been large events that are things that are either global or they are things that occur outside, such as some of the water quality issues with Florida Bay. We have taken a lot of steps forward, like Chris mentioned, in terms of sewage treatment, so the amount of nutrients actually running into the waters are decreasing. I think that the other thing, while we have seen these continued declines in coral, if you look at the amount of coral that's been outplanted and how those are doing, I think that there's the areas where the restoration activities have undergone are starting to rebound. And also we are seeing a rebound of a recovery of certain species that were impacted by Hurricane Irma. In terms of this stony coral tissue loss disease, this is something that, there's a huge response effort trying to address this. And, it is one of the most devastating impacts that have ever affected the coral reef anywhere in the world, and it's quite challenging to address. But what my feeling is that in some areas what we're seeing, if we look at, for instance, the Upper Keys, the disease has really run its course now. And when you go out onto those reefs, we do find some of the species of coral that were susceptible to this disease are still present, and there are small colonies of these, indicating that there has been some recent settlement and growth of new colonies in these areas. And so while over the last decade we have lost a lot of resources in these areas, I think just by some of the strategies that we've identified in this DEIS, as well as the specific management, non-regulatory management actions that we're proposing, I think that we can reverse this. So I guess in a nutshell, what I'd say is our next condition report, if we put something out that shows what happened since the first one, just over a decade, things are more red than they were 10 years ago. But what I truly believe is that by continuing to work together and implementing what the recommended strategies are that will be in the DIS, that the report following that will show significant improvement in these areas.
Thank you, Andy. Any other questions from this side? Chris.
Thanks, Andy. This is Chris Burke, and I guess I'm kind of tying together this set of updated information about these events that have affected the resources, and then the presentation earlier about past and potential future indicators. I'm less optimistic that we're going to restore and get back what we had before, but I think we'll still have marine resources, and they'll still be valuable to people, and there'll still be drawing divers and producing fish that we catch and watch and whatever else. And I guess this is not a question, but a pitch for just more emphasis on those socioeconomic indicators, because we won't ever have the reefs that we had, but we will have reefs, we will have mangroves and so on. And I think it's just real critical that we understand how people are benefiting and when people are the cause of the problem, so that we can twist those dials in management and the strategies that the sanctuary implement But I think generally, rather than try to restore what we had, I think we need to create what we want.
So, and I think that's a really, really important point to recognize that, you know, it's unlikely that coral reefs will ever look like they did in 1975. But we still can have coral, we can still have a breeding reef, we can still have habitat for all the fish. One of the things that I see that's really, really critical is that we work not just within the Florida Keys, but we really need to look at some of the activities that are going on in the Everglades, in Central Florida, so on and so forth, because those really affect what happens within the Florida Keys.
Andy, thank you very much. That was a presentation. Wow. Andy, again, thank you.
Thanks for
your And Beth asked if you could stop sharing your screen at this point as well. All right, so finally, I'm pleased to introduce Matthieu Henaff of University of Miami. Sorry if I butchered your name there, Matthieu. Who has been working on a project to develop models for early warning of environmental change. He and his team have been working on products for Flower Garden Bank National Marine Sanctuary and the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. And this project is funded through the Gulf Oil Spill Restore Act. So Matthieu, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thanks for having me. So, I'm Matthieu Henaff from University of Miami, Cooperative Institute with NOAA NOML. And this is work under a Restore Science program. It's part of, it's Ecological early warning tool and application for the sanctuary management. So this is part of that project. But the work that I'm going to present has been done by Danielle and Tyler Murray, and the supervision from Frank Lecarger at USF. And that's also a part of their ongoing project. So as the timing of this presentation I think is good, because we all know, as Andy just mentioned, and Chris also, Florida Keys are exposed to episodic phenomena such as harmful algae bloom, coral bleaching, coral disease, hypersaline waters, sediment, cold fronts, etc. So we have developed a tool to monitor such events and visualize past events that we just mentioned. So I was hoping to use online, but I'm going to present brief snapshots of how it looks like. So this is the address where you can reach the website, the monitoring tool. So this is how it looks like. So you have a map of the region. You can decide which period you want to look at. And during that period, you have access to satellite-derived data, such as sea surface temperature, surface chlorophyll A, but you also have access to an algal bloom index and a turbidity index. And you can pick a location here corresponding to some of the spots along the area on the reef track or inside the bay, from which you can derive time series like this one. So you have values observed during the period compared with reference level from a typical year. And you have gauges that tell you how abnormal the conditions are at the end of the study period that you picked at the top of the screen. And on top of satellite data, we have access to in situ mooring data from Patterson Key, which is here in the middle key in the Florida Bay side. And from that, you have access to in situ temperature and salinity. So I'm going to walk you through a few examples of some of the events that we have discussed already, and see how they are monitored or visualized with this tool. So I'm going to start off with the red tide event from 2018. So I picked the period from mid-August 2018 to end of September, early October. And we're going to look at this time series down near near Key West. And so first the maps, we see clearly during all that period, this is the algal bloom index. We see very strong positive anomaly, which means the presence of those algae, very marked on the southern part of the West Florida shelf here. And at the end of this period, we also see that some of these waters have made the turn at the corner of the Keys and were deflected along the Florida Keys by the Florida current. And if I go back here, I can decide to, with this, we can go forward for by a few weeks and see what happens next. So if I click on those and I go three weeks further, we see that this is the picture I was presenting just before, and we see that this continues through the following week for a few weeks. You have those waters with very strong algae index going along the Florida Keys, and that's how the Southeast Florida was affected at the time. And yeah, we can see that again. That lasts for a few weeks. So yeah, the monitoring tool is able to show that, and it stops. I think this is towards December. You don't see it anymore. Now I'm going to present some results for the passage of Hurricane Irma. So first I'm going to look at the time of the event, so during September until early October, and we see clearly all satellite indices such as chlorophyll and also algae bloom, and mostly sediment, which is what we're interested in. So we see very clearly that the storm was associated with resuspension of sediment that clearly show on those indices, and that lasted for the weeks following. And if we look at the time series along Key West, we see, as expected, a peak in chlorophyll and also algae bloom and turbidity as well. If we look at a longer time series associated with the passage of Irma, so that covering the year from July 2017 to June 2018, we look at time series in the Key West and in the Upper Keys, we see peak associated with the passage of the storm that is more marked in the Key West area than in the Upper Keys. And we also see that the passage of the hurricane is associated with the increased river discharge. Yeah, I forgot to mention, we also monitor the river discharge from the Everglades to Florida Bay, and we see that there has been excess in precipitation following the passage of the storm. And yeah, unfortunately I can go below, but we also see the signature in institute salinity, the drop in salinity associated with these excess river waters. And we can also look at the 2010 cold front in winter 2010. So this is from the period between December 2009 to April 2010. And we look at time series inside Florida Bay and also outside on the reef tract. And we see the time series show a very, very strong anomaly inside Florida Bay, which was mentioned before. And this is, the anomaly is about 8 degrees Celsius, which is huge. And you also see that it was not only in January, but the anomalies were also found later in February and March. So the whole winter was really cold, much colder than normal. And this was more pronounced inside the bay, here in red, than on the reef. But in the reef, it was more pronounced in March, actually. The anomaly is not as strong. It's maybe 2-3 Celsius, which is still very significant. And you can also see on the mooring at Peterson Key, which is on the bay, the temperatures dropped down to almost 10 Celsius compared to over 20 Celsius in a normal year. So that's how anomalous that year was. And again, the anomalies were also very pronounced later in that winter. Oops. Oh, I lost control.
Yeah, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Try again.
Oops.
Oh. Okay, try now.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Keep talking and then let me escape out of your presentation and then I'll fix it.
But Matthew, if I may, I just want to let
sorry, yeah, please, if you have any question.
Yeah, I just want to let everybody know that all the links, all the presentations that we have at the SAC meetings are on the Sanctuary website, which is floridakeys.noaa.gov. You could go back and look at all of these presentations. So if you wanted to get the links that he was referencing, you can probably grab that the next day or two.
We have to be signed out. Well, we're supposed to break by 12:30 anyway.
I don't think it's gonna let. Can I just take you to your last slide?
Yep. Before up. Yeah, we were 20.
This
Oh,
one?
yeah. Yeah, this one. Perfect. So yeah, I was about to conclude. I want to make it brief because I'm just before. Just before the lunch break.
I messed up.
I think I can go
There.
with some all. So yeah, I mean it's much more fun to go on the website and play with it, obviously. But so that's where we were, and so the cold front, and yeah, the signature and the temperature here. So yeah, to conclude, so we've seen that ocean processes are very important for water quality, and we have developed a hopefully easy to use tool to monitor those processes and the water quality at the regional scale. Hope it provides relevant information for managers, scientists, and also the public because it's very visual. And it will hopefully help answer some of the questions from the condition report that we discussed earlier. Future work for this tool, well, we welcome feedback to improve it. So I already noticed that people are interested in sargassum, for example, and that's something I will report to Dan and my colleagues about that. Importantly, we also want to define threshold values from which we can derive an email alerting system to send emails to the managers in case of very abnormal conditions. So this needs to be refined, and we welcome any suggestions for that. As I said, we can add other products such as sargassum, but also meteorological conditions, and also connect what we see with the condition in the Gulf of Mexico. That's something I wanted to briefly mention also. So the blue current sometimes drag coastal water masses to the Florida Keys, and I'm showing two examples here. So one that is quite famous is when the blue current is extended, it can drag Mississippi River waters down to the Florida Straits and the Florida Keys, but also, which is far less usual, but has been observed, coastal waters from Yucatan and Campeche Bank can be added along the retracted loop current and make it to the Florida Straits. So I'm going to show briefly an example from 2015, during that time when Mississippi rivers made it to the Florida Straits. And so yeah, that's during summer 2015. And yeah, I want to show maps, but unfortunately I can't. But on the time series, here we see peak in chlorophyll that is associated with the presence of those Mississippi River waters along the Florida Keys. And so yeah, finally this work is part of a current effort from the research community. It's linked with the MBONE project and the Integrated Ecosystem Assessment project that Chris has talked about earlier. And this tool is adapted to derive some of the indicators that Chris described, and that's also the goal of this tool. And with this, I thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Are there any questions for Matthew? Yes, Kenny. Get the microphone.
Wait. So I think one of the weaknesses of your monitoring is you're relying mostly on satellite.
Yes, that's
and in cases like in 2010 cold front and even in 2014 and 15, you know, where you have 2010, you had that cold water laying on the bottom. Your conclusions were that the offshore water temperatures were not lower during that time, but I was diving all through that. It was ice cold, but it was warm on the surface, and so you're not picking that up.
No.
And you need to have, somehow get underwater live sensors. Same thing with 2014 and 15, you had an inversion created by hypersaline water, so the bottom was roasting hot, and you were not picking that up. So somehow you need, because those are really, really important things going on.
Definitely.
And I'm sure you know about them, but we got to get that.
I know about it, and I agree this is not perfect, but this is one way to best use what is available, which is surface data from satellite, but it doesn't replace in situ measurements, and that certainly doesn't pretend it does. Yeah, I agree with you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Fascinating, and it's amazing to see what's available. So, am I right when you said the actual, you can go in and query this data now? Or is that still,
Yeah, what I'm showing, just took snapshots yesterday. So,
great. So I guess my question for this and any other sort of, data visualization tool, and I've worked on some, is how do you keep it going forever? How will it still be fresh? How will the data that happens between now and 5 years from now get assimilated and served? And I guess that's a financial question.
Yeah.
For the sanctuary more than for you, perhaps.
So it's as automated as can be, but obviously somebody needs to be checking that it works and fix links when it needs. And so that's a matter of funding. So this was partially initiated with the Restore Science program project that I'm leading, but it's also part of the Ambon project, which is going for another few years. But then, we don't know if it's going to be sustained. But if we have feedback from a community such as yours, those are strong arguments for keeping those tools running. So we also want to advocate for that. We need support to make sure that those tools outlive the projects that initially designed them.
Wow. Thank you, Matthew. That was great. Any final questions for Matthew? All right, and we caught up to our agenda. We are on time. Thank you. It's lunchtime. So let's return by 1:45. Thank you.
Crack or whip.
This one right there, that is
All right. Still missing a few SAC members, but should be shortly.
The average person's not going to know that.
No, I understand.
All right. So I am now excited to introduce Peter Ortner of the University of Miami to present on final project outcomes of the 5-year study to better understand the ecosystem of Pulley Ridge and assess physical and biological connectivity within the Florida Keys. And as a reminder, Pulley Ridge is included in the study area for potential sanctuary expansion as part of the sanctuary management plan review process and restoration blueprint. So Peter, thank you very much.
Is this live? Good. Well, I'm really speaking on behalf of our program management committee. Those are the folks up there. They're all over the world right now. I'm the nearest one. And 2 of the 3 of us are technically semi-retired.
Peter, you're never going to be
bragging. No. The last time this project, I retired once or twice since this project, and 3 times since I first came here to speak about the project about 8 years ago, towards the beginning of it. It's a little unusual because it was managed through 2 cooperative institutes. One I was the director of at CMS, and one Shirley was the director of at CORD. It also involved 25 PIs, 9 different institutions, 2 different NOAA labs from different line organizations. Kimberly, our program manager, is here too. So it's a cast of thousands over a long period, each one of which contributed their little specialty over the time. It ran for, technically it was a 5-year project, but really extended with no cost extensions and wrap-ups for 6.5 years or more. And that is the whole group of us in front of our main research platform, the University of Walton Smith. So first I'm going to talk a little bit about mesophotic coral ecosystems, MCEs. That's just at an introductory level, that's why it's the 101. A little bit about Pulley Ridge specifically at a introductory kind of level, just so you know what we're talking about and why. And then I will talk about the results of 2 of the 4 project objectives. Because time is limited and that's what's probably most relevant to you guys at this juncture. So specifically, what is a mesophotic coral ecosystem? Well, the first bullet is a little bit deceptive. And many of the coral ecosystems, and throughout much of the Keys, of course, as you all well know, are in fact light dependent, all except deep coral reefs. But what makes it worth emphasizing here is these are unusually deep for something that still has some light dependency. Okay, so it's worth re-emphasizing they're still light dependent. Their depth depends on the water clarity, of course. Because of the light dependency, they can be very deep in the Pacific. They can be quite deep, still in the Atlantic. They're found throughout tropical and subtropical regions, and the dominant communities are all of the same things that would dominate in the other reefs that you may be more familiar with. The question for us really here is why are they important, and then Pulley Ridge in particular. But in general, they're important because, as you've heard, coral reefs have declined, and this has been measured, and they're mostly talking about shallow reefs. Basically at least 80% throughout the wider Caribbean region. And in many locations, there's actually more mesophotic coral habitat than there is shallow habitat, what we would call shallow in comparison. And in fact, quite a bit more. In general, they're healthier than those shallow reefs. They haven't experienced quite as much of all of the problems you've seen about. We believe that's true, although the truth is they're less well studied. So maybe there are some other issues we don't know about. They are the habitat for a number of commercially important fish species and invertebrates. And we're going to come back and back to this repeatedly. They represent a possible source of larvae, of recruits for the downstream shallower areas, like the dry tortugas on the Florida Keys. Where's Pulley Ridge? Now we shifted over into Pulley Ridge 101. Okay? Pulley Ridge is over here. Okay? It's a good distance from even the dry tortugas, much less the rest of the Keys. And because I got my start working with many of you in this room running the Florida Bay program, it's basically 250 kilometers away from Cape Sable, which was the corner of where we worked before. It's a good distance offshore. The southern 30 kilometers of it, down here, are the deepest known mesophotic coral ecosystem off the continental US. It's quite unusual in that regard. Not surprisingly, what the scientists discovered was well known to local fishermen for a long time before scientists got interested in it. This is probably true nearly everywhere in the world for most things scientists like me discover. Okay? Sorry, let me go back here. And initially, science began studying it a little bit in the 80s with a couple of stations from the Marine Management Service. There was a wider program around the Gulf, sponsored by USGS, NOAA, and ONR called Sustainable Seas, and it had a substantial number of stations on Pulley Ridge. Okay? Then in 2010, one of the partners in our program we actually both cooperative institutes participated in Deepwater Horizon, but the Sea Art part of it actually went out with their manned underwater vehicle and looked at areas, including Pulley Ridge, for impacts. And then this project. Okay, this is the one down here. I add this to it because I would emphasize that I believe as a substantial result of this project, the Gulf Council voted to expand the habitat of particular concern to include much more area on Pulley Ridge, and I think that's important to you guys and good for the sanctuary. Let's see, this is the advance. Okay, originally, this is the area that was covered, Pulley Ridge South, since 2005, and this is what it's protected against. And then, in a large part, as a result of the data coming from this project and the discussions that were held between principals of the project and the Fisheries Management Council, it was extended over here, and it has all the same protection except for bottom long lining. Maybe Doug would want to comment on this more than I. My understanding of is the reason is that the argument was made that that is the thing that would have the least impact on it anyhow. So that would still be okay. Correct? Okay, good. Now we get into the specific project. As I mentioned, it had 4 large objectives. One was to assess community structure, what's actually there, using the most modern methods available to us now. What are the connections between those populations spatially, meaning geographically, aka to other areas, upstream, like flower gardens, for example, downstream, like the dry tortugas in Florida Keys, and what about the connection of deep to shallow? Okay, this is a relatively deep area. Is it in any way connected to the shallower areas downstream? Okay. There are 2 other objectives I'm not going to address. Someone else could at another time, I suppose, or they could drag me again back out of semi-retirement to discuss the other 2 objectives. Okay, assessing community structure. This is primarily finding out what is there with very detailed ROV and time-consuming ROV surveys that extended over 3 or 4 at least 3 field seasons, probably half of a 4, 3.5 field seasons. Okay, and we didn't confine our sampling on. Oops, what was that button? That
wasn't the one you wanted.
This wasn't the one I wanted. Okay, we didn't confine our sampling to just Pulley Ridge itself. We added the habitat HAPC original area. We sampled off this ridge over here, and then all the way over here to a western ridge, and over here to what we call the Central Basin. We also went downstream and went at the appropriate depth areas just outside the sanctuary, and as you can see, outside the Ecological Reserve, north, the Patugas Bank, over here and around the south. 1, 2, out on Miller's Ledge as well. Okay, some of these areas, of course, were particularly challenging, particularly I point out over here, because of the currents. It's difficult to run an ROV when you go there and the current's running 3 knots. More than a bit of a challenge. Okay. Now, this, I don't know how to make it play. It's a video of the ship off, and Beth will have to make it play. Again, that was the basic question we were asking with respect to Florida, the deep shallow, not just and the downstream. This is the Walton Smith. As I said, our main tool was the ROV. You'll see them launching it, but we also used high-tech things like ISIS, you can see there. We had mock nest hose. And what's not shown, we probably should have included in the video, was a very substantial high-tech diving program using mixed gases, because these are deep and dangerous dives. And we had to physically collect samples of delicate organisms. It was done by our high-tech diving team, which came from a number of institutions in which I thankfully did not participate, being older and wiser. Okay, this is and these are now pictures taken from the ROV. It's really high-def video. I mean, we really had a whole team. There's our friend the lionfish. We'll talk more about that. You can really get a team of experts to count at least macroinvertebrates and larger fishes, and some smaller things down to like yay big, from this kind of video, because it's good enough video to do this with. So that was what you can't do. We could in a limited way, but not sufficiently, is collect samples for genetic analysis. and we'll get back to that, but that's important to discussing connectivity too. That had to be done by the high-tech divers. But our sequence was to have good bathymetry, both from us and from other people who had done seismic bathymetry-based high-def bathymetry, direct the ROV, and then based on what they saw with the ROV, send the divers down. I think of it as a sort of adaptive sampling program where you narrowed it down, but obviously you're not going to send divers out to run around and look randomly. It takes too much effort. Okay, again, there were the three areas of Pulley Ridge: the main ridge, the central basin, and the west ridge. What's important about this is they're not exactly the same. Okay, so you notice the degree of algal dominance differs. They're all pretty high though. An endemic red algae is found over here, but there's other kinds of algae across the area. They all have relatively low Scutarian coral cover for our measurements. And then you'll see that basically these are the other kinds of corals that could have been there, part corals. And I will comment on this because I have a lovely video, a picture of it too. Red grouper pits were found in quite impressive numbers, and as were lionfish. Over time, this developed. In the first year we went out there were one or none per red grouper burrow. By the time we left, there were many, tens or more per burrow. And sponge cover was low, again, but somewhat lower than the coral cover, but up there. I don't know, can you guys really see this? These are all the burrows. What's remarkable about them is their number and the fact that they are clearly the result of biology. They're like equally spaced. One red grouper wants to be a certain distance from every other big red grouper, and he makes this like 30-foot across burrow, physically himself, to be his little habitat to live in and munch up little fish that are stupid enough to go in there. Unfortunately, the lionfish realize this. This is a good place to be to go munch little fish, get in there and compete with the red grouper for the same food. Okay, so that's what was happening over time. Okay, let's see, this one goes, this one. Now the main ridge, as I commented, you saw those numbers were pretty low. Well, in that survey that I talked about, the multi-agency survey in 2003, they had some very high coral cover numbers. Now the methods are slightly different, and I don't necessarily believe these percentages exactly, but I do clearly believe that there was a decline. It's not totally explained by methodological difference. There really was something different when we got out there. It may not have been 93%, it may have been 50%, but it's a big number, okay? We don't really know the cause of the decline. But we found some really good news by extending the borders of our survey. If you look in the central basin, where no one had looked previously, the 2000, everyone else stayed right on the ridge, we found vast fields of plate coral outside the protected area. That was a big finding. In fact, the majority of them were new recruits. So it's a growing area, too. Coral density, you can see the coral densities there. Okay? That, in my view, was a principal reason for the expansion, and I guess Doug would comment on this more than I was. Principal reason for the expansion, a principal finding of something important, that wait, maybe we need to protect this area too, because that's where a lot of the new coral is, and the more dense coral, not just on the ridge. Okay, this just is a comparison between Pulley Ridge and the first big downstream area, the dry tortugas. And I mean, obviously it's no surprise that in the deeper area, you find more antipotherians, but the others are basically roughly comparable. Maybe more algae on Pulley Ridge. It's hard to say, because there people do it at different times, but this is what we found in terms of number of species. So basically we know that there's large amounts of material there across vertebrates and invertebrates. We've seen these, we have the counts of it. But what about connectivity? That's the second objective. Well, most marine organisms, as almost everyone in this room knows, have complex life histories. This is an example, not of one we happen to study, but this is a snapper, and you see it basically has an egg and larval period, out in the plankton for some period of time, and I'm actually a biological oceanographer who specializes in plankton, so that's my favorite part. It wasn't the focus of this. And then it has juveniles that hang out in the mangroves or seagrass beds, and then it has adults that are out there in the reef and live for many, many years. Okay? A complex lifestyle. So if you really want to understand the ecological connections of this species and many others to the rest of the ecosystem, you have to look throughout its life cycle and at its life cycle. But do the Pulley Ridge population, oops, what happened there? That wasn't me, was it?
No, it's a connection.
Oh, good. I can't be responsible. Okay. Do they actually produce larvae that settle downstream?
I don't know what's going on.
What's it doing?
It's the...
Should I let you advance it?
It's the projector.
Well, the first question, while that's trying to figure itself out, is whether they are physically connected. Larvae characteristically don't swim. They're called plankton because they drift around. That's why they're called plankton. Okay, so they're controlled by current structure. So is there a physical connection between Pulley Ridge and the downstream areas? Should I press anything or not?
No.
Okay, I'm not touching anything. It wasn't me. This is a standing joke, by the way. I have done numerous high-tech projects for 40 years and have a fleet of ITs and ETs who do this for me and rely upon them totally. If it was up to me, nothing would work. Personally.
Doing anything?
Oh, it's on your screen.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
So probably just need to dry it.
I can see it on her screen from here. Maybe I shouldn't touch this at all. Maybe that's easier. Okay, that's sort of it.
Oh, no, sorry.
This is beyond me. Second screen only.
No. First screen only.
PC screen only?
Go.
It's gonna.
And then drag your window. Oh. No, not that. Because you can exit out your presentation.
I'll use that, then you get a drink of water.
About the flash perhaps while we're back
Sure. Just so that we don't run, I don't know how much the time is actually. I know there was on the order of 30 slides for 45 minutes, so that usually is great. But let me talk about what's in those slides that you're not seeing so we can go a little quicker when they come back. Okay, let's see. From present current. You want to go from present slide. There you go. Do they actually produce larvae that settle downstream? First of all, can they get downstream? Are there robust populations to go downstream? And is the life history such that they would be available to go downstream? Look at it that way. In terms of current structure, we have a very substantive, and this is something more in my own wheelhouse, physical oceanographic program, using both low resolution, Gulf of Mexico HICOM, and high resolution Florida Keys HICOM modeling around the area. We had moorings out there for a substantial period of time. We used drifters, and we had satellite altimetry. Okay. In terms of drifters, if you look at the data, and these are just a couple of representative ones, you see that ones that were released here do in fact go around like this, they're caught up here, you'll see, and then they continue on downstream. So that would suggest, and these are monitoring essentially near surface waters, that they could get downstream. Okay, so you basically, because of the loop current in the eddy structure, there is a physical connection. You saw an example there, cyclonic eddies are typical. And that is important both because that determines the time it will take to get there. You can imagine things that have a long larval duration have to be out there longer and still get there, and things that are short might be dependent on the shorter path. But the path that an individual experiences is whether or not there's an eddy there. And basically the bottom line is potentially on physics alone and allowing, I say simple biology, say the animal is just a drifter, okay, that would suggest that it could be a source for some species to downstream communities. It's possible.
So move through that slide. It's something with that slide.
Okay, I'll go past it. Okay, I'm past it.
And the next slide is the same. There. It should come back up. See?
Okay, well, to look at whether or not there are populations that are capable of doing this, again, it was not just are they there, but is their life history appropriate for doing this? So we'll start looking at some of the specifics. We did this by looking at representative species. Here is one of our favorites, the bicolored damselfish. We liked it because it had a long larval duration. It was common. It was in all the different areas. It's planktivorous, so it's just out there eating in the larvae. When it grows up, it's territorial. They're good to sample and easy to sample by the methods we have. And they're across the whole depth range we were studying. So it's an ideal case. And what did we really find out? At Pulley Ridge versus the shallower areas, bottom line is the fish grow more slowly, this fish. They live longer, they get larger, and they put out more eggs. Okay? Now the population is distributed, so most of them are on the shallow shelf and the mid shelf, but there's surprisingly large amounts still out in the mesophotic area, more so than the adjacent deep shelf that separates the two areas. And if you factor in the spatially explicit densities and the area of habitat, the answer is very conservative, at least 9 or 10% of region-led production in the whole larger area is coming from Pulley Ridge. That's a significant number. It's not estimated conservatively. That's an at least. We tried a different approach with totally different, I'm not going to go into the details, physical modeling to look at red grouper and look at the probability of connections between Pulley Ridge juveniles and the other area. And discovered the only area that we could get recruits from Pulley Ridge was the dry tortugas in Florida Keys. Okay, and now let's look at the ecological conductivity. You can look at this two ways. This is, in a sense, the proof that that physical connection even matters. Are the populations the same or not? If they're supposed to be physically connected and it's influencing the other population, then you want to see genetic evidence of it. Okay, in terms of the damselfish, there was basically in all of these fishes, all of the areas were the same. There's no significant population structure, which means you can regard them as one big population that's exchanging larvae with each other. Is that what's throwing it off? Okay, one big population that's exchanging larvae with each other. There's no, if you were a fisheries manager, which I'm not, it would suggest that you wanted to manage these things, which we don't for some of them, you would have to look at it as one big population to get it right. Some very different things, and we used other representative species that had different life histories. Okay, the star coral and the barrel sponge. In terms of the great star coral, it was connected in a genetic sense. They're genetically similar to the same populations in the lower Florida Keys, but skipping the dry tortugas, interestingly enough. And in fact, oddly enough, Florida Keys and flower gardens were more similar, all the way upstream. In terms of the barrel sponge, the dry tortugas and Pulley Ridge populations were absolutely the same. Okay? And the populations at all of the places were different. That was one cluster, and another cluster in the flower gardens, the Marquesas, Key Largo, Palm Beach. They're all different populations. Okay, so summarizing the genetic results, basically long-lived fishes have some high conductivity across the whole area. They're out there long enough, and there's enough physical connection in the earlier stages, so you call it one population. In terms of the special species, it's totally species dependent. These are things that varies from a day to a week or so. They're shorter larval durations. And as I said, it's totally species dependent. So the bottom line in a big picture to what's relevant to the sanctuary is literally, you have to understand that Pulley Ridge is a surprisingly rich and unique environment with diverse populations. It is physically connected into the turf you're responsible for. There's no doubt about that. And we've demonstrated there is an ecological connection. Demonstrated that through the genetics. Okay? The bottom line, then, big picture, is Pulley Ridge is capable of, and should be, increasing the resilience of the domain of the current Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary by providing an upstream source of larvae from an area that might not be as affected by all the stuff Andy talked about, which is a good thing. And it's a really good thing for you guys that they made it a habitat of particular concern. That's about it. I don't know what time it is, if there's any time for questions at all.
Oh, certainly. Yes, does anybody have any questions for Peter?
Cool. Okay.
I have mine.
Oh.
That way you keep this.
Okay, no questions. Thank you, Peter. All right, now I'm going to turn to Sarah Feynman, our superintendent, to give an update on the timing of the restoration blueprint, also known as the draft environmental impact statement, release, and to walk us through a process for how the public and our advisory council will review and provide comment and recommendation.
May I use your desk?
It's all of our desks, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. So first, I want to thank all of the morning's and, I guess, afternoon speakers. That was highly, highly informative. I'm glad, Clint, that you reminded us that the presentations are on a website and that we're taking video of this, because I, for one, couldn't absorb all of what I wanted to from that because there was so much good information. Good information, I think, that's going to be really, really relevant for what we're going to do next, which is talk about the release of our restoration blueprint, a subject that is, I know, very much on the forefront of everyone's mind. And to me, listening to those talks this morning was sobering. I feel that the rest of the audience kind of had the same feeling I did after Andy went through the litany of challenges and changes, most of them not in the right direction. I feel like this whole room was kind of, whoa.
Why'd you look at me when you just said
I
that?
didn't, did I?
Say that.
I won't look at you anymore. But I know you were feeling that. And I know that some of the things that Andy in particular pointed out are challenges that our restoration blueprint might not be able to address. We can't make IRMAs go away with a DEIS and a management plan. So I know that some of those challenges that caused some of the impacts around here are beyond what we can actually do something about. However, I do believe that there is some things that we can do, and what I'm really excited about is finally, we are at the point where we can try to do something about this stuff. We're not going to talk about it anymore, we're going to put it on the street, and we're going to have that opportunity to do something. It's not going to be easy, but we clearly, if you were listening this morning, we have to do something, right? So, I know that this process has been very long. I wasn't here for all of it. You all have lived through it more than I have. And during that process, I know that the sanctuary received a lot of really important information from you all, from the community. That information is been used to inform what we will be releasing. And not surprisingly, it's going to be a lot. It's a lot of information. It's a lot of ideas to put out there. And therefore, first and foremost, I wanted to be very, very clear. We don't expect the Sanctuary Advisory Council to come to consensus when we put out these alternatives. That is not our expectation. I think that would be quite difficult, and we could be doing this for 10 more years. And again, I would say we don't have 10 years. So we do not expect, and I don't want you to feel like that will be an expectation, to come to consensus when we put this out. So with that in mind, our intention is to release the restoration blueprint and the management plan that goes with it in August. I said intention, yes. But Stefan, I said intention because we can't control 100% of everything. We are still in the process of clearing this with leadership from our partners in the state, from partners with other federal agencies, from our own agency. But as John said this morning, we have received really strong support from NOAA leadership, so I'm really optimistic. We are working our tails off to try to clear every single hurdle that is before us between now and August. So we will do everything we will do absolutely everything to meet that deadline, but I can also acknowledge that something outside of our control could happen. But our intention is to release that in August. At that point, what we ask of you as Sanctuary Advisory Council members is to take that to the constituencies that you represent and to help us get that feedback. Give them information as much as you can from your experience through this long process and bring back to all of us the input from your stakeholder groups. We ask you to attend as many of the public meetings and other presentations that we offer throughout this process so that you too can hear not only from your own stakeholder groups, but from all the others that are interested in this, so you can use that as in your deliberations. As a body, as I said, we don't expect to achieve consensus, but what we do hope is that as a body, this group can discuss some issues perhaps that are of common concern, perhaps have additional presentations at future SAC meetings, so that we can together deliberate on some of the issues related to these alternatives. During the Sanctuary Advisory Council meeting where we release this, Sanctuary staff and partners perhaps will be presenting information about those alternatives. So we will be describing for you what's in there and the analysis and the reasons that went behind what is presented in those 4 alternatives. We will also be presenting and describing for you what tools we are working hard to create so that people can understand what is being proposed, so people can dig into the details, not just read a 400-page report, but actually go online and look at the different alternatives and compare things. So we're going to be presenting those tools as well. Our commitment to you at the Sanctuary is to facilitate those discussions. As Sanctuary Advisory Council members, we will be trying to summarize the public comments that we're hearing so that we can give that to you so you can digest as much of that as you can, use that in your own thinking and your deliberations. And we will be having public meetings. We will be going as invited to whatever club or whoever needs a presentation on this, we're there because we want as much public input on this as possible so that we can make really good decisions. Because again, to me, the need is great for action. And this is our opportunity to act. And together we have to figure out what that is. So I'm bursting with excitement to get this thing out and get this going. I know I'm going to get my butt kicked because it's going to be hard, but we have to do it. We have to do it. So, Beth, what did I forget? Anything?
What's the timetable?
What's the timetable?
What's your hopeful timetable? Let's say that you are able to
release
get it out there in August.
Mm-hmm.
What's the projected time?
So we anticipate the public comment period to go probably till January. We expect to use probably 5 advisory council meetings so the August release, and then subsequent meetings for conversation. So perhaps February or April, we would have sort of some synthesis at that point. So does that answer your question, Ian?
And so what would be the best case scenario in terms of timing for actually putting it in effect?
Oh, now you're asking me to get out the crystal ball. Because that, so, Beth, or do you want to speak to sort of the many steps in the process after that?
How old are you?
Will I still be alive?
That's what I was asking. How old are you?
63.
Okay,
The answer is a definite maybe.
so the process, once the draft environmental impact statement is released for public comment, we will have, as Sarah noted, planning a public comment hopefully through January. The agency with partners reviews and responds to that public comment, and that informs our draft rule. So what are the final regulations that would be put in place? Draft rule then goes out for a second round of public comment. And once we receive public comment on that, we put out the final environmental impact statement, final rule, management plan, and a brief period for the Florida governor and cabinet and Congress to review, respond, and then implementation. So many steps in the process that, as Sarah said, it's hard to gauge that crystal ball. Those are the. So John just noted that part of that initial public comment release in August, public comment through January. Within that time period, the agency also has responsibility, consulting responsibility with our own agency, protected resources, and sustainable fisheries, as well as with the Gulf of Mexico, South Atlantic Fishery Management Council, and FWC.
Which is why it's hard to predict, because
Well,
that's a lot of cooks and.
I ask it a different way.
You may.
What would be the reasonable earliest that it would be in effect, and what would be the reasonable latest? Just a range. That's all. By your best guesstimates. Someone,
I know, we're
sorry.
2021.
We're all saying 2021.
That's the earliest.
Yeah, I heard 2022.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what I can tell you is in our experience, the minimum is about a year between the release of a draft, of a proposed rule and a final rule, okay? So that's cruising pretty quickly. And then, you know, I think Ken's probably, in this case, you know, given all of the things that Beth and Sarah mentioned, I think it's probably fair to be in the more like the 2-year time frame in between the draft and the final.
That helps.
I can tell you this though, Andy, you know, that there is a lot of interest, not just in this room, and not just with me and the NOAA and our state folks in getting this done, but I can tell you without any equivocation that NOAA leadership is very interested in getting this done really as soon as possible. So they're going to be looking to, and they have been pushing hard to get it done.
Does this require congressional adoption or anything like that, or no?
It does not require congressional adoption. There is a congressional review period, and that's an opportunity for Congress to weigh in, either through holding hearings, oversight hearings, or passing legislation. But frankly, in the history, almost 50-year history of our program, that's extremely rare. But our act and the process does allow for that.
Thank you for answering.
Thank you for asking. Any other questions or comments? Chris?
Just to dig further on that, is the congressional review opportunity and the governor and cabinet's review opportunity concurrent, or are they phased or concurrent?
Did everybody hear the answer? The answer is yes, they're concurrent. Well, thank you, everybody, for your continued involvement in this and your, oh, is there another question? Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, I just grabbed the microphone back. What does that governor and cabinet element look like? I mean, I remember back to this 2000 mean, they have the final say, as I recall. Is that also the case? Is it the case for all of the sanctuary waters or only the state water? You know, what's that, what does that element look like?
Do you want to answer that? Sorry, can someone check? Bring your. Oh,
There we go, and now it's on. Okay, so that is actually something that we are still mapping out, especially because of the hope that it's going to be concurrent. But ultimately, there's a stepwise process where it'll have to go before the FWC Commission, before it goes to the Acquisition and Restoration Council, ARC, for those of you who know that acronym, process, and then it goes to the Board of Trustees, including the governor, for final review. A normal, like an aquatic reserve management plan, that process can take months to years, depending on the complexity of that. Now, clearly, we are going to be educating folks along the way to help facilitate that review. So by the time it actually gets to ARC and therefore the board, we hope at that point that everybody's fully versed on everything, because we've got a couple of years to get to that point of briefings and getting everybody. So especially because we don't anticipate any major turnovers in administration or staffing in this time period, I think this is the cleanest shot we have at it. But it is going to be a lot of effort to make sure that all of the folks downtown are fully aware of what's happening. But in general, yes, the co-management agreement with the sanctuary that says that the state of Florida co-manages with NOAA mandates that the governor and board of trustees have full say in being able to veto anything in state waters. They look at the whole package, not just what's being proposed. And they do have the ability to provide that input, but we, again, will be working with them to identify anything that might come up in that conversation really early on, so that we don't have any last minute flags or anything.
The commission, the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission and the ARC, they're going to make a recommendation, but they're not an actual, they could recommend that it be vetoed, but they couldn't veto it themselves. Is that right?
The FWC, I'm going to point to John on FWC. FWC has full authority over the other authority, like the fishing authorities. ARC does not have authority. Yes, that is their, they are advisory and they provide that recommendation to the board, but they are the ones that are going to grill us staff. And so it's usually once it gets through that process, a nod from the board to say, okay, we've seen you've gotten grilled already. And are okay
You
with
said this is based on complexity. This is probably
the most complex thing that we've ever taken to. Yes. We actually just started, and it was, I was going to wait for my DEP briefing, but we actually just started the conversation already in briefing our leadership. Sarah and Beth came up and we started the kind of from A to Z, from the rollout to the end game. We want to be really proactive in our approach in all parts of the state government. So, you're on.
So, I mean, these are great questions about the long game, and we definitely are, paying attention to that. But I'm also trying to look at this one step at a time. And this next step is a huge one, which is to put out the alternatives that this community can chew on and offer feedback on. And so that's our next big action that we all collectively are going to work on, and that's going to take all of you and all of our various stakeholder groups to get involved in. So I'm really excited to finally be getting there, and I thank you in advance, because it's going to be a lot of work for all of us to move that forward so that we can get to these other parts in the process. So unless there's any other questions, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Absolutely. Well, that tees up nicely too. Several meetings ago, well, I guess it was the last meeting, that they provided us with the USB drives with all the presentation materials, the infographics, the videos, and things of that nature. Again, there's a box outside. If you brought your USB drive, you can drop it in there. Nicole has new ones, so if anybody did not bring their USB drive and they need a new one, please grab one from Nicole before you leave. I think it's incumbent upon us at this point to tee this up nicely before the release of the DEIS. We need to make sure that we're reaching out to all of our different constituents. constituencies. We had that big list of everybody who signed up for the different groups and who we want to talk to. Now it's time to really let the rubber hit the road and get this message out now. Let them know what we've been working on and what's coming ahead. Let's not let this be a big surprise when we see it in the newspaper the following day. So again, thank you. Yeah.
Just real quick, if you did drop off your USD, staff have been updating them. So if you did drop it off, you can come pick up a new one.
And we're a little early for public comment.
Break.
Oh, break. Yep. Okay, excellent, guys. So let's take a break until 3 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we are up to public comment, which is a very important aspect of our advisory council meetings and our process. This is one mechanism for hearing from the public and various constituents about issues of interest. Public comment is not a time for dialogue and discourse with members. While we welcome that, this allocated public comment time is up for us to hear from you. We have 4 commenters today. You'll each have 3 minutes. And if you could come to the front of the room and grab a microphone, and please state your name and affiliation. Thank you. Our first commenter is Bill Kelly. Bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Bill Kelly with the 40 Keys Commercial Fishing Industry. I just want to address a couple of issues real quick. I wanted to bring up the speed on the Chinese lobster tariffs. They were problematic going into this past year of fishing. The questions were, would the Chinese buy? If so, how much and at what price? They bought at near historic levels, but they bought on an average of about $2 a pound less. The impact to our community was about $8.5 million to fishermen in lost wages. But more importantly, the turnover is times 6, very well documented by the University of Florida. So it cost our Monroe County about $51 million got extracted from our economy. We certainly hope that this trade war will come to a satisfactory resolve. Right now, we know the Chinese are examining other areas in the Caribbean, Brazil, Australia, to source lobsters from other areas. If they do that and they collapse this fishery, it's going to be horrendous for Monroe County. We've got about 4,500 jobs directly boat related. We could lose thousands of them. Then the other thing is the value of the fishery overall, just for lobster, is $55 million. With turnover, that puts us at $330 million. That's the value to Monroe County. And it could very significantly impact us here in the Florida Keys. We're working with both Senator Rubio, Senator Scott on this, and the Secretary of Commerce to see if we can't get some resolve to this. Next item I want to talk to you about was red tides and stone crab. The red tide's devastating from the Middle Keys all the way up to Clearwater, Florida, and we're having a stone crab advisory panel meeting next Monday in Punta Gorda. The oxygen levels in the bottom 10 feet of water out 40 miles was less than 10%. And while stone crabs are ditch diggers, they can live on low oxygen levels for about 2 weeks. They made a beeline, and their corridor was to the north from Hudson, which is just north of Tampa, up through Crystal River. They were moving up through there so fast you could almost hear them running across the bottom. To give you an idea of how many made that trek, let's say on a 400 trap pool, a guy might come out with maybe 300, 400 pounds of claws. We had fishermen up there, the aggregations were so heavy, they were pulling 1,100 to 1,800 pounds of claws in a 400 trap pool. Absolutely phenomenal. But what we've got to do is we have to gauge some long-term impact here. We're working with Dr. Ryan Gandy with FWRI. He is the stone crab guru. We have a number of marine scientists from Mote Marine Labs and so forth. And we'll meet next Monday to gauge the long haul here on the impacts to the population. One of the things that industry has proposed is coal rings, and that's an escape ring, 2 3/16 inches, that we will make mandatory in stone crab traps by 2025. It'll be one of the most biggest advances in trap fisheries in decades. It's estimated that it will put a minimum of 2% of the biomass back into the population. But the other thing is it saves countless numbers of crabs from being lunch or dinner for larger stone crabs. And we found in the course of our testing and so forth that larger crabs aggregate together and their focus is making baby stone crabs. So that's a good thing. Again, we'll gauge the process here. You know, stone crab, the second most valuable fishery in the state next to spiny lobster. Third thing, you heard a presentation on Pulley Ridge there. Pulley Ridge, lionfish. The north side of Pulley Ridge out of the HAPC is one of the most prolific areas for red grouper harvest in the entire Gulf of Mexico. We're seeing serious declines over there, but we also are seeing serious explosions in lionfish population. We had one fisherman last year harvested as strictly as bycatch in his spiny lobster traps just under 30,000 pounds of lionfish. That's one guy. In the Florida Keys here, we are harvesting just prior to the last significant numbers that I have is just prior to Hurricane Irma. In that season alone, we had harvested over 25 tons of lionfish strictly as bycatch. We have about 10 fishermen that harvest more lionfish in a year as bycatch than all the lionfish derbies combined. So we still have a problem out there. John Hunt and his team working on a lionfish trap testing project. We've been helpful in that regard, I believe, in proposing some ideas and testing areas and things like that. But it's still a serious problem that we need to get under control. The next thing, let's see, the general management plan. The commercial fishing industry has been involved in that since inception. Our guys, with their extensive knowledge of the habitat, the area, and so forth, were instrumental in developing the sanctuary preservation areas. A few years ago, we developed 60 new coral protection sites in the Florida Keys here, where there would be no deployment of spiny lobster gear or stone crab. And we also engaged in a number of cooperative research projects with the sanctuary and with other participants. So we're very much looking forward to that, working with Superintendent Fangman and the entire team here. So thank you, appreciate the time.
Thank you, Bill. All right, next up we have Devin Tiber? Tiber? Tiber.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Devin Tibor, and I'm a legal fellow with National Parks Conservation Association. One of our focuses at NPCA is marine conservation, which includes the restoration of native fish populations. So in 2014, the National Park Service adopted a fisheries management plan for Biscayne National Park. And the goal of this plan was to increase population and average size of target fish species within the park by at least 20%. Now, NPS is working with Florida FWC to create specific regulations to achieve that goal. We expect some draft regulations to be rolled out probably this July in the upcoming FWC meeting in Stewart. And this will kind of kick off a month-long public comment period, which will include meetings where the members of the public are invited to speak out and provide their input on the draft regulations. The health and sustainability of Biscayne National Park marine life affects the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, so this is an excellent opportunity for any concerned parties to get more information on NPS and FWC's next steps and to voice their own thoughts on the proposed rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Stacey Schwarzmann.
Hi everyone. My name is Stacey Schwarzmann and I'm here on behalf of Marine Zoning Works for Me. which is a collaboration of nonprofit organizations that focuses on engaging people in the restoration blueprint process for the sanctuary. So our organizations include the Nature Conservancy, National Parks Conservation Association, The Last Stand, Florida Keys Environmental Fund, and Audubon and the Isaac Walton League of America. So marine zoning is an important management tool that helps us protect marine ecosystems, wildlife, and the people who use them within the sanctuary. It determines the boundaries and the regulations within these boundaries, and these regulations balance the needs of the ecosystem with access for recreation and commerce. So some examples of marine zones in the sanctuary include ecological reserves, sanctuary preservation areas, wildlife management areas, special use areas, and existing management areas. One great example of a successful marine zone is the Tortugas Ecological Reserve, where overfished species such as mutton, snapper, and black and red grouper increased in size and abundance in the reserve, and even the annual mutton snapper spawning aggregations that were almost wiped out began to recover, and we started to see them again every year. So we believe that in order to rebuild our damaged and threatened marine ecosystems here in the Florida Keys, the restoration blueprint needs to thoroughly analyze the effectiveness of current marine zones in the sanctuary and make necessary changes to boundaries or add more zones to improve the condition of our natural resources and to provide for sustainable uses long into the future. We also encourage people to get involved in the public comment process so that we can work together to create the best restoration blueprint. And if you would like any more information about marine zones and things like that, you should check out our website at marinezoningworksforme.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. Next up, we have Lad Akins.
Do you need two mics? Do you need two mics?
No, for sure. Thanks. Hello, Sanctuary Advisor. It is good to be here with you. My name is Lad Akins, and this is Sarah Rankin, and we are the new leadership of the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary Foundation. So for those of you that don't know, the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation is a Washington, D.C. area-based foundation that supports the goals and the work of all of our 14 national marine sanctuaries. 4 of the sanctuaries have local chapters. And this Florida Keys chapter that Sarah and I are now leading is a rebirth of what was the Sanctuary Friends Foundation. So Sanctuary Friends was around for many years, kind of went dormant over the last few years. They had great people involved in that effort. But it has been reborn as a chapter of the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation. So Sarah and I are co-leading that. Sarah's based in the Lower Keys, and I'm based in the Upper Keys. I'm a longtime resident of the Keys. I've done lots of research. I play in the Keys. I live in the Keys. And I'm very passionate about this opportunity to support the work of the sanctuary. And I've known Sarah and Joanna a long time, and it's really exciting to be able to work to support the goals and the objectives of the council and of the sanctuary in a way that a nonprofit organization can. So we're just getting off the ground with this. We just came on board recently. We're really excited, and we're chomping at the bit to get going. So it's kind of an opportune time, seeing as how the restoration blueprint is about to come out. There will be some programs that have already been in place that were put in place by the National Foundation that we'll continue working on, but there'll be some new initiatives as well. So we're looking forward to meeting with both Sarah and, well, we have 2 Sarahs now. Sarah F. and we have Sarah R. And Joanna to see what the priorities are and what the needs are and helping to support those needs and goals. So Sarah, do you want to say anything? Put you on the spot.
Nah, that's okay. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here today, and it is my pleasure, and I think I want to echo Lad in that it's such an exciting time to be here. I don't think at any point in my lifetime have I seen all of this coming together at the same time, so I'm looking forward to it. We talk all the time how we're ready to get going, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thanks much.
Great to have you back involved.
Fantastic to have representation down here, so thank you for doing what you do for us.
Thanks.
And then I know it's not necessarily public, but Andy Newman wanted to have a brief comment.
Yeah. Thank you, Clinton. Not really a comment, but a question that I wanted to ask after Captain Dupree's little presentation, and that was regarding, he mentioned lobster mini-season, and so I'm just curious, Janet, I guess you didn't need to pay attention here, if there's going to be an effort this year for the mini-season for a lobster information booth or not, up in Key Largo.
I can answer a little of that.
Okay, go for it.
I don't want to speak for Dave Dupree, but I do know that we've been working with FWC. There's going to be an effort on the water. There's not going to be a big event at Divers Direct like you may have seen before, right, but they do intend to have a couple of booths, one in Key Largo, one in Isla Mirada, at last I was told, where they will be handing out some information. They are also starting a campaign for the Florida Coral Crew, an opportunity to build pride and ownership in the Florida Reef Tract. They are going to be sharing information at those booths, not just about lobster mini-season, but about protecting our environment, including information about decontamination of dive gear related to the coral disease outbreak.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick tag onto that. Are you going to have information available so the different hoteliers and marinas and stuff can pick those pamphlets up?
Oh, to her.
Yes. Just tagging off.
That's Gina.
We have in the upper and the lower keys, sorry.
Go ahead.
We have in the upper and the lower keys the lobster brochure that the Sanctuaries helped produce in partnership with all the other agencies. We have boxes of those in both of our offices. So every year before mini season, we do runs up and down the keys delivering those to various organizations. If anybody has a specific location where they think those should go or need some, they can contact our Key Largo office or our Key West office and we can get those.
Are you willing to drop them off at those hotels at one?
We, as much as we have capacity to, yes, we do. We do runs up and down the keys to drop them.
Because I could certainly blast out a tourism advisory to the lodging industry and make that offer available if you wish.
Yeah, please do.
Okay.
Do you have it available as a PDF or something that you can also?
Yes, we do have it available.
Yeah.
It's on our website.
Exactly. Yeah, we do have that on our website, as you know.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. 3:15. We are lucky to have our Office of National Marine Sanctuary Nancy Foster Scholars with us today. So I will ask Kate Thompson with Office of National Marine Sanctuary staff to provide a bit of background of this program and to introduce our next speaker, Scholar Grace Calvary. Thank you.
Hi everyone, thanks so much for having us here, Sarah and Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary staff, as well as the Sanctuary Advisory Council. My name is Kate Thompson. I'm the Director of Education and Outreach for the whole sanctuary system, and I also run the Nancy Foster Scholarship Program. The Nancy Foster Scholarship Program is actually run by 1% of the overall budget of National Marine Sanctuaries. It's been set aside by Congress after Dr. Nancy Foster herself passed away. She did so much for NOAA, including, now her name is also on the Eco Discovery Center, as well as the research vessel ship, the Nancy Foster. So they set aside 1% of National Marine Sanctuary's budget to fund a scholarship that funds graduate students in both their master's and their PhD. They could be doing oceanography, marine biology, marine archaeology, economics, education that impacts National Marine Sanctuaries. So when we took the program over, we wanted to make sure that these scholars impacted each sanctuary. And so in the back of the room, we have some of the best and the brightest. Could you stand up for us, please? We currently have 17 scholars in the system. And these students are doing their graduate work at some of the most amazing schools across the country, including Scripps, including University of Massachusetts Amherst, University of Miami, they run the gamut. So they're some of the best and the brightest, and some of the people that actually live and work here in the Keys, like Erin Muller from Moe Marine Lab, she's a Dr. Nancy Foster Scholar. So we're very excited to be here. We do a training every single year where we go to a different sanctuary site across the system because we want the scholars to understand what you go through on a daily basis. So they do their research in a lab, and oftentimes scientists get very focused on their research and what they're doing. So we want them to broaden that understanding and what that research does to impact management and policy, as well as understand communications and education and outreach and how to talk to other audiences. So part of the orientation training is for them to communicate their science, and we teach them techniques to communicate their science. So we kind of throw them out there, and poor Grace is the tagged one today because Grace is doing her research right here in the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. So Grace is doing her PhD at the University of Massachusetts Amherst in their conservation, fisheries conservation, recreational fisheries conservation science lab. And so she just finished her first year of field work this past spring up until like last week, right? Yeah. So she doesn't have any results as of yet, but she wanted to present to you what she's hoping to gain from her research. So her research is specifically on the interactions of hammerhead sharks, the great hammerhead shark, with the recreational tarpon fishery. So with that, welcome, Grace. Yes.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I want to start out by asking who in this room has been tarpon fishing before? All right. Awesome. Lots of you. Of those people who have been tarpon fishing at Bahia Honda, okay, so a number of you will know what I'm talking about here.
It's the bottom one.
Okay, all right, so as I'm sure most of you in the room are familiar with, recreational fishing is a hugely important industry in Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. And it's estimated that the tarpon fishery makes up a huge chunk of that income. So annually, the tarpon fishery brings about $450 million a year of revenue to the Florida Keys. So this is a very important fishery. And people come to fish and catch tarpon in the Florida Keys because they're really fun to catch. So tarpon put up a really strong fight on the line. They do these big, beautiful jumps out of the water. And the fishery is entirely catch and release. So people are not harvesting tarpon for food. It's purely for the fun of the fight, and then they let the fish go. My lab has been tagging and tracking tarpon in the Florida Keys and throughout the southeastern United States for the last 3 years. So most of our tagging efforts have taken place in the Florida Keys, but as you can see on this map here, each one of these dots represents a place where we have heard from a tagged tarpon. So there's a lot of connectivity, a lot of movement from one place to another with these tagged fish, but the Florida Keys are really special. Tarpon are aggregating in the Florida Keys by the thousands, we think, to prepare for going offshore to spawn. So as I mentioned, the tarpon fishery is catch and release, and a lot of people tend to think of catch and release fisheries as fisheries that have zero mortality in them. But as we're focusing a little bit more on recreational fisheries science, we're starting to realize that catch and release doesn't mean zero mortality. There are a few different kinds of mortality that you can have in catch and release fisheries. One of those sources of mortality is called post-release mortality. So you've been fighting the fish on the line, you bring it up to the boat. That fish is really, really tired when you let it go, and it's so tired that it can't escape from the predators that it encounters after the release, so it's an easy lunch. The second type of mortality that you can encounter is depredation mortality. And so depredation happens before you get your fish to the side of the boat. A shark or maybe a marine mammal will come up and take a bite out of your fish while it's still on the fishing line. And around here, what we're seeing is shark depredation on these really large tarpon, so you end up with half a tarpon instead of a whole tarpon for your nice trophy photo. I'm working specifically in Bahia Honda. A lot of you are probably familiar with where this is, but Bahia Honda is characterized by this channel that has a really strong current that cuts underneath the bridges. And as the tide changes, it brings bait fish in and out, and that's a really great food source for the tarpon. So to orient you here, this is the main Route 1 bridge, and this is the old Henry Flagler's old railroad bridge here. And so the tarpon will actually stack up between the bridge pilings underneath of that new Route 1 bridge, and that's really the focal point of the fishery, and they wait there for their food source to eat those bait fish that come in and out. And so that's made Bahia Honda really a tarpon fishing hotspot. So this is a photo taken from the old bridge looking out at the new bridge, and every single one of these boats anchored here are mostly fishing guides targeting tarpon. And everybody that's fishing like this is targeting tarpon. And the guides are actually starting to raise concerns about the depredation, and that's really the incentive for the project that I'm working on. So depredation happens because the fighting that the tarpon do, the big jumps that make them so popular to catch, is what attracts the sharks. So generally an injured fish will be struggling in the water, it makes a lot of noise in the water, and that's how sharks can hone in on their prey. And so the fish fighting against the fishing line does a similar thing. It attracts the sharks, and it makes for an easier meal when a fish has a hook in its face, and it's not really worried about trying to get away from the shark, it's trying to get away from the hook. Why should we care about depredation? In particular, in the tarpon fishery, tarpon are a really long-lived fish, so they don't mature until they're about 20 years old, and they can live to be around 60. And this fishery is a trophy fishery, so they're targeting the biggest and the oldest tarpon. And so when we lose big old fish, we lose the fish that are the most productive in the population. And if we lose too many of them, we can start seeing declines in the population, and that's not something that we want. Depredation is also bad for the sharks. So this is potentially a learned behavior for sharks that isn't natural, and it's not necessarily something we want them to do. And the more they're interacting with fishing guides, the more frustration those guides can be feeling, and we can get into some shark-angler conflict there and some retaliation against the sharks. Sharks are an important part of our ecosystem. It's important to have them in our waters to keep fish populations in check, so we don't want to be losing sharks either. It's also not good for the fishing guides. So they're bringing clients out there. Those clients want to catch the biggest and the best tarpon. And if they lose tarpon too often to sharks, maybe they'll stop paying fishing guides and stop coming back. And we don't want that to happen either. So we don't want to be seeing a decline in the tarpon industry, or the tarpon fishing industry. So we really want to work to try to figure out, do we need to be worried about this depredation? Is it really a problem that's going to affect our fish populations? And if so, how can we find some solutions that can keep everybody happy? So I have a little video here right now of a depredation. Nice, it worked. So here we have one of the fishing guides. That's a nice tarpon jump there. One of the fishing guides that I've been working closely with that fishes in the Honda a lot. This is towards the end of the fight, so they've been fighting this fish for about 10 minutes. As you can see, based on the big jump that happened there, the tarpon is pretty close to the boat right now. Kevin up in the tower is actually getting ready to go down to help his client land the fish. With a little patience. Pay attention to the engines. Where's the back? It hasn't started yet. There it comes. So there's the shark. So the shark hits the tarpon, breaks it off the line. Generally, they don't take a full bite of the tarpon at first. They break it off the line and they have to circle back to eat it. So that big splash right there was probably the final strike for that fish, where it became shark lunch. So this is frustrating. You can see that everybody on the boat looks kind of frustrated as they head back to their anchor and try to catch another one. So how do we try to tackle this problem? We can look at several different ways to try to determine if we need to be worried about this depredation. The first thing that we want to do is look at the spatial ecology of both species. So what habitats are important, when are they there, how do the migration patterns of both tarpon and great hammerhead sharks line up? As I mentioned, my lab has actively been tracking tarpon for the last few years. I've started tagging sharks so that I can track them in the same way and see if these great hammerheads follow tarpon up the coast as they do that coastal migration and then come back to the Keys year after year, or are these sharks always around and we're just seeing them when the tarpon happen to be here? And then you need to quantify how often that depredation is really happening. So I am conducting visual surveys off of that old railroad bridge in Bahia Honda State Park, watching the fishing and trying to determine how many fish are getting eaten each day. The first thing that I'm going to talk to you about is the tracking. So there are multiple ways that we can track fish in the ocean, but the technique that I use is called acoustic telemetry, which functions on a series of anchored receivers in the water, which is what you're seeing right here, and tags that talk to those receivers. So my little nurse shark friend is going to stand in and explain how acoustic telemetry works. We'll pretend that this shark is tagged. That tag, every minute to minute and a half, will send out a ping into the water. And if the shark swims by close enough within range of a receiver, the receiver will register the unique tag ID, the date, and the time. And so you know where the receiver is located, and you now have date and time and what fish. So then when you go out to download those receivers, you can get all the data and connect the dots of where the fish is moving across the Keys. My lab has 90 receivers anchored throughout the Keys right now, ranging from Key Largo all the way down to the Marquesas, and we download them once every year in August. Right here in this red box is Bahia Honda. I have a grid of 16 of these acoustic receivers set up in Bahia Honda across the bridges, and the goal of this array configuration is try to get a better idea of fine-scale movements of these animals. So attempting to determine what areas are maybe potential shark danger zones where I could make recommendations to guides to be more aware. Let's say, for example, if sharks really frequent this area oceanside, most of the time the guides are fishing up here to potentially break a fish off before they drift underneath of the old bridge. And then also with this, we can look at the areas where the tarpon are hanging out most frequently as well. So to tag a shark, you need to catch a shark. And how do you figure out how to catch a shark that's used to being served fresh tarpon on a silver platter every day? The answer is it's not easy. So we figured out, what I'm showing you right here, is the best way to catch a great hammerhead in Bahia Honda is to pretend that you've caught a tarpon and to hope that they come and eat your bait. So what we're doing right now is hand lining. This rope that's extending off the back of the boat has a crevalle jack on a hook that's submerged in the water. And so what we would do is we would tow the rope or tow the bait around, attached to the rope, the same way that the tarpon fishing guides do when they have a tarpon hooked. They'll pop off their anchor and drift with the current. Their engine turns on. That seems to attract sharks, and then we wait. So this is my lab mate Jake on the fishing line. And there's our shark. So once the shark is hooked, we let it pull that rope out. It's attached to a buoy. Sometimes we catch our power pole. And we let the shark pull that buoy for about 10 minutes. As you can see, they really take off after they get hooked. They're a very powerful shark. I've worked with many different species of sharks, and great hammerheads are some of the strongest that I've worked with. So we'll follow closely behind that buoy for about 10 minutes and then start pulling the shark in towards the side of the boat. And the reason we let it run with the gear like that is because it tires the animal out a little bit, and so when it gets to the side of the boat, it's safe for us to handle it, but it's also safer for the animal. So if we bring a shark that's really fully energized and thrashing around up to the side of the boat, particularly the hammerheads with their really unique cephalofoil, their elongated heads, they're going to start banging their eye against the side of the boat, and we don't want the animal to be hurt when we let it go. So we have a relatively tired hammerhead shark that we bring up to the side of the boat. We then secure it to the side of the boat with a head rope just under the base of the cephalofoil here, and then a tail rope, so they can't thrash around too much. And then we get started with our tagging. So the tagging takes place exclusively at the dorsal fin, and I give the sharks two different types of tags. I give them their electronic tag that I talked to you about that will track them with the acoustic telemetry. And then I also tag the hammerheads with a large color-coded external paddle tag. Those are for our visual surveys. So I'm going to talk about the visual surveys a little bit in more detail next. But the cattle tags are so that when I'm sitting on the bridge and watching for sharks, watching for depredation, I can identify whether or not it's the same sharks over and over again, if it's sharks that we know and are familiar with, or if it's sharks that we've never encountered before. So I drill a hole through the dorsal fin and I put the cattle tag in. Shark skeletons are all entirely cartilaginous, so just like our nose or our ears, they don't have blood vessels in their dorsal fins and they're not innervated, so they can't feel that. It's basically the same as getting your ear pierced. And so when the tagging is done, we'll have a shark that looks something like this. So this was the 9th shark that we tagged, so she got a little bit of extra jewelry. Most of our sharks just had one numbered cattle tag and one color-coded cattle tag. She got 2. So now if I see her again, I can just look through binoculars and say, oh, that's shark number 9, or that's shark white, blue, purple. And similarly, the fishing guides that I'm working with in the area can let me know the same thing. So if they lose a tarpon to depredation, they can just send me a quick text message, let me know, and then I know what sharks are in the area. And then this tag down here is our acoustic tag that will talk to those receivers. And all of that, though it sounds like a lot, only takes about 5 minutes. And then we'll cut the hook, take the tail ropes off, and let it go. And this should be showing a release. Do you need me to do it? Because it's like, okay, there we go. So there she is. It's a little washed out with the lights, but this is just a shark swimming away strongly. All of our animals have swum away really strongly, which is super exciting because hammerheads can be susceptible to really high stress when they're captured. So we've had a really successful time working with these sharks. So in total this field season, I tagged 10 hammerheads. On average, they were about 10 feet long, and they were all females. Which is interesting. I'm hoping to be able to do some more tagging next year to explore that a little bit more. And we do our big receiver array download in August, but I do have a little bit of preliminary spatial data that I can share with you. We downloaded a couple of our receivers in Bahia Honda, and then we were fortunate enough through the iTag network to get a little bit of data off of Key West from some receivers that FWC manages. And so here I have tag number on the y-axis, so this is just each individual shark over time, so from mid-April to the end of May, and whether we were hearing from that shark in Bahia Honda, which are the red dots, or Key West, which are the black dots. So as you can see, we're hearing from sharks in both places, and they seem to be going back and forth between those two places, especially this last individual. So hopefully when we download our whole receiver array, I'll have much more detailed information. I'll get to see where these sharks are going, how they're getting from Bahia Honda to Key West, so stay tuned for that. So the last component that I'm doing is the visual surveys. I sat up here at the end of the old bridge in Bahia Honda State Park with my binoculars and a nice chair, and I would watch the fishing for 10 to 12 hours a day. And I would keep track of how many boats were fishing, how they were oriented in relation to the bridge, when they caught a fish, how long they fought that fish, and whether or not the fish was landed successfully or if there was a depredation. I ended up observing over 300 hours of fishing, and because my field season is only about a week old, that data is not all entered into my laptop, so you'll have to stay tuned for results to that. This is definitely not the end of the story there. So like I alluded to earlier, I'm hoping that I'll have at least one more field season tagging sharks down here in the Keys. I'd like to get 20 to 30 hammerheads tagged, which I think is a doable goal. And I also want to continue working with fishing guides, starting to test some solutions to how we can reduce these depredations. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone in my lab that helped me with field work, as well as the captains that fish Bahia Honda regularly, Captain Kevin Grubb, Diego Cordova, Nate Wheeler, Bobby Spano, and Russell Cleppinger. And if there's time, I'll take any questions.
So, hi, congratulations. That's a fabulous study, especially for someone like myself who's interested. I might have to give up tarpon fishing now. I don't know. What is the answer? I mean, have you studied enough to come up with an answer to satisfy everyone?
So we're really, really early on, and it's going to be a multi-step process to really determine if the depredation rates are high enough that the population can't sustain it, and if we really need to be worried about that. So I can't really speak to an answer right now, but I think that there will be answers. So I'm looking at things like how time of day, tide, fight time, the number of jumps that the tarpon takes, all of those factors are going to be taken into account with determining if that increases the likelihood of being depredated or not. So there will hopefully at the end of this be some best practices recommendations that we can make to the fishing guides to help reduce the depredation if we need to be concerned about it.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, more questions, Steve?
Yeah, 2, 3 more. We got.
So I've got Mike. Where else is this a problem? I mean, I know Bahia Honda is a special spot for tarpon and for hammerheads, and it's a great spot to observe what's going on. But is this happening at every channel? Is it happening at every tarpon fishing hotspot? The depredation, that is?
So Bahia Honda, at least to my knowledge, is one of the more heavily fished channels. So from what I know, that's where we're getting the most reports from guides about this happening. Depredation is also an issue up in Boca Grande in the Tampa Bay region. There's been studies there about post-release mortalities, so sharks eating tarpon after they've been released, but this is the first study that's attempted to quantify depredation in the tarpon fishery. So I'm sure that there are other areas, but this is sort of the first place that we're trying to tackle the problem.
In your observations, do you come across bull sharks also?
Yeah, so interestingly, I was fishing pretty consistently from the beginning of April until the end of May, and we only caught 3 bull sharks there. I don't know if that was a timing issue or if they just weren't interested in the bait in the way that we were fishing it. Certainly, I've heard from the guides that there are bull sharks there. Excuse me, but the tarpon or the great hammerheads seem to be their primary concern in regards to depredation.
Well, I've witnessed in the last couple of months something, I don't know what it was, take out a tarpon at Shell Key, and I've seen it in the past down at Channel 2, Channel 5, on the lower map, so I know it happens probably anywhere there's tarpon fishing. And are most of the instances of depredation hammerheads? Is that what you're seeing?
Yes, so all of the observations that I did where I saw depredation were hammerheads. Hammerheads, I'm lucky in that hammerheads have this really uniquely tall, sort of sickle-shaped dorsal fin, so it's very easy to identify them when they bring that dorsal fin all the way out of the water, as opposed to a bull shark whose dorsal fin is more triangular and squatter. So far what I saw was all hammerheads.
Then I had one other Nancy Foster connection, and that is to the Keys, and a former Coral Shores student, Michelle Tischler, is a past Foster recipient. So.
I have a quick question.
Just a quick follow-up to your study and other things to think about, because I think this is, first off, great. Right, this is really cutting-edge stuff, and you did a great job with it. And we spoke earlier about, next steps that could be taken in terms of, the challenges to resolving some of this conflict and shark repellent technology, so on and so forth. But as you begin to think about that, the question was raised about bull sharks. I would say just in general for my own fishing, because I target tarpon a lot on fly, I probably see more nuisance from bull sharks than I do from hammerheads. I think that there's particular areas like Bahia Honda where the large dominant hammerheads come in and they just simply dominate the bull sharks and push them out. I find more bull sharks kind of on flats, on edges off of flats in some of the basins in the backcountry. And particularly through the winter time and the cooler water temperatures, we almost never see hammerheads and almost always see bull sharks. So kind of as you evaluate this predation that's going on, perhaps investigating a couple of the other areas, and I've worked with your colleagues to kind of point them in the right direction on that. But also as you begin to think about solutions for this in terms of technology or other kind of recommendations that you might make, I would certainly look at those other areas and try to find, the bull sharks or other kind of particular tarpon fishing locations, or the way that it sets up that is different than Bahia Honda, which is a rather unique circumstance where the fish are in that area. Great place to study, great place to get some analysis and to kind of observe this issue, but ultimately I think the issue does go further than just Bahia Honda. But great job, fantastic work, thank you.
Thank you.
And then John Hunt.
I agree, great work, but I'm biased on acoustics. I'm curious, will you be able in this study in any way to kind of evaluate or separate how much of the activity there is depredation relative to just predation of fish, that tarpon that are not hooked?
So it's pretty clear that the depredations that I'm seeing are depredations and not just a shark on a free swimming tarpon. I, while sitting there, never saw a shark on a free swimming tarpon. A couple times when I was down on the water fishing, I would see that. But I think that the majority of natural predations that would be a shark on a free swimming tarpon happened deeper. And so part of why we're able to see that dorsal fin and the tail come out on the depredation is because the tarpon are sort of actively jumping and fighting against that line, and they're relatively close to the boat as well, so they're being forced towards the surface. I think naturally they would try to swim down and away from sharks as they're trying to get away, so it would be harder for us to see that.
I just wanted to add for the advisory council members that in your folders, you have a bio of all the current Dr. Nancy Foster scholars. On the last page of that bio, at the bottom, is an email address for the team that manages the Dr. Nick Foster Scholarship. So if you're interested in following up with any of these individual scholars, you can feel free to email that email address, and Kate and her team can put you in contact with scholars directly.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, member updates of note. This is an opportunity for various SAC members to inform the SAC of issues that they're privy to, things that they've learned or discovered. And this week, or this month actually, it's going to be Chris Berg. So thank you, Chris.
Thank you. This take a second, but I wanted to alert everybody to a recent report that was released by the US Geological Survey along with the University of California at Santa Cruz and the Nature Conservancy. What? Slugs, yes, banana slugs, so UCSC. So there's been a lot of talk about the value of reefs. We had a report earlier about the coming update of the valuation of marine resources here from the perspectives of boating and diving and so on. But there's another value, and that is the coastal protection value. So the reefs offshore, before the big waves from hurricanes or storm surges can reach us, they have to contend with the reefs. That slows the waves down, brings down their height, and really literally protects us from flooding and erosion in storms or anytime when you've got heavy wind and waves. So this study put a dollar value on it, and it shows that across the United States, places that have coral reefs, so Florida, Hawaii, the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, the value is $1.8 billion would be per year, and that's the direct avoided losses from flooding, plus the associated losses of the business that would occur if your business got wiped out by a storm. That total, $1.8 billion per year, is really significantly weighted in Florida's favor, so almost $700 million per year of that occurs in Florida. So those reefs are really doing an enormous service for us, not just fishing, not just diving, not just all the other values that we talk about a lot, but this coastal protection value. Now we have a number in simple terms. The study digitally modeled what kind of waves you get with the reef that you have and what kind of waves you get and flooding you get with the reefs if they were to be diminished by a meter in height. And that's where you get that number. And this, again, points to the need to, minimize the degradation of the reefs and not let them get any worse off than they already are by dealing with water quality, dealing with climate change, dealing with local impacts of flooding, fishing, and diving, and all the things that affect the reefs, but also the need to actively get into restoration, more so than even we are today in a place where there's probably more reef restoration going on than anywhere else. We've got a lot of work to do and a lot to gain by conserving and restoring the reefs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Well, you can find that online. I don't remember the title of it right now, but you can look it up. US Geological Survey, Nature Conservancy, or flood risk reduction. That'll give you what you want.
Thank you. Last but not least, agency reports, and we'll start with our very own Sarah Fenwick.
Thank you. Just a couple quick things. Administrative first. We have several new faces in the sanctuary office. Some of you may remember Michael Carver was here from Cordell Bank National Marine Sanctuary, serving as our acting deputy superintendent. He had to go back to his job in California, and so we snagged another Californian from the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary. Bridget Hoover is now serving as our acting deputy superintendent. Her job back in California is to manage the water quality protection program for the sanctuary there. So she brings to us some skills in an area that I'm very obviously interested in. She will be with us for 4 months, unless I can get her to stay longer. The last guy stayed for 3 extra months, so we'll see. She was hoping to get here today, but she was flying back from a wedding and so she wasn't quite able to make it, but you will see her at the next advisory council meeting. Also new in our office, we have a presidential management fellow who has been with us all day long. Amanda Netburn is here from Washington, D.C. The Presidential Management Fellowship Program is a very prestigious program that brings folks into federal service. She is with us just for a few months, but she'll be helping us with restoration related activities. We also have another new face in our office, Tori Barker, who's with the Coral Program. She's a Coral Fellow. She's with us for at least a year, hopefully more than that. So she's in our Key West office. Other administrative things we've got, as you heard this morning from Stacey, the Tourism Development Council provided us with funds for updates to the Eco-Discovery Center. And if you haven't been in Key West in a while, you, I hope, would notice some improvements. We've been doing some work to upgrade the exterior of the building. Most of you know that the Eco-Discovery Center opened over 10 years ago, and so it's time to kind of refresh. We're also hoping to next take on upgrades to the interior of that, so stay tuned for more of that. We've also been doing a lot of updates to our facility now in Key West because we've had hurricane damage and just age in this environment. As you all know, homeowners, boat owners, it just takes a toll. So we've repaved our lot, we've been doing a lot of landscaping, so next time you're down there, I hope you'll notice that it looks a little bit better and it's functioning better too, so that's good for us. And then I just want to say a couple things about resource protection and science-related activities, building off of Andy's presentation. When he was talking about, I think his last slide, talking about sort of the future and restoration. I think at the last advisory council meeting I mentioned that we had just had a workshop where we brought together a group of experts to help us identify sites throughout the sanctuary that we would target for a really ambitious restoration plan. I want to tell you, we've been continuing to work on that. The plan is getting a lot more meat on the bones. Our team has been out at those sites that we proposed for that intensive level of work, doing really careful ground truthing to inform that. So we are really working. I think Andy's presentation, as I said before, was sobering, but we're also using that as motivation for action. So we're looking forward to taking that whole process to the next level. And then, I don't know if you were going to mention this, but when it comes, he also talked about the coral disease. That intervention and response effort continues full force. And as some of you may remember, last July we had a workshop, brought people together. We're going to do another one of those in August. So that effort continues. And Joanna, you may choose to speak about that a little bit more, I don't know. And then just lastly, it is of course the busy field season, and so our team is quite busy, and we also have a lot of partners, FWC, DEP, Nature Conservancy, others coming to us and using our docks or asking for space. So we're trying to accommodate as much as we can, letting our boats be used for important research projects. But it is a busy time, so if we can't say yes 100% of the time, that's not because we don't want to, but it's just because the demand is high this time of year, which is a good thing. So I think that's all I had, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
This is something to your left to go in.
Great, well, I will follow up on that with updates from the Department of Environmental Protection. I'll follow on from the coral disease intervention strike teams, especially the ones that were working here in the Florida Keys, thanks to Nova Southeastern University and our Force Blue team members. They have completed a 50-day mission where they treated over 5,556 coral disease lesions across over 1,100 colonies, the majority of which, over 60% of those treatments were done at Blue Key, and that was intentionally designed. We selected Blue Key because of how iconic that location is and how important that is to the heart of the Florida Keys. We're all going to be continuing these strike teams across the entire Florida Reef Tract, so we're making sure that we have dedicated bodies in the water to be working on stabilizing our coral population. We're also moving away from individual lesion treatment because it is a waterborne disease. It doesn't stop that colony from getting a lesion on the other side, literally the day after you leave it or treat it. And so we're working with our researchers to develop a whole colony treatment that will hopefully be starting to be rolled out here in the next few months. We're also working and getting the word out with different partners. So one of the newest partners that we have the opportunity to work with is the NFL. We ultimately, because of the Super Bowl coming here to Miami next year, we have an opportunity to work with their green committee to do a very small stag-form coral outplanting, but that ultimately will blossom into a much bigger project, and more importantly, use that NFL kind of leverage and get the word out about what's going on here in Florida. So big kudos to our friends at Frost, Museum of Science, University of Miami, Force Blue, and all of the NFL related folks. Other updates, Sarah and I have been very busy. We've been doing a lot of road shows lately, getting the word out about all the awesome work that we're doing here in the coral world. So we went and presented to the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force, so that's the Everglades Task Force, talking about kind of picking up Billy's charge and saying that this is one big ecosystem. You guys have passed a resolution like a year ago maybe now, and it's really just emphasizing that they need to be looking at the corals as the end, not stopping that at Florida Bay or the Everglades National Park. It's just reconnecting the entire system because it is one big. John, I don't know if you were going to speak about our briefing to the FWC Commission, but I can at least say we spent 2 hours with the Commission, giving them the A to Z of all things coral reef, and it was really impressive. The questions were excellent, and he may give you some more on that. Let's see. Just kidding.
I wasn't there, you were.
I will say, especially the chair, Karen and I know it was Chair Spotswood yesterday in Key West. He's taken a specific interest in being better educated on everything coral. He's a fisherman by trade. Like his heart is with the fishing community, but he's learning about how important a living coral habitat is to fish, and vice versa, that we need certain fish there to protect the coral. So he's been really getting educated in all these issues, and it's been great to have that dialogue available to somebody who's in a position that can make big changes. Also getting the word out that the National Academy of Science, just so you guys know, has completed a new update. And this is a group of independent scientists that are reviewing all the possible ways that we can help coral evolve. We know there are a lot of stressors on them both locally and globally. They don't have a lot of time to evolve, and so this is basically a review of all those actions to help them evolve and help them persist until they can catch up and maintain on their own. And so they've come out with a decision framework for interventions to increase the persistence and resilience of coral reefs. This is a national product, but it will apply globally. So just we'll send you guys a link to all of that great information. And then finally, from the Florida Park Service, they just wanted to let you know that they have completed a coastal alternative study regarding the beach erosion at Fort Zachary Taylor State Park and the effects of the breakwaters on the beach. There are currently no specific plans, fundings, or permits to implement any of the suggested recommendations, but they are working towards that. If you have any questions, please contact Janice right over here. Yes?
You said you're treating corals. How are you treating them?
Sure.
Nicely.
We say nice things to them. Very encouraging. So we've got a couple of specific treatments that we're using, and one of them is following kind of fire, is land management in a way. It's a fire break technology. It's literally, and this sounds harsh, and I'm sorry, it's literally cutting into the animal and treating that margin, that fire break, with right now either chlorinated epoxy or in some instances like a topical antibiotic, almost like a neosporin. And so we're treating that fire break, we're cutting a swath around the actual lesion, and then we're also putting a topical antibiotic onto the lesion margin itself. What we're finding are that I think there's about a 60% success rate of certain treatments, higher in some colonies. It's actually really tough to parse that out because of the morphology of the different types of coral. Some are more successful than others, and so and it also means that, as I mentioned before, it's a lot of work to do that. We're talking about hundreds of millions of colonies that are out there that are potentially impacted by this disease. And in 50 days, we were able to treat 1,000. So in terms of scale, we need to get to a better, bigger scale of treatment, which is why we're moving to the whole colony treatments.
Is it Lou Key?
The work was predominantly at Lukey, but we asked them to do treatments up and down, from the Upper Keys to Lukey. We did not ask them, right now the disease boundary is around Key West-ish. We did not ask them to work in the, because, going into the hot zone, because ultimately FWC's done some really good work that shows in order to make a significant impact in that particular really hot, think of it, when a match lights for the first time, that flare up, it's actually too hot to really make a big difference with the very limited human capacity that we have. But we can make a big difference once it's gone through and it's gone to kind of a slow burn. And so,
yeah, because I was wondering if they were going to hold the Underwater Music Festival at Lukey with all the work you're doing there.
The work is wrapped up now for this period, and so I don't anticipate there being any change, but I haven't heard for sure. But yes, it is all open. I mean, it's still fully accessible. Everybody's encouraged to go out there and actually see this work. That being said, there, for the colonies that were treated, there are these big yellow cattle tags. Just like you saw in the shark fins, we put a couple of those tags and counted them into the treated corals, and they say, have you seen this tag? If so, take a picture and send it to us. Because we're going to hopefully treat as many as we possibly can, but we can't get back there and monitor all of them. We want to make sure that we're doing more action than data collection. So we're actually asking everybody who's out there to help us. And so there is a place that you can submit that information. All you have to do is snap a photo and send some really basic information. So we'll send out a quick flyer on that just for anybody who's out there looking. Thanks.
Thank you, Joanna. Yeah, pass to you left to Heather, please.
I'm gonna grab a second.
Sure.
It's been a while. I'm standing in for Mayor Terry Johnston for the City of Key West. I'm their sustainability coordinator, Allison Higgins. Tonight, the city is actually voting on writing policy to ban single-use disposables from everything the city can have ruling over. So our parks, our beaches, our vendors, our right-of-ways, which includes street fairs, any kind of special event that we permit, and also includes any buildings the city leases, which is the entire historic bite, Southernmost Cafe. So they're voting on writing the language tonight, and then we'll actually write the language. And I'll be excited to share that language with other cities or counties when we go to the next phase. We were also the first city to ban oxygenate and oxybenzone for sunscreen, first city in the U.S. But we followed the state of Hawaii's rules, so it's still over a year and a half off, and whenever the state's ban goes into effect, it goes into effect. But they did task the Sustainability Board, which is general volunteer citizens, which means me, to write everything bad about the bad products, everything good and how effective the good products are, and anything the city can do on other policy levels to help the reef. So yeah, so I want to take this chance, but I need help. So I'd love to, I don't know if we could make it a workshop kind of thing at some other, but it's really about the policies a city can put in. So I'm looking at maybe more of a water quality protection program, something. But this idea of all the ways to help coral evolve, all the things I'm hearing are kind of feeding in there somehow. But I might need some help in putting that together. And again, I'd love to then really workshop it with the other cities and the counties, so that if we come up with the same language together, we might all pass it together because that makes the rules easier. And that's it.
What's the timeline on that task?
I have I think I've got 8 months. But I can always ask for extra time if I got a good group together.
Please.
Thanks, Clinton. Hi, everyone. So I think most of you are probably aware that we recently announced July 1 as the start date for the $44 million disaster award that Florida received related to Hurricane Irma. So we're really pleased that affected fishermen and other stakeholders will soon begin to see some relief for fishery-related impacts of that event. Also, earlier this month, we closed the commercial yellowtail snapper fishery until the 2019 season starts on August 1. And Florida's leading the new assessment for that stock. We have a data workshop in St. Pete the end of June, June 25th through 27th. And then the assessment process will be conducted via a series of webinars after that. We're currently requesting public comments on the South Atlantic Council's proposal to allow 3 new types of sea turtle release here in the snapper keeper fishery. We're taking comments on that through August 12th, and the same allowances just took effect in the Gulf yesterday. We'll be opening South Atlantic red snapper fishery to commercial fishing on July 8th and to recreational fishing the weekend of July 12th, and then the following 2 days, Friday, Saturday of the following weekend. And just last week, the South Atlantic Council voted to hold public hearings on new options to set those opening dates in future years, so they'll be looking at new start times and perhaps different opening days. And the schedule for those hearings will be posted on the council website. Also last week, the South Atlantic Council approved for NOAA Fisheries Review and Implementation a new red grouper rebuilding plan that would extend the spawning season closure through May, just off of the Carolinas, and also establish a 200-pound commercial trip limit region-wide. They discussed potential changes to dolphin regulations, which would include revising the sector commercial allocations and also a reduced recreational vessel limit off of Florida. They haven't identified any preferred options at this time. They're continuing to evaluate various new circle hook options, which they intend to approve at their September meeting. They have included an option that would extend the requirement to the keys, but that's not a preferred at this time. The Gulf Council also met earlier this month. They've approved for our review a proposal that would reduce the greater amberjack commercial trip limit, and they just began looking at regulatory changes for the recreational fishery that would help ensure both a spring and fall season. They've approved new gray snapper reference points and catch levels for public hearings, which are just slightly below current catch levels. And they're also considering changing conditions of the 2-day bag limit allowance for a multi-day for higher reef fish and mackerel trips. And finally, we have a couple of new Endangered Species Act listing decisions. In March, we declined a petition to list the Cuvier's beak whale in the Gulf. And in April, we did list the Brutus whale in the Gulf as endangered, citing vessel strikes, ocean noise, energy activities, whale spills and responses, and also fishing gear entanglement as the primary threats to that species. That's all I have.
Heather, can I ask a quick question? Sure. The grant, I had the benefit of hearing the presentation at a different meeting. But at the time, we didn't know for sure if it was going to get approved or when. But could you elaborate on that, and when and where would people be able to apply for that? And there was a discussion if it was only commercial docks and commercial ramps, or if it could also be private application.
So it'll be distributed through the state. The money passed through NOAA Fisheries. The state will distribute it. They have a spend plan, which I think is public for the types of activities that it can be spent on. I know there's some direct payouts to commercial for hire fishermen and wholesale dealers, and some money for infrastructure repairs, things like that. But I can try to find you more info on that, or direct you to the appropriate person at the state. In fact, John might know.
So let me actually, I'll just step in and briefly, are you finished, Heather?
Yeah,
or?
yeah.
Okay. So I'll do my report and just incorporate that. And I'll start by introducing CJ Sweetman, who is in the back of the room. CJ, if you'll.
CJ did a great job actually at the rebuild.
And if you want, and so we have just hired CJ as the representative here in the Florida Keys for our Division of Marine Fisheries Management. And as a PhD from VIMS, where he worked in survey design, a lot of other aspects in the Chesapeake Bay sampling program, has a lot of experience working with the fishing industry. And so CJ is here, and I would go to CJ to get the answers to your questions. I could give you folks in Tallahassee, but I would suggest at this point, just go to CJ and he can find those answers for you on how that spend plan will work, etc. But I can say that we have an awful lot of work to do to get it geared up before anything will happen, in terms of either getting funds to individual fishermen, or in the case of some of the resilience components, it's going to be a little while to get it geared up because it's not available until the 1st, and there's a lot of legwork to do.
You're so much further ahead than anybody else that day. CJ did a great job.
Way to go, CJ. I'm just happy it was CJ and not me. So there's that introduction, and so I would encourage y'all to reach out to him. I also can report in the coral disease and response to disease world that at FWRI in our lab we have been successful in receiving a grant from the NOAA Section 6 program, which is their endangered, their listed species program, where we have written a grant in partnership with a new startup organization, a little fledgling, inexperienced organization called Reef Renewal, which happens to be Ken Niedermeyer, so I'm making fun of him here a little bit. But so we wrote a proposal in partnership with Ken and Andy Bruckner, and that we have been awarded that. We don't have everything, in the paperwork, but this will lead to an increase in restoration activities, 2 new nurseries, and one of the things that Ken is going to do is develop in situ techniques for these listed species that no one has been working on so far. There's a whole host of that, so these could be an exciting few years in that arena. So thank you, Ken. And so we're trying to get started as fast as we can. And then finally, my thunder was stolen by one of the public comment people a little bit, but I'll provide a little more details on Biscayne National Park and the Biscayne National Park Fishery Management Plan, because this Sanctuary Advisory Council has been involved on that for a long time, and I can say that I am excited that we are now beginning the process to implement the regulations that will be associated with that management plan. The science plan has been finalized. All of our internal reviewers have signed off on it, and I've finalized that plan. And we've been meeting with Biscayne National Park staff, and we do have a suite of regulations set to take to our commissioners. And so I can tell you what's going to happen. At the commission meeting in Stewart, the commission meeting dates are July 17th and 18th. I'm told that this agenda item will be on the 18th, and it will be at the Hutchinson Island Marriott, is where this location will be. And at this meeting, staff, which will be Jessica McCauley and myself, will present the background and history to our commissioners, even though you folks have, many of you have lived it at varying degrees. Our commissioners have not. Introduce the science plan to them, and then outline the suite of regulations and ideas for the commissioner approval to take out to public workshops. So you heard these would be a draft rules. That was not exactly accurate in the public comment. It won't be draft rules. It will just be, here are the proposed ideas. And so how this will work is we will give them our recommendation. They could say, great, go forth. They could say, great, go forth, and here's a whole bunch of other ideas. They could say, no on everything. Or they could say, go forth, but this one thing we're not that comfortable with. So what comes out of that commission meeting, which we'll also have public comment if anyone wants to be there, will be a suite of regulations inside Biscayne National Park, unique Biscayne National Park, that we will then take out to workshop. We have already been to the South Atlantic Council just last week. Jessica spoke just last week to the council to ensure that the South Atlantic Council did not want to claim any jurisdiction over any of these areas, in part because some of them are a small part of the park, especially down in the southeast section near Monroe County, offshore, is actually in federal waters. They said, nope, we're happy to let you do this, so we're good to go there. So following that meeting, we will then have already scheduled public workshops, and the public workshops will be August 6th in Miami at the University of Miami Alumni Center, which is in Coral Gables. August 7th at the Florida City Hall, and August 8th at the Key Largo Murray Nelson Center. And we will be doing public workshops at that time. We're putting together the package for the commissioners, so if you go onto our website in the near future, if you're interested, that package that will be there on the website. And then finally, our longer term schedule is that assuming things go as planned in the time frames, we will come back to the commissioners at our October meeting to take this workshop information and develop a draft rule, get their approval for a draft rule, and then take that back out and come back in December for what we hope will be the final rule that will set the regulations. And as the woman that spoke, the objectives, the benchmarks are an increase in size and abundance for a suite of targeted fish species and to increase by 20%. And I can say that in the science plan, we have used the Reef Fish Visual Census as our guide for how we can best measure that change. We've talked to you various times about the Reef Fish Visual Census. I think Danny's talked about it. I'm not sure who else, everybody's talked about it. And so that will be the guide for that, and the regulations will be for those targeted, tier 1 targeted species, which primarily, as you would guess, will be the snapper grouper complex and a few others. So I encourage you to go to the website. I encourage you to comment and come to the meeting in Key Largo if nothing else. Also at the commission meeting in July, on the same day, will be a sort of suite of presentations, kind of similar to what we did last time on the coral reef and coral disease, this time on Florida Bay. And my boss Gil will be giving a presentation on Florida Bay, along with Superintendent Pedro Ramos, who will be presenting, as will someone from the Everglades Foundation, and I think, and will be a whole discussion on that also to educate our commissioners. And so our commission is thinking more broadly than we have in the past, and I think we can thank Commissioner Spotswood for that, just in the same vein as Joanna did that, because he's making those connections that are important to me. And so that's my report, a little longer than usual.
Thank you, Megan.
So mine will be quicker. And I'm sorry I can't speak for Biscayne on any of that stuff, but I'm glad to hear that that is moving forward for them. On the coral disease front, Director Tubas will be conducting a coral rescue effort with the Nature Conservancy, FWC, and Florida DEP staff, July 1st through July 5th. We'll be collecting 500 corals from 15 priority species, following up on the collections that happened in the Marquesas, and those corals will be transported to the University of Miami. This is going to be done as a management action by the park. We also have a number of coral monitoring groups that will be in the park over the next couple of months. FWC's CRUD program, the FRP surveys, our inventory and monitoring group from the South Florida Caribbean Network, as well as the Nature Conservancy will all be out looking for disease during their annual surveys. So the good news, I guess last week we had staff and volunteers collected over 1,100 pounds of marine debris. Thank you, Stefan, for your help with that. Just from our park islands, cleaning up the beaches for continued turtle nesting and bird nesting. And that effort's actually funded through the South Florida National Parks Trust.
Just since May, we've had a total of 182 sea turtle nests park-wide. I'm hearing that we're having about 20 nests a day just on Waterhead alone, so our interns are very busy. It's a busy sea turtle nesting season, but I'm glad to hear. I think we have more than double the nests now that we had this time last year, so it's a lot. Also good news is the private seaplane that had crashed in the park in April. It had sank in about 50 feet of water. Everyone was okay. If you didn't hear that story, they all made it out okay. But that sank in 50 feet of water near Middle Key, and that was just recovered earlier this week on June 15th by the contractor Baltimore Crane. The next seaplane is currently on the barge waiting to transport to the sanctuary to Key West. If it didn't happen today, it's going to happen later in the week when the weather is conducive for them to cross. Good news on that. Oh yes, hogfish. Well, Danny's job started. Well, Danny will be setting up their receivers hopefully here in a couple weeks. We finally got that permit approved. Sorry about that delay. Since we're funding it, and so we're excited for that project to get started as well. And yeah, so it's a busy time. Wes Pratt is actually out at the park right now doing his nurse shark research as well. We got some funding from him through the Parks Trust. So yeah, it's really busy time. You guys were out there doing some buoy work and seeing what those guys were doing. So come on out to Dry Tortugas and you guys can also see what's happening. And the squirrel rescue effort, I'm really happy that the park's participating in that and taking a step forward ahead of the disease event, doing something proactively. I'm really glad that we're going to be a part of that effort and happy to answer any questions.
Great. Luke?
Just to start, I want to do something besides my agency report, but because we just talked about Pulley Ridge, and this is just for awareness, we Pulley Ridge right now is the regulation concerning Pulley Ridge only applies to fishing vessels right now. That's the way it's described in the Max Act. So you know, back in 2017, we actually had a freighter that was anchored up on Pulley Ridge, and you know, it's not against the law because it doesn't apply to a freighter. So that's just for awareness. I wanted to bring that up back whenever we were talking about it, whenever he had his presentation. So as far as NOAA OLE on the investigation side, I'm going to be really brief on this and then give it over to Mitch. But we had an arraignment and arrest for one of the investigations that I've been a part of. It's with DOJ and with EPA and with Department of Defense OIG. There might be a few more, but that's the ones off the top of my head. But it has to do with the Port of Miami expansion project. It's the $205 million dredge project that happened between 2014 and 2016 for the Panamax freighters that come in. This is an ongoing investigation, but we, you know, so this part we can talk about. The rest of it, we're not going to ask any more questions on it. But Terry Jordan Sellers is a Army Corps of Engineer biologist and a lead scientist, and oversaw monitoring for the project. And we charged her with 1,001 false statements, lying against, you know, to criminal investigators regarding her part-time employment with contractors, which would have been a conflict of interest. So that is, we've gone to the arraignment, and we have a change of plea on the docket in about 3 weeks. So that's all I'm going to say on that. And I'm going to turn it over to Mitchell.
All right, I'm just going to hit on some stuff that's been going on in the field-wise. Some of these are referred from not only USCG, FWC, but also me and Kenny. One, we do have our 30-foot patrol vessel, which we just got operational and is ready to conduct patrols. And that will be out of Key West at the Sanctuary office. Some cases that's been going on, just from my perspective in the field. We've had, since about the shutdown, I've kind of tallied these up, and these are kind of more directed towards sanctuary enforcement, not actual federal enforcement, which those are, there's still a pile of those cases coming in too. 4 North Reserve, fishing in North Reserve cases. 4 actively fishing in the South Reserve cases. We recently seized a historical maritime anchor from a lobster trap boat that incidentally pulled it up but was going to keep it. Well, we're in the process now of donating that to the college for research studies for the students. Shrimp boat, we've got with possession of 101 lobster, 33 been undersized, no federal permit. We've made 2 ATBA cases off the Middle Keys, and one kind of, I guess one was more or less the Upper Keys area. But those 2 great cases, vessels over 50 meters, if y'all aren't aware of the ATBA, an area to be avoided. Then we have a shrimp boat. This shrimp boat was found actively trawling in the North Reserve, and then he was found actively trawling in the North Reserve about a month later. So Kenny and I were able to seize about 12,000 pounds of product from that vessel. We're still waiting on the disposition and the outcome of what's going to happen with these cases when it comes to fines and penalties. And I'm still working on 3 significant groundings causing reef damage, but it's still in the process. It'll take a little while to get through. And that's just not, the minor seagrass damage, groundings, and obviously the ones that go unreported. So that's kind of what I've been dealing with.
Thank you. All right, that wraps it up for the agency reports. Our next meeting again is August. That's possibly the release of the restoration blueprint. And anybody, if you can, make any presentations to user groups, your constituencies, please do so. We're on the clock. And with that, we're adjourned.